On a summer afternoon in River Falls, St. Croix County, Wisconsin, in July 2012, a text message sent into motion a series of events that would devastate a family and a community. The message came from Aaron Schaafhausen, a 35-year-old father of three who had been living apart from his daughters since his divorce. He asked his ex-wife, Jessica, if he could visit their children. It was an ordinary request on the surface, but within hours it became the prelude to one of the most shocking crimes in Wisconsin's recent history. The murders of 11-year-old Amara Rose, 8-year-old Sophie Marie, and 5-year-old Cecilia Lee. Aaron and Jessica married in 2000. Their relationship produced 3 daughters who, by all accounts, were deeply loved by both parents. Amara was an avid member of the Girl Scouts and junior soccer team, who loved science and baking. Sophie, who was also a Girl Scout, was a yellow belt in Kukido and was a budding artist who loved climbing trees and rollerblading. The youngest of the sisters, Cecilia, also enjoyed art and music and was curious about nature and insects. Behind the surface of family life, cracks were widening between Aaron and Jessica. Aaron struggled with depression, heavy drinking, and long bouts of playing video games, which Jessica described as obsessive and isolating. His mood deteriorated further in the years leading up to their divorce. By 2011, Jessica had reached a breaking point. She demanded he make changes to his behaviour or she would file for divorce. That August, the couple began the legal process of separation, and by January of 2012, the divorce was finalised. Jessica was granted primary physical custody of the girls, and the family home in River Falls was rented from Aaron himself, who had moved to Myuu, North Dakota for construction work. Custody was joint, but his visits with the children became somewhat infrequent. Co-workers noticed Aaron's simmering anger and instability. He drank heavily and occasionally spoke of killing his family, at times mentioning offing his daughters or harming the man Jessica was rumoured to be dating. The bitterness over the divorce seemed to consume him. On the morning of July the 10th, 2012, Aaron texted Jessica to ask if he could see Amara, Cecilia and Sophie. The request came on short notice, but Jessica agreed, stipulating that he needed to leave before she returned from work. She did not want to see him herself. Jessica's trust was influenced by the girls' longing for their father. They missed him terribly and cherished the rare times they spent together. That afternoon, a babysitter welcomed Aaron into the River Falls home. Amara, Sophie and Cecilia rushed to him excitedly, eager to show him their rooms and their belongings. Believing the visit to be safe, the babysitter left. What happened in the hours that followed was nothing short of brutal. Armed with a knife he had brought from North Dakota, Aaron slit the throats of all 3 of his daughters. He also strangled his youngest, Cecilia. He then laid them in their beds, covering their necks with spare t-shirts. Before leaving, he spilled gasoline in the basement, suggesting an intent to set the home ablaze. At approximately 3:30 p.m, Jessica's phone rang. On the line was Aaron. His words were chilling and unforgettable. Quote, "You can come now. I killed the kids." Initially, Jessica thought it was a sick joke. When she realised he was serious, she immediately called 911 and rushed to the police station, begging officers to check on her 3 daughters, praying they might still be alive. However, by the time officers entered the home, all 3 girls were deceased. An hour later, Aaron drove to the River Falls Police Department and turned himself in. His clothing was stained with blood. Tests later confirmed that the blood matched his daughters. Police quickly charged Aaron with 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and 1 count of attempted arson. He was held on a $2 million bond. In interviews, he remained largely silent, though at times he did break down in tears. In one interrogation video, he lamented, quote, "I want my girls back. I want a lot of things. Can you give them to me?" The community of River Falls reeled. Vigils were held, white ribbons were tied at Greenwood Elementary School, where Amara and Sophie had been students, and support poured in for Jessica, who had lost her entire family in just a single afternoon. Schaafhausen's trial began in early 2013. He entered a plea of guilty but insane, admitting to the killings but insisting he was not in control of his actions due to mental illness. His attorneys described him as deeply depressed, obsessed with his ex-wife, and suffering a psychotic break during the murders. Prosecutors, however, argued that Aaron's crimes were calculated acts of revenge. Assistant Attorney General Gary Freiberg told jurors that Aaron was consumed by jealousy and anger towards Jessica, particularly because she was beginning to move on romantically. Quote, "Help was available if he wanted it," Freiberg said. He didn't want help. He wanted revenge. He was so angry and so bitter that he decided to punish her in a way that he calculated would cause her the most harm possible. The timing itself, prosecutors noted, was telling. The murders occurred just after the 6-month waiting period following the divorce that allowed Jessica to remarry. Evidence also showed that Aaron had made chilling threats before. Months earlier, he had told Jessica he wanted to tie her up and force her to choose which child he would kill in front of her. 3 psychiatrists evaluated Aaron. One believed he was legally insane. 2 others testified he knew what he was doing was wrong. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours before reaching a verdict. Aaron Schaafhausen was sane at the time of the murders. On April 23rd of 2013, Judge Howard Cameron sentenced Aaron to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He also imposed restitution of more than $14,000 to Jessica, plus $10,000 in witness costs. To enforce this, 1/4 of any money sent to Aaron by family or earned in prison would be garnished and redirected to Jessica. Jessica attended the hearings, her grief visible as she testified about the harrowing phone call and her daughter's love for their father. Quote, "They loved him so much," she said through tears. The tragedy was compounded by her belief that maintaining a relationship with their father had been important for the girls, despite the risks. The murders left an indelible mark on River Falls. On July 17th of 2012, hundreds gathered at Kilcarney Hills Golf Club for the girls' funeral before being laid to rest in Greenwood Cemetery. The sorrow was profound, but the community resolved to honour the memory of Amara, Sophie, and Cecilia in lasting ways. Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union acquired the house where the murders occurred. Instead of reselling it, the building was dismantled, with materials donated to St. Croix Habitat for Humanity. The proceeds from the land helped fund a new park in Hoffman Park. The Scaife housing case resonated far beyond River Falls because it exposed chilling themes. The intersection of domestic turmoil, mental health struggles, and lethal revenge. It demonstrated how custody battles and unresolved anger can erupt into catastrophic violence. Prosecutors made clear that the murders were not random acts of madness, but a deliberate attempt to maximise Jessica's suffering. Aaron himself admitted as much. He wanted her to live with the agony of losing her children, the ultimate form of punishment for any parent. For many, the case underscored the need for vigilance in situations where threats of violence are made during separations and divorces. Jessica had heard threats before, but believed Aaron's depression was improving. In court, she testified that she thought it was important for the girls to have a relationship with their father despite his past outbursts. That belief, born out of love for her daughters, was manipulated by Aaron in his final act of cruelty. 10 years after the murders, Jessica Peterson shared her story in the 2022 memoir Thistles and Thorns. In it, she recalls the last morning with her daughters, the letters she wrote to them afterwards, and her struggle to move forward. Quote, "The darkest moment in my life is when I lost them. Each step I take from there is trying to bring more light into the world, to fill what was lost." Peterson emphasises remembering Amara, Sophie, and Cecilia for how they lived, their joy, curiosity, and creativity, rather than for the violence of their deaths. That vision comes to life at the Tri-Angels Playground in Hoffman Park, built with community support in 2015. Each section reflects one of the girls, Amara's science and football-themed play structures, Sophie's outdoors and fashion-inspired features, and Cecilia's insect motifs and climbing equipment. The playground itself also includes the girls' own artwork, making it both a memorial and a place of joy. Now remarried and raising two more children, Trinity and Flint, Peterson often visits the park, which sits within sight of her daughters' graves. Watching her younger children play there has been, she says, a crucial part of her healing. Quote, "I have love, I have support. I hope I can help others as they face their own tragedies. Know that it is possible to survive that." The murders of Amara, Sophie, and Cecilia remain one of Wisconsin's most haunting crimes. The facts are stark. A father, fueled by resentment and despair, chose to kill his own flesh and blood as an act of revenge against his former spouse. The jury's verdict, that he was sane and responsible for his actions, ensured that he would never walk free again. Jessica continues her journey forward, carrying both unbearable grief and the resilience to live on, in memory of her three daughters, whose lives were tragically cut short in one of the worst ways imaginable. May the memories of all three girls, Amara, Sophie, and Cecilia, never be forgotten. Robin Diane Pontius Stone was born on January the 12th, 1974, in Cambridge, Ohio, a small city in Guernsey County where family ties and community connections often ran deep. She grew up surrounded by relatives, friends, and familiar places, forming close relationships that would later make her loss felt not only within her immediate family, but across the wider community. From an early age, Robin displayed a warm and outgoing personality. She was known for her friendliness and her ability to connect with people of all ages, a trait that followed her throughout her childhood and teenage years. As a child, Robin developed a strong love for animals. Family members recalled her enthusiasm when visiting her aunt and uncle who owned ponies. Riding them with laughter and excitement, she showed a natural comfort around animals that hinted at her future ambitions. As she grew older, that affection developed into a desire to work in veterinary medicine. During her time in high school, Robin studied athletic sports medicine training, learning practical skills such as how to wrap injuries. This training reflected both her academic interests and her compassion. Robin attended Cambridge High School, where she was involved in various activities and formed lasting friendships, and did so naturally. One of the most important relationships in her life began when she was in the 5th grade, when she met Jodie Stopiak. Jodie was new to the school, and Robin was the first person to reach out and offer her friendship. That simple act laid the foundation for years of shared experiences, including sleepovers, participation in drama classes, and involvement in the marching band Colour Guard. By the summer of 1991, Robin was enrolled in a work-study programme, which meant she attended classes for only half of the school day. At just 17 years of age, she was also 7 months pregnant with her first child, a son who she named Zach. Robin had told her parents that the father of her unborn child was a boy she had been dating at school, a fact later confirmed by tests conducted by investigators. Despite the challenges this situation presented, Robin remained closely connected to her family and continued planning for her future. On August the 27th of 1991, Robin began her senior year of high school. The day followed a relatively normal routine. After finishing her half-day of classes, she spent time visiting friends before returning home. At around 3 p.m, Robin and her mother walked together to a nearby elementary school to pick up her younger sister. The three of them returned home, and nothing about the afternoon suggested that it would end in tragedy. Shortly after arriving back at the family residence, the phone rang. 17-year-old Robin answered the call and was overheard saying, "I'll be right there." After hanging up, she told her mother that she was going to her best friend's house to work on some maths homework. Judy Stevens reminded her daughter that dinner would be at 6 p.m. and that she should be home by then. Robin assured her mother that she would be home by that time. She left the house in a hurry, driving away in her 1980 Ford Granada. As the early evening passed, concern began to grow. When 6 p.m. came and went and Robin had not returned as promised, her mother initially assumed that the teenager had simply lost track of time. However, as time passed, Judy decided to call Jodie to check in on her daughter. The phone call brought unexpected and troubling information. Jodie stated that Robin had not been at her house that afternoon and that she had not called Robin earlier in the day. This revelation meant that Robin had not been truthful about where she was going or who had contacted her, a fact that immediately heightened concerns. Judy then began calling other friends and acquaintances, but none of them had seen Robin since she left school earlier that day. As worry turned into fear, Judy considered contacting law enforcement. Before she could do so, the phone rang again at approximately 8:30 p.m. This time, the call came from Guernsey County Sheriff's Office. Deputies informed her that Robin's car had been found abandoned on Claysville Road, near an empty trailer close to the Cambridge and Westland Township border. Robin herself was nowhere to be found. A missing persons investigation was then initiated, and the discovery of the car became a central focus. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing obviously wrong with the vehicle. However, Robin's family noticed a detail that stood out to them. She customarily kept a pair of fuzzy dice hanging from her rearview mirror. When the car was recovered, however, the string holding the dice had been broken, and the dice had been thrown into the back seat. To her family, this suggested a struggle or disturbance of some kind, even if investigators initially did not emphasise the detail. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, with no sign of Robin. She seemingly just vanished into thin air. The uncertainty weighed heavily on her family, especially as the holiday season approached. Robin's younger sister, Jamie Edwards, later recalled how Christmas traditions were painfully altered by Robin's absence. Every Christmas Eve, Jamie had slept in Robin's bed, unable to resist the excitement of the holiday. In 1991, that tradition was broken, replaced by fear, grief, and unanswered questions. On December the 28th, 1991, approximately 4 months after Robin disappeared, 2 hunters made a grim discovery in a small wooded area off Luberg Lane, near Luberg Lake, about a mile from where her car had been found. Skeletal remains were located and later identified as those of 17-year-old Robin Stone. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, authorities were unable to determine the exact cause of death. What was clear, however, was that this was a homicide. The confirmation of Robin's death devastated her family and deeply affected the Cambridge community. Her mother later described the pain of losing her daughter as indescribable, a grief that never truly fades. For Jamie, her sister, the loss meant growing up without her, without the chance to see Robin become a mother, and without the opportunity for her own children to know their aunt. In an effort to honour her sister's memory, Jamie later gave one of her daughters Robin's middle name, Diane. In the years immediately following the discovery of Robin's remains, investigators worked to gather evidence and identify those responsible. However, the lack of physical evidence and reliable leads made progress far more difficult. After approximately 2 years, the investigation stalled and the case became cold. For Robin's family, this did not bring closure, but rather a prolonged sense of limbo where justice seemed distant and uncertain. In the year 2000, a renewed effort emerged when Sheriff Michael Macaulay was elected in Guernsey County. One of his priorities was to revisit unsolved cases, including Robin Stone's. Detective Sam Williams was assigned to reopen the investigation. Williams, who was close in age to Robin, had been attending high school in a neighbouring town at the time of her disappearance. He remembered the fear and shock that her case had generated within the locality. His personal connection to the time period strengthened his determination to seek answers for Robin and her family. Advancements in technology and investigative methods slowly brought new possibilities. In 2014, the case gained national attention when it was featured on the television programme Cold Justice. The show introduced new investigators and resources, allowing aspects of the case to be re-examined. For Robin's family, watching the episode was emotionally difficult, as it reopened old wounds and memories. At the same time, it provided information they had not previously known. More than a decade after Robin's disappearance, her remains were finally released for burial, and a funeral was then held. The Guernsey County Sheriff's Department stated that all possible evidence had been gathered and that it was time for Robin to be laid to rest. She was buried at Northwood Cemetery in Cambridge, Ohio, allowing her family, finally, a formal opportunity to mourn and honour her life. In recent years, organisations such as Project Cold Case have worked with families like Robin's to raise awareness of unsolved homicides. By using social media to combat what they call internet silence, these efforts aim to preserve victims' stories, reach new audiences, and encourage individuals with information to come forward. Robin's case has benefited from this renewed visibility, ensuring that her name and story are not forgotten. Today, Robin Stone is remembered as a young woman full of life, kindness, and promise, whose life was tragically cut short. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend, and an expectant mother, whose future was taken from her far too soon. While decades have passed since her death, her family continues to hope for justice. The passage of time has not erased their determination or their love for Robin and her unborn son, and her story remains a powerful reminder of the lasting impact of unresolved loss. Though answers have not been forthcoming, the Stone family's perseverance ensures that Robin's life, rather than just her death, continues to be remembered. The hills of Honeydew had always been the kind of place where silence stretched for miles. Tucked deep within the rugged landscape of Northern California, the small rural community existed on the edge of isolation, where winding roads disappeared into dense forest and neighbours were few but familiar. Life there required preparation. A single trip to town often meant hours of travel, gathering supplies, and returning home before darkness swallowed the narrow roads. It was a place where people noticed when something was out of the ordinary. On December 10th, 1977, 32-year-old married mother of 3, Mary Stewart, set out from her home with purpose. Her daughters, Jessie Flo, just 2 years old, and Fanny Fawn, 1, were placed into the family's red 1969 Opel station wagon as part of that routine. The vehicle, modest but reliable, carried more than passengers that day. Inside was a television set needing repair, laundry waiting to be done, and enough space for groceries she planned to bring home. She left around mid-morning, carrying approximately $200 in cash, a necessary precaution for a long day of errands in distant towns. Her routine would likely take her through Fortuna and Eureka, places where services were available but not always quick. For those living in isolation, trips like these were carefully structured. Everything had to be completed in a single outing. Mary was expected back before dark. When she failed to return that evening, concern did not immediately translate into panic. Delays happened. Cars broke down. Weather could turn unexpectedly. But as the hours stretched into days, the absence became harder to explain. 3 days later, it was not her husband, Byron McGray Stewart, who alerted authorities, but a friend, someone who recognised that Mary's silence was not typical. From that point,
the search began, with the assumption that there had to be a logical explanation. Investigators retraced the steps Mary might have taken, contacting local businesses along her possible route. They spoke with employees at television repair shops, checked in with optometrists, and canvassed grocery stores. No one remembered seeing her. There were no receipts, no witnesses, no indication that she had reached any of her intended destinations. It was as though the day she had planned so carefully had unravelled before it ever truly began. In the early stages, investigators hesitated to treat the case as a crime. There was no evidence of violence, no signs of distress. Without anything to suggest otherwise, some considered the possibility that Mary had left voluntarily. The idea was unsettling, but not unprecedented. People sometimes disappeared by choice, starting over elsewhere, cutting ties without explanation. Still, that theory raised its own questions. Mary had left behind not only her home, but also her older daughter from a previous relationship. There had been no indication she intended to abandon her life. As time passed, uncertainty hardened into unease. Then, more than a month after the disappearance, a discovery shifted the trajectory of the investigation. On January 19th, 1978, a timber surveyor came across Mary's station wagon, abandoned on an old logging road just a few miles from her home. The location itself was puzzling. The road was not part of her usual route, though it could eventually lead back towards her residence. The car appeared almost frozen in time. Inside, investigators found the groceries she had set out to buy, along with the laundry and the television. Strangely, the television had already been repaired, despite no repair shop reporting any interaction with Mary or her children. Her purse and personal belongings remained untouched, including the money she had taken with her, and there was no sign of a struggle. No broken glass, no blood, no indication that anything violent had taken place in or around the vehicle, yet something was undeniably wrong. The car's gas line had been broken, rendering it inoperable. The simplest explanation was that Mary had become stranded. Perhaps faced with a disabled vehicle and 2 young children, she had decided to walk the remaining distance home. But if that were the case, where had they gone? Search efforts intensified following the discovery. Rescue teams combed the surrounding terrain, navigating dense forest and uneven ground. Bloodhounds were brought in to track any possible scent. Volunteers joined law enforcement in covering as much area as possible. Despite these efforts, no trace of Mary, Jessie, or Fanny was ever found. As the investigation continued, attention began to shift towards the circumstances surrounding Mary's personal life. Byron McGray Stewart, her husband, became a central figure in that scrutiny. At the time of the disappearance, he was 28 years old, known within the community for his volatile behaviour. Those familiar with him described a man prone to sudden anger, someone who could escalate from calm to confrontation without warning. In the absence of evidence, suspicion alone was not enough to move the case forward. However, Byron's actions in the weeks following his family's disappearance did little to dispel concern. On New Year's Eve, just weeks after Mary and the children vanished, Byron was involved in a violent altercation at a local bar. After being removed from the establishment, he retreated to a nearby residence. When a sheriff's deputy responded to the situation, Byron allegedly fired a rifle in his direction. The deputy was not injured, and Byron was subsequently arrested, although the charge of attempted murder was later dismissed due to insufficient evidence. the incident revealed a capacity for violence that investigators could not ignore. At the same time, his behaviour became increasingly erratic. Reports surfaced of drug use and instability. According to later accounts, Byron claimed that his wife and children had been abducted by aliens, a statement that only deepened the sense that something was not right. Despite these concerns, the case remained stalled. There was no physical evidence linking Byron to the disappearance. No witnesses came forward, and no definitive theory could be proven. Byron's life continued along an unpredictable path. In the months following the triple disappearance, he faced multiple legal issues, including charges related to assault, burglary, and narcotics offences. His interactions with law enforcement became a recurring pattern, painting a picture of a man struggling with both external conflict and internal turmoil. Yet his story did not follow a single trajectory. In later years, Byron appeared to undergo a transformation. After being diagnosed with AIDS in 1991, he entered recovery from substance abuse and became involved in community advocacy. He worked on needle exchange programs and served as a commissioner focused on AIDS-related issues in Sonoma County. His efforts earned recognition, including a Jeremy Bell Award for his activism. To some, this suggested redemption. To others, it raised a more complicated question, whether the turmoil that defined his early years had been a cause or a consequence of his family's disappearance. Byron never remarried and had no additional children. When he died on October 3rd, 1996, at the age of 48, any answers he might have held were taken to the grave. In the absence of resolution, the case gradually faded into the background, joining the long list of unsolved disappearances that linger without closure. For decades, Mary Stewart and her daughters remained missing, their story suspended in uncertainty. Years later, investigators returned to the case with renewed determination. Advances in investigative techniques and a willingness to revisit old assumptions brought fresh attention to the disappearance. The case was reopened, and new interviews were conducted with individuals who had never spoken to law enforcement during the original investigation. Where earlier investigators had hesitated to assume the worst, the renewed inquiry leaned towards a more troubling conclusion. Foul play was now considered likely. The absence of evidence was no longer interpreted as neutrality. It was seen as a gap waiting to be filled. Efforts shifted towards locating a burial site, focusing on the remote regions surrounding Honeydew, including Panther Gap and Petrolia. These areas, vast and sparsely populated, presented both a challenge and a possibility. If something had happened to Mary and her children, the landscape itself could have concealed it indefinitely. Investigators also acknowledged another possibility, that more than one person could have been involved. Even with Byron as the primary suspect, questions remained about whether anyone else had knowledge of what had occurred. The goal was no longer just to understand the past, but to uncover something tangible, evidence that could bring clarity, even after so many years. Behind the investigation was a quieter, deeply human motivation. Mary's daughter from a previous relationship had grown up without answers. For her, the case was not just a mystery, but a personal absence that had shaped her life. Decades later, she remained in contact with investigators, still searching for the truth about what happened to her mother and younger sisters. The emotional weight of the case extended beyond immediate family. For those who worked on the investigation, the images of Jessie and Fanny remained a constant reminder of what was at stake. 2 young children whose lives may have ended before they had truly begun. Their disappearance was not just an unsolved case, it was a loss that had never been acknowledged with certainty. Today, the mystery remains unresolved. Theories continue to circulate, each attempting to make sense of a story defined by its gaps. One possibility suggested that Mary became stranded after her car broke down and attempted to walk home, only to become lost in the harsh terrain. Another points towards something more deliberate, that the isolated logging road was not an accident, but a chosen location. There are even those who hold on to the faintest possibility that Mary and her daughters survived, building a life elsewhere under new identities. It is a hopeful idea, but one that grows less likely with each passing year. More often, investigators return to a darker conclusion, that somewhere in the remote hills of Northern California, the remains of Mary Elizabeth Stewart, Jessie Flo, and Fanny Fawn lie hidden, waiting to be discovered. The land around Honeydew has kept its secrets for decades. The roads remain quiet, the forests unchanged, but beneath that stillness is a story that has never been fully told, a disappearance that defies easy explanation. Perhaps one day, a detail overlooked, a memory long buried, or a piece of evidence hidden by time will surface. Until then, the case endures as a haunting reminder of how quickly certainty can dissolve, even in a place where nothing is supposed to go unnoticed. 3 lives began an ordinary day in December 1977, and they never came home. And in the silence that followed, the truth remained just out of reach. The Juniata River cut quietly through Perry County, Pennsylvania, winding past woodland banks and stretches of isolated countryside where people escaped to fish, hike, and enjoy the stillness of nature. In the spring of 1984, the area carried the peaceful atmosphere typical of rural central Pennsylvania, but over Memorial Day weekend, that quiet setting became the backdrop for one of the most disturbing murders in the state's history. What began as an ordinary Sunday morning beside the river quickly turned into a horrifying discovery that would haunt investigators for decades. A cardboard box resting near the water concealed evidence of extraordinary brutality. The remains inside had been mutilated so severely that authorities initially had no idea who the victim was, and the case became known simply as the torso murder. That woman was Edna Marie Posey. Born Edna Marie Rawlings on August 19, 1953 in Washington, D.C., Edna faced years of personal struggles before her death. She battled alcoholism and mental illness, difficulties that affected nearly every part of her life. Despite those hardships, the people closest to her believed she'd been trying to change. By 1984, she reportedly wanted stability more than anything else. Edna made an especially painful decision involving her 12-year-old son, Randy. Realizing she could not properly care for him while dealing with her own problems, she arranged for him to stay with Donald Ruby, a scoutmaster she knew, and Ruby's wife, Lee Macer, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The arrangement was not intended to be a permanent one. According to Randy, his mother hoped to recover, become financially stable, and eventually bring him home again. To begin that process, Edna relocated to the southern Maryland and Virginia area, distancing herself from people and environments tied to her addiction. Her son later explained that she carefully saved money while undergoing treatment, even skipping meals so she could afford to reunite with him sooner. Those around her believed she had been determined to improve her circumstances. During Memorial Day weekend in 1984, Edna travelled back to Lancaster to visit her son. She arrived at the Ruby household on Friday, May 25th. By all accounts, the evening passed normally. Randy later recalled having a meaningful conversation with his mother before everyone went to sleep. Nothing appeared unusual, and there were no signs of conflict. The following morning, however, everything changed. When Randy woke up, his mother was gone. Donald Ruby and Lee Macer were also missing from the house. According to Randy, this situation immediately struck him as abnormal. He later stated that while living with the couple, he had rarely been left unsupervised. Yet, on that morning, he found himself completely alone for several hours. He said, quote, "Dawn was gone, Lee was gone, and that was the one and only time, the entire time I lived with Dawn and Lee, that I was left alone for any period of time." As the day continued, Edna still did not return. Randy became increasingly uneasy because his mother had planned to take him back once she regained stability. Her sudden disappearance made little sense to him. The next day, on May 27th, 1984, a fisherman walking near the Juniata River in Watts Township noticed a large cardboard box near the embankment. Something about it immediately appeared strange. Dew covered the surrounding grass, yet there was a visible trail where the box had apparently slid downhill from the roadside. When the fisherman looked inside, he discovered human remains wrapped in plastic. Investigators soon determined the victim had been dismembered. The body had been decapitated. Both arms were removed at the shoulders, and both legs were severed at the knees. Authorities searched extensively for the missing body parts, but none were ever recovered. The condition of the remains complicated the investigation immediately. Without a head, hands, or complete body, determining the victim's identity became extraordinarily difficult. The killer appeared to have intentionally removed identifying features, leaving investigators with almost nothing to work with. She was subsequently listed as a Jane Doe. Medical examiners ruled the death a homicide, but the exact cause of death could not be determined because of the severe mutilation. Detectives had no identification, no witnesses, and no confirmed missing person connected to the remains. For 10 months, the victim remained nameless. Eventually, investigators prepared to bury the unidentified woman. Before doing so, authorities released information publicly in hopes that someone might recognize the victim. That decision finally produced a breakthrough. A woman contacted police after noticing similarities between the unidentified remains and her missing sister-in-law, Edna Posey. Investigators compared known details about Edna to the remains and found several matches, including distinctive marks on the torso and personal clothing items. The Jane Doe was finally identified. For investigators, identifying Edna transformed the centered entirely. Detectives could now retrace her final days and focus on the people who last saw her alive. Their attention quickly centered on Donald Ruby. Ruby admitted he had been with Edna shortly before she vanished. According to his account, he drove her to Middletown, Pennsylvania on May 26th and dropped her off at a convenience store. He claimed he assumed she later traveled elsewhere, possibly returning to a psychiatric facility in Florida where she had previously received treatment. However, investigators noticed inconsistencies in Ruby's statements. Initially, he claimed he alone drove Edna that day. Later, he altered the story and said his wife accompanied them. Employment records complicated matters further by showing that Lee Macer had reportedly been working during part of the time frame she claimed to be with Ruby and Edna. Additional testimony during the investigation raised even more concerns. Randy described several uncomfortable interactions he experienced while living with Ruby. He told investigators about wrestling matches that made him uneasy, and alleged that Ruby once suggested taking nude photographs of him. Randy also claimed Ruby had taken him to an adult bookstore. At trial, an FBI agent testified that Ruby's behaviour and background as a long-time scoutmaster fits characteristics associated with pedophilic tendencies. Prosecutors argued these details reflected disturbing behaviour patterns relative to the case. Another element of the investigation appeared particularly suspicious to Randy years later. He believed the cardboard box used to dispose of his mother's body resembled boxes he had previously seen in Ruby's cabin during camping trips. In 1986, Donald Ruby was arrested and charged with Edna Posey's murder. Prosecutors argued that he killed her sometime during the night of May 26th or early May 27th before transporting the body to Perry County. During the 1987 trial, forensic testimony suggested the estimated time of death aligned with the period Edna stayed at Ruby's home. Following an 11-day trial, Ruby was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. For many observers, the conviction appeared to close the case, but years later, scientific developments would completely reshape the investigation. Ruby appealed his conviction, eventually securing a second trial in 1993. By then, advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine evidence collected from Edna's remains. The results dramatically altered the prosecution's case. Forensic testing identified biological evidence from 3 separate men recovered from Edna's torso. None of the DNA profiles matched Donald Ruby. The revelation stunned investigators and attorneys alike. The man convicted of murder had no genetic connection to the physical evidence recovered from the victim's body. The defence also introduced testimony from forensic entomologist Dr. Neil Haskell, who analysed insect evidence photographed at the crime scene. His findings challenged the original timeline presented during the first trial. Based on blowfly egg development, Haskell concluded Edna likely died only hours before her body was discovered. That revised estimate created major problems for prosecutors. If the newer timeline proved accurate, Ruby could not have committed the murder because he had reportedly been in Lancaster, approximately 90 miles away, when the killing likely occurred. Environmental evidence also supported the revised timeline. Investigators noted that morning dew surrounding the box remained mostly undisturbed, except for the path where the box slid down the embankment. That detail suggested the body had been placed there shortly before discovery, rather than sitting overnight. Meanwhile, Lee Macer changed her previous testimony. She admitted lying during the first trial when providing an alibi for Ruby. According to her later statement, fear motivated her dishonesty. Faced with conflicting timelines, new DNA evidence, and recanted testimony, the jury acquitted Donald Ruby during the second trial. After years in prison, he walked free. The acquittal left the case in limbo. Although Ruby had once been considered the definitive killer, investigators now had to reconsider nearly every aspect of the case. Most importantly, authorities still did not know who the 3 unidentified men connected to the DNA evidence were. As the years passed, the case attracted renewed public attention through television coverage, including an episode of the crime documentary series Forensic Files in 2003. Despite increased exposure, no arrests followed. Decades later, investigators continued pursuing new forensic methods in hopes modern science could succeed where earlier investigations failed. Corporal Kyle Tobin explained that advances in genetic genealogy offered promising possibilities. Another potentially important development emerged when a witness came forward years after the murder. The individual told police that around the time of Edna's death, a co-worker invited him to a gathering involving 2 other men and a woman they had recently met. Feeling uncomfortable, the witness declined. The following day, the witness arrived at the co-worker's property for a concrete job and noticed something unsettling. The co-worker had been cleaning a saw covered with red liquid. Edna's son said, quote, "The next day he showed up at that person's place where they were going to do some concrete work together, and that person was cleaning his concrete saw, and there was red liquid there that might have been grease, might have been blood." Investigators later added the information to the active case file and began examining whether any connection existed between those men and the unidentified DNA evidence recovered from Edna's remains. Despite decades of investigation, the murder of Edna Posey remained unsolved. Her killer, or killers, have never been identified. The missing portions of her body were never found, and many questions surrounding the crime continued haunting both investigators and surviving family members. For Randy, the pain never disappeared. He said, quote, "The day I learned of her death, I didn't believe it." His mother had spent her final months trying to recover, save money, and build a future where she could bring her son home again. Instead, her life ended violently beside a quiet Pennsylvania river, leaving behind one of the state's most disturbing cold cases. Over 4 decades later, the silence surrounding Edna Posey's death remains unbroken. The peaceful banks of the Juniata River conceal a mystery that investigators still hope modern science can finally solve. The forest can be a serene sanctuary of solitude, with sunlight peeking through the pines and birds chirping in the canopy above. However, it can also be a place of unsettling isolation, disorientation, and uneasiness. Located southeast of Paris, in Seine-et-Marne, France, sits the Fontainebleau Forest. The former royal hunting estate covers 25,000 hectares and is popular with rock climbers, hikers, and nature enthusiasts. Notable attractions include observation towers, chapels, memorials, belvederes, medieval remains, and fountains. The forest was also inspiration for various works of renowned artists, such as Claude Monet and Auguste Renoir. The Château de Fontainebleau lies nearby and was the autumn residence of many French monarchs, including Napoleon and the Sun King, Louis XIV. Gilles Naudet was a 25-year-old cashier, and his fiancée, Anne-Sophie Van Damme, also 25, was a social worker and the daughter of René Van Damme, the mayor of Voisin-le-Bretonneux. Together with their Pyrenean shepherd dog, Dundee, they travelled to the Fontainebleau forest on the 31st of October 1988, both Halloween and All Saints' Eve. The couple had stayed at a holiday home in Bois-le-Roi, which belonged to Gilles' parents. That morning, Anne-Sophie and Gilles decided to make the most of the autumn sunshine and travel to the forest for a walk and picnic. They parked their Peugeot 304 in a car park on the main road, and the trio began their trek on the GR11 trail. This was their last known movements. Dusk soon enveloped the forest to welcome the night, and the couple failed to attend a prearranged dinner with friends in Paris. Their loved ones became anxious of their whereabouts, and according to journalist Christian Port, Gilles's mother, quote, had a feeling something serious had happened. 2 days passed, and there were still no signs of Gilles, Anne-Sophie, or Dundee. On the 2nd of November, a search party of approximately 200 people was formed. They scoured the area, mainly focusing on the GR11 trail. However, there was no evidence to indicate what had happened. The couple's Peugeot remained untouched in the car park, offering no clues. A further 48 hours went by, and 600 individuals joined the search, including horsemen, motorcyclists, divers, members of the gendarmerie and military, along with sniffer dogs, as well as helicopters and the Republican Guard. The Naudet and Van Damme families anxiously waited for news. However, nothing was found. Their disappearance was a complete enigma. The couple were planning their wedding and had recently welcomed their dog, Dundee, into their family. There was no evidence pointing to an intentional vanishing. Sadly, Christmas arrived without their children returning home. On the 10th of January 1989, at approximately 2 p.m, along the trail on the Plateau de la Mare-aux-Joncs, not far from the car park, hunting dogs alerted their owners of a white shoe protruding from a human leg, buried in a pile of branches. Gendarme and game wardens swiftly attended the scene to investigate. Beneath the branches were the bodies of a man and a dog. Nearby, the body of a woman was also found. The clothes matched what the couple were last known to have been wearing, and it was soon confirmed that the bodies were those of Gilles Naudet, Anne-Sophie Van Damme, and Dundee. They had all been shot. Anne-Sophie was shot at point-blank range in the neck, head, and finger, suggesting she had tried to defend herself. Gilles was also shot at point-blank range, once in the shoulder, once in the neck, and thrice in the head. Dundee was struck by shots to the shoulder and chest. A blue anorak, 2 teeth, a pullover sleeve, and 10 .22 caliber shell casings were recovered in the surrounding terrain. It was never determined who the teeth belonged to, and Gilles's mother was puzzled by the fact that her son's anorak was in immaculate condition, describing how it looked as if it had been thoroughly cleaned. The owner of the pullover was never established. The medical examiner assigned to the case concluded that the bodies had been placed beneath the branches more recently, as the lack of decomposition and animal scavenging suggested they had not been there since the 31st of October. Furthermore, ferns and heather which had been laid on top of the bodies were likely picked just over a week prior to the discovery. It was believed that the bodies had been moved and stored elsewhere for a time before being placed in the undergrowth. Ballistics analysis pointed towards there having been 2 shooters, and the weapons used were .22 caliber long rifles. Furthermore, 2 of the shell casings were marked with the letter R. It is worth noting that the 31st of October is the first day of hunting season. Therefore, it was theorised that perhaps the trio were killed in a hunting accident, which was subsequently covered up by the perpetrators. Hunters on the path that day were interviewed and their weapons inspected by authorities. Other visitors who traversed the trail were also questioned. However, there were no reports of any suspicious activity. Since several gunshots were fired, it seemed strange that nobody had heard them. However, since it was opening day of hunting season, perhaps visitors thought nothing of it. Another theory which was explored was the possibility of mistaken identity. Gilles Naudet apparently had a strong resemblance to Allah Mubarak, the son of the Egyptian president. Mubarak also owned a property near the Naudets' home. A forester's lodge with a notably clean basement was searched, and an incarcerated truck driver allegedly confessed to the triple murder. However, further investigations proved fruitless. In total, the gendarmerie, quote, interrogated 1,500 suspects and tested 1,600 guns. Detective Sergeant Dominique Bellinger stated, quote, "We just couldn't get this murder out of our minds. It became an obsession." In 1999, authorities arrested Cédric Mabille, a criminology student at Montpellier University who had a strong interest in guns and camouflage. Cédric, who had studied weaponry in Belgium prior to attending Montpellier University, allegedly confessed to the murders of Gilles, Anne-Sophie and Dundee, further implicating his father and a friend in the crime. Cédric would have been 17 years old at the time. A witness told the authorities that on one occasion, Cédric, who had been wearing battle attire and carrying a hunting knife, attacked him after accusing him of hunting on his private land. The pair scuffled, ultimately concluding in Cédric being overpowered by a karate expert. Although the incident was reported to the authorities, no link was made to the murder case, which was penned by the media as the Fontainebleau fiancé murders. It was reportedly Cédric's grandmother who had called the police, explaining how he used to go on hunting expeditions with his father and also owned a .22 caliber long rifle, the exact model used in the murders. Cédric gave authorities 4 different versions of events and recanted his confession, claiming he had been coerced into admitting his involvement. Although he went on trial in November 2001, his father and friend were dismissed. No concrete evidence could back up any of the statements given, and furthermore, the rifle had been filed down and couldn't be conclusively linked to the crime. The jury ultimately acquitted Cédric of any wrongdoing due to reasonable doubt. Anne-Sophie's mother, Jacqueline Van Damme, stated, quote, "How can people like that go on calmly living? Our children seem to have been murdered for nothing." Gilles' father, Jules Naudet, said, quote, "What's important is to know why. It must be some crazy reason." Many refused to return to Fontainebleau Forest following the murders, afraid of the killers hiding in plain sight. There were many unanswered questions. The autopsy was unclear about the specific times of death, therefore it left many possibilities. Had they been kept in a hunter's lodge for months before being abandoned in the forest? Who had intentionally obscured the bodies with freshly picked vegetation? If the killers had returned to the scene, why did they not dispose of the shell casings and other evidence discarded in the forest? Since the bodies were found close to where the couple had parked, how is it possible that they were missed in multiple prior searches? Was Dundee mistaken to be a wild animal and shot, causing a dispute between the couple and the killers? Were their deaths intentional or accidental? Ultimately, authorities were left with a pile of bizarre clues and theories that did not make much sense. Lacking leads, the Fontainebleau case was officially closed in 2011 due to France's statute of limitations. Although the case has legally concluded, loved ones of Gilles and Anne-Sophie continue to hope for answers and justice.
35-year-old Rika Tuefslund Karlsson had lived in the Grenland region of Norway for approximately 11 years before she mysteriously disappeared in July of 2025. She was known by many people in the area because she had worked as a waitress at several restaurants throughout Grenland and Skien. Friends and relatives described her as a warm and cheerful person. Her father, Jan Erik, spoke publicly about their relationship and described his daughter as affectionate and energetic, saying she loved hugging him and joking around. According to her family, there was nothing unusual about her behaviour in the days leading up to her disappearance. Her father explained that he had spoken to Rika on the phone a few days before she vanished, and that conversation had seemed completely normal. One detail that later became important in understanding the timeline of the case was Rika's habit of occasionally isolating herself from others. Family members explained that she sometimes preferred spending time alone and would even go camping for several days at a time without contacting anyone. Because this behaviour was already familiar to those closest to her, her disappearance did not immediately raise concern. This fact would later lead to questions from the public about why she was not reported missing sooner, though her family repeatedly defended their decision by explaining that periods without contact were not unusual for her. The last confirmed sighting of Rika was on the 27th of July 2025. According to police information, she was last seen at the Rima 1000 grocery store in Myuu, Skien. This sighting would later become one of the few definite points investigators could rely on. After that date, no verified signs of life were found. There were no confirmed phone calls, social media activity, or financial transactions connected to her. During the weeks that followed, family members attempted to contact her repeatedly. They phoned her, visited her apartment in Santukvajen, and checked locations where she might have stayed. However, they received no response. Her mailbox remained full and untouched, which eventually increased concern among relatives and friends that something might have happened to her. Although they initially believed she might simply be spending time on her own, the absence stretched far beyond what had previously been normal. By October 2025, after nearly 3 months without contact, the family officially reported Rika missing to the police. According to her sister, Karin Tuefslund, the decision came only after extensive attempts by both family and friends to locate her independently had failed. Karin later explained publicly that the family had done everything they could before involving the authorities, and that outsiders did not fully understand the context of Rika's past behaviour. Nevertheless, once police became involved, the case quickly developed into a serious missing persons investigation. Police Inspector Odd Sky Kostveit of the South East Police District became one of the main public voices associated with the case. Investigators began mapping Rika's known movements and retracing her last confirmed activities. However, authorities admitted early in the investigation that they had very little reliable information to work with after the July sighting at Rima 1000. Search operations were organised in areas near her home. Police used dogs and drones to search Forest's land towards Jeiterigen, close to Santukvajen, where she had lived. Witnesses, acquaintances, and individuals who may have crossed paths with her were also interviewed. Despite these efforts, however, investigators struggled with the quality of the information they received. Many of the reported sightings could not be verified, and police explained that uncertain observations made it difficult to establish a clear timeline after late July. As the investigation continued, police publicly discussed several possible explanations for Rika's disappearance. Authorities stated that they were considering 4 main hypotheses: that she had disappeared voluntarily, that she had suffered an accident, that she had taken her own life, or that she had been victim of a criminal act. Importantly, investigators repeatedly emphasised that they lacked evidence strong enough to support any single theory. This uncertainty became one of the defining features of the case. At the same time, the disappearance attracted growing media attention within Norway itself. News outlets in Telemark and across the country covered the story extensively, often focusing on the emotional impact the uncertainty had on Rika's family. Her sister, Karin, spoke openly about the stress and fear caused by months without any answers. She explained that the family lived in constant uncertainty, not knowing whether Rika was alive, injured, hiding voluntarily, or the victim of foul play. The family also took their own steps to keep public attention on the case. Karin created a website called riketips.no, where members of the public could submit information anonymously. The family hoped that someone who had seen or spoken to Rika might eventually provide the missing clue investigators needed. Public appeals repeatedly encouraged people with information, no matter how big or small, to contact police through the Norwegian emergency number 02800 or through the website. By December of 2025, almost 5 months after Rika vanished, the case escalated further when police confirmed that she was now wanted internationally through a European missing persons alert. Police Inspector Kostveit stated that no significant new tips had been received, despite media attention and extensive work. Around the same time, the case was featured on the Norwegian television programme Osted Norge. The episode, titled Rika Disappeared Without a Trace, introduced the case to a much larger national audience. The programme focused on the timeline of her disappearance, the police investigation, and the emotional experiences of her family. Interviews with Karin and Jan Erik presented a picture of a family exhausted by uncertainty, but still holding on to hope that Rika would eventually return. The programme also highlighted the difficulties investigators faced because of the delayed missing persons report. Police explained that search operations are usually based around a recent last seen point, but in Rika's case, several months had already passed before formal investigations began. This significantly complicated attempts to locate physical evidence or establish accurate witness timelines. Authorities compared the case to other recent missing persons incidents in Telemark, where police had been able to launch immediate large-scale search operations because reports were filed much sooner. Despite these challenges, the investigation continued into 2026. Then in January, a major development brought new public attention to the case. Rika's name appeared in a court judgment involving a 39-year-old man who had some form of relationship or connection to her. According to reports, the man had been charged with several offences connected to Rika before her disappearance. These allegations included stabbing her in the foot approximately 4 weeks before she vanished, displaying threatening or frightening behaviour towards her, and violating a 24-hour restraining order. The revelations immediately increased speculation surrounding her disappearance. However, prosecutors later explained that the man was acquitted of the charges directly involving Rika because her testimony was central to the case, and she could not be interviewed due to her disappearance. Police prosecutor Kjetil Langbass stated that without her explanation, there was insufficient evidence to proceed successfully with those particular charges. Although the man was acquitted regarding offences connected to Rika, he was convicted in the same court case for falsely imprisoning another male individual. This further intensified public interest and media scrutiny. Nevertheless, police were careful in their public statements. Inspector Kostveit clarified that the man was not officially considered a suspect in Rika's disappearance. Instead, police described him as an interesting person or a person of interest who had been interviewed as a witness during the investigation. As media coverage expanded, more details emerged about the lack of evidence in the case. According to both the police and family members, investigators had found no meaningful digital traces connected to Rika after July of 2025. There has been no activity on her bank accounts, no social media use, and no confirmed communications. In modern missing person investigations, digital activity often provides important clues about movements and behaviour, so the complete absence of such traces became especially concerning. The family continued making public appeals throughout early 2026. Interviews often focused on the emotional strain caused by not knowing what happened to Rika. Jan Erik, her father, explains that constantly imagining possible scenarios had become psychologically exhausting for him and his family. Karine, her sister, similarly described living in fear while still trying to maintain hope that someone would eventually provide information leading to answers. Another development in the case involved online speculation surrounding photographs uploaded to Google in August of 2025. Some individuals believed the woman in the photos resembled Rika, creating temporary hope that she may have been seen alive after the confirmed sighting in July. However, this speculation was later resolved when the woman in the photographs came forward herself and confirmed that she was not Rika. The clarification removed what had briefly appeared to be one of the few potential post-July leads in the investigation. Throughout the investigation, police repeatedly emphasised the importance of public assistance. Because technical evidence and digital records had produced few answers, authorities increasingly relied on the possibility that witnesses or acquaintances might eventually remember something important. Investigators maintained that all theories remained open due to the lack of definitive evidence supporting any one explanation. Descriptions of Rika were regularly circulated to aid recognition. She was described as having a slim build, dark blonde curly hair and green eyes. Distinctive tattoos included the name Moonin, written in black, and red runic-style text alongside a black crow tattoo on her left forearm, as well as a skull tattoo on her right forearm. These details were intended to help the public identify her if she had been seen elsewhere, in Norway or abroad. The disappearance of Rika Tuefslund Karlsson illustrates the difficulties involved in missing persons investigations, where there is little physical or digital evidence to follow. Her case also highlights the emotional toll and prolonged uncertainty placed on families. Unlike cases where there is clear evidence of either voluntary disappearance or criminal involvement, Rika's disappearance remains defined by unanswered questions and all possibilities. As of 2026, no confirmed evidence has established what happened to Rika after she was last seen in Skien on the 27th of July 2025. Police investigations remain ongoing, and her family continues to hope that new information will eventually emerge. Despite the passage of time, the case remains active in Norway, with authorities and her family still urging anyone who may possess even the smallest piece of information to come forward.
The year 1888 unfolded like a tale caught between progress and unease. A world racing forward with invention, yet shadowed by unrest and mystery. In London, the chilling crimes of Jack the Ripper gripped public imagination and fear, while across the Atlantic, the Great Blizzard of 1888 brought entire cities to a standstill. The first Kodak camera was introduced, transforming photography into something accessible to ordinary people, even as cities swelled and tensions simmered beneath the surface of a rapidly changing world. Yet, far from the gaslit streets of Europe, beyond the reach of order and industry, another, more unsettling story, one rooted in the lawless expanse of the American frontier, where justice was uncertain, violence was intimate, and a disturbing tale of crime in the Wild West was about to come to a grisly end. In the early 1870s, the country had already been shaken by a horror that seemed almost too grim to be real. In Kansas, the infamous Bloody Benders made headlines for a string of chilling disappearances along the Osage Trail. Posing as a welcoming family running a small inn and general store, they lured unsuspecting travelers inside, only for those guests to never be seen again. It was later uncovered that the Benders had been murdering their victims for money, disposing of the bodies in shallow graves on their property. By the time suspicions turned into action, the family had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of brutality that haunted the frontier for years. Yet, even as the legend of the Benders spread, another lesser-known story began to stir unease. The tale of the Kelly family did not carry the same immediate notoriety, but it seeped into communities with a quieter, more insidious dread. Whispers of violence, suspicion, and unexplained events clung to the Kelly name, unsettling those who heard it. While details were often fragmented, passed from town to town more as rumour than record, the fear they inspired was very real, sending ripples across the country and reinforcing a chilling truth of the time, that danger did not always announce itself with headlines, but could grow quietly in the shadows of ordinary lives. In 1869, William Kelly led his family away from the rugged hills of Pennsylvania, drawn by the promise of opportunity further west. For several years, they moved along the southern frontier, searching for land that felt worth claiming. Their journey eventually brought them to the untamed stretch known as No Man's Land, a remote and largely ungoverned area that would later become the Oklahoma Panhandle. There, about 25 miles from the small settlement of Beaver, the Kelly family established a homestead. At first, they made their living through cattle work, blending in with the hardened ranchers who defined life on the frontier. Before long, they expanded their efforts by opening a modest roadside tavern, offering weary cowboys and travelers a place to eat, rest, and take shelter. To anyone passing through, the Kellys, comprising of 55-year-old patriarch William, his wife Kate, and their children, 20-year-old son Billy and 18-year-old daughter Kit, seemed like nothing more than a struggling frontier family. Uneducated, hard-working, and entirely ordinary. They kept to themselves, raising no suspicion among neighbours or visitors. Whatever truths lay hidden within their home remained carefully concealed behind an outward appearance of simplicity and routine. Between the late summer and early winter of 1887, an unsettling pattern began to emerge. Several individuals who had passed through the Kellys' property were never seen again, their disappearances raising quiet but growing concern. Then, just as abruptly as the unease had begun to build, the family vanished, leaving their tavern and homestead deserted without explanation. Not long after their sudden departure, S.T. Gregg, a lone traveller from St. Louis, arrived at the abandoned stop, unaware of the strange events that had recently unfolded there. Gregg recognised the tavern, recalling a stay there only weeks earlier with two companions. At the time, nothing had seemed amiss. He later remarked in a local paper that they had been welcomed without incident and noticed no hint of wrongdoing. With the family gone, however, the truth surfaced in a far darker form. Beneath the floor, a hidden trapdoor led to a cellar where 3 bodies were discovered, at least 2 so badly decomposed they could not be identified. The horror did not end there. Across the road, beneath the stable, 8 more victims, both men and women, were unearthed, alongside a rusted axe still bearing traces of flesh. Many of the dead appeared to have suffered fatal blows to the head, and while time had obscured most identities, some were believed to be well-to-do travellers based on their clothing. In a chilling echo of the Bloody Benders, the killings were thought to follow a calculated method. In time, the pattern behind the killings came into focus. Travellers who stopped at the Kelly's tavern were quietly assessed to determine whether they carried money or valuables. If they seemed worth targeting, one of the family, usually William, Bill, or occasionally Kit, would keep them occupied with friendly conversation, while Kate moved about preparing food and maintaining the illusion of hospitality. All the while, the unsuspecting guest would be seated in a carefully chosen spot directly above a concealed trapdoor. At a subtle signal, the mechanism would be triggered, sending the victim crashing into the space below. Some died from the fall itself. Others, injured and helpless, were later finished off with an axe. The entire process was calculated, efficient, and chillingly routine, hidden beneath the appearance of an ordinary roadside stop. While most of the remains had deteriorated beyond recognition, a few victims were identified through what they wore. Among them were Jim Coven, a cattleman whose work spanned the region and into Texas, J.T. Taylor, a well-to-do travelling salesman from Chicago who had been reported missing, and a merchant known only as Johnson, also from Texas. News of the gruesome find spread quickly, and on January 4th, 1888, word soon arrived from Beaver that the entire Kelly family had been seen passing through just days earlier, heading in the direction of New Mexico. Witnesses noted they were travelling with several horses and seemed unusually well supplied with cash. In response, a posse of around 20 men was formed, determined to track them down. Following the trail to Palo Duro Creek, it became clear the family had altered their course towards Wheeler. After some time, the pursuers finally closed the distance, sparking a tense chase that would stretch on for hours. In the chaos of the pursuit, Kate Kelly's horse stumbled, throwing her violently to the ground and breaking her neck. She was left where she fell, while the chase pressed on. Not long after, the vigilantes caught up with Bill and Kit, though William Kelly managed to break away and flee. Once captured, Kit begged desperately for her life, only to be rebuked by her brother, who insisted she was just as responsible for the bloodshed as he was. The posse wasted little time. Ropes were found, and the pair were led to a nearby tree to face their fate. In their final moments, Kit quietly asked if she could reveal everything, but Bill responded with defiance, urging their captors to uncover the truth themselves. Moments later, the siblings were hanged from a nearby tree. The hunt then turned to William. His escape was short-lived, betrayed by the distinct tracks of his horse, which was shod only at the front. The posse eventually overtook him, and after a brief exchange of gunfire, he surrendered. Surrounded and outnumbered, he was given a chance to confess. He spoke at length about the family's past, attempting to distance himself from the murders and claiming their move towards Texas had been an effort to escape suspicion. The men in the posse were unconvinced. In a brutal attempt to force the truth, they briefly hanged him before cutting him down and demanding honesty. This time, he broke. William admitted that every member of the family had been involved, revealed where the stolen money was hidden, and confessed to the murders of 9 men and 2 women. Stripped of his possessions, including a gold watch once owned by J.T. Taylor, he was left to die, bringing a grim end to one of the frontier's most chilling and lesser-known tales. What began as an unremarkable roadside tavern was revealed to be the centre of a calculated series of killings that only came to an end once suspicion turned into action. Though the Kelly family's fate was ultimately sealed by those who pursued them, the story remains one of the more unsettling episodes linked to the wider pattern of frontier violence, standing alongside cases like the Bloody Benders in the darker corners of American history. Le Grand Hotel was located at number 6 Rue de Dachery in Saint-Quentin in northern France. The 4-star hotel opened in 1954 and was known to be the most prestigious hotel in the city. In the late 1990s, the hotel's reputation was overshadowed by a chilling crime which captured the nation's attention. Dawn broke on the 20th of January 1997, the streets abuzz with the usual hustle and bustle. 2 employees arrived at Le Grand Hotel, but were puzzled at the fact that all of the doors to the hotel were locked. They attempted to call the manager, however they were met with nothing but silence. Employees at a hotel nearby, which had the same owner as Le Grand Hotel, offered a pass, which aided the duo in accessing the hotel through another entrance. Upon stepping into the premises, a sense of dread washed over them. The hotel was dark and eerily silent. There were no signs of any of the employees that were supposed to be on shift that morning. Manager Leo Rupios, his partner and co-manager Giselle Kunzler, bellboy Philippe Bertrand, and receptionist Michelle Fabry. The 2 employees went to Leo's office in room 101, and upon opening the door, made a chilling discovery. Leo and Giselle lay beside each other, having both suffered several blows to the head. Reports also stated that the couple had been stabbed. A note taking responsibility for the murders was found on each of their backs. Police were notified and quickly arrived on the scene. It was determined that another member of staff was strangely absent. The 62-year-old concierge and night watchman, Jean-Baptiste Hennequin. Authorities combed the premises in hopes of finding the concierge, receptionist, and bellboy. Meanwhile, firefighters were called to an apartment on Rue de l'Est. The property was in a state of disarray, and it was clear that a fire had been started deliberately. The apartment belonged to the missing night watchman, Jean-Baptiste Hennequin. In the basement of Le Grand Hotel, police were relieved to find the bellboy, Philippe Bertrand, alive. He had been locked in after being lured under false pretenses, believing there to have been a water leak. Philippe told the authorities that it was the concierge, Jean-Baptiste Hennequin, who had directed him there, threatened him with a gun, and confessed that he had murdered Leo and Giselle, as well as Michelle Fabry, the receptionist. With Philippe's aid, Michelle's body was discovered in the wine cellar. She had been beaten and shot. It was determined that Michelle and co-manager Giselle had both been shot below the left ear and were beaten with a hatchet. The manager, Leo Rupios, had been beaten 5 times with the hatchet. However, there was no evidence of him having been shot. It was found that the night watchman had taken the hotel's earnings and had left a note at the reception desk, which stated that the receptionist had left her post permanently. Jean-Baptiste Hennequin had an unremarkable but respectful relationship with Leo, but disliked Giselle and Michelle. Despite their best efforts, Jean-Baptiste was nowhere to be found. On the 29th of January, Michelle's Volkswagen Polo was found abandoned on a street in the Gare district in Amiens. It was strongly suspected that Jean-Baptiste had stolen the vehicle and then boarded a train as a means of escape. Police were following 2 possible theories. Jean-Baptiste either travelled to the United Kingdom as he was fluent in English and knew the country well, or he went to Paris. With the murderer on the run, an international warrant was issued for his arrest. Weeks turned into months, and unfortunately there was no sign of Jean-Baptiste. It wasn't until the 22nd of May when there was finally a breakthrough in the case. Police at Saint-Denis received a phone call from the manager of the Hotel La Nouvelle France on the 10th arrondissement in Paris, who reported a theft of the hotel's takings. The manager believed a guest was the perpetrator. The guest was named as Monsieur Jean Dampierre, and upon searching his room, discovered a sawed-off .22 caliber semi-automatic long rifle. Among his possessions were also boxes of ammunition and newspaper articles, the contents of which were exclusively in regards to the murders at Le Grand Hotel in Saint-Quentin. Monsieur Dampierre explained that the shotgun and ammunition were purchased for his own safety after allegedly having been attacked a few weeks prior. However, police were unconvinced. Authorities seized the man's orange card, a travel pass which confirmed his true identity: Jean-Baptiste Hennequin, a fugitive wanted for the triple murder at Le Grand Hotel. On the 23rd of May, he was remanded in custody and subsequently imprisoned. His trial began in June of 1999 in Laon. Jean-Baptiste's family did not attend the trial, and furthermore, he refused to talk about his past, and specifically his childhood. He was described as a loner and authoritarian who did not react well to criticism. He was known to have ended his own job contracts and had a strong dislike of people in a higher job position than himself. In contrast, his colleagues described him as warm, pleasant, intelligent, and a cultured individual. Throughout the trial, it was revealed that Jean-Baptiste had a criminal past. In 1967, he had been arrested for the attempted murder of his wife and spent 3 years in prison. Once again, in 1985, he was found guilty of a shooting in Bois de Boulogne and was sentenced to a further 3 years in jail. The victim lost an eye in the attack. In the second day of the trial, Jean-Baptiste told his version of events of what transpired during the night of the 19th into the morning of the 20th of January. He arrived for his shift at midnight with a hatchet and shotgun. He forced his way into room 101, where he disrupted the resting managers Leo and Giselle. Leo refused to talk with him, which resulted in Jean-Baptiste attacking him with the hatchet. Giselle, meanwhile, darted to the bathroom for safety. However, Jean-Baptiste dragged her away and shot her, striking her with the hatchet afterwards. The killer then descended to the reception, where he wrote the notes which he left on the victims' backs. At 7 a.m, Michelle Fabry arrived for her shift on reception. Like the bellboy Philippe had told police, Jean-Baptiste told her there was a water leak in the basement. He guided her there before shooting her and beating her with the hatchet after seeing that, quote, she was still moving. He abandoned her body in the wine cellar, then nonchalantly served breakfast to the guests. Following breakfast service, he stole Michelle's Volkswagen and fled. He claimed that he killed Leo because he, quote, always refused to talk. He made it clear that he hated bosses or people generally in a higher position than him, and he felt that Leo was pushing him into an unwanted retirement. He said he did not feel valued at his workplace, and his intense hatred for the managers and his colleagues drove him to commit the murders. On the 18th of June 1999, a verdict was reached. Jean-Baptiste Hennequin was found guilty of the triple murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, with a minimum sentence of 22 years. He appealed to the court, however, it was unsuccessful. He reportedly died in 2024. Le Grand Hotel de San Quentin never recovered from the haunting murders that took place there. For years, occupancy of the rooms plummeted below 50% capacity, and in the autumn of 2019, the hotel closed its doors permanently. At 3 a.m. on the 22nd of September 1994, fishermen from the port of Saint-Guenolé, Finistère in Brittany, France, travelled along the coastal route of Guilvinec. They had abandoned their trip to sea due to their boat being damaged. Approaching the hamlet of Poulegan, they noticed a fire furiously burning above the abandoned Rafalin fish cannery in Penmark. They alerted the authorities, who swiftly arrived at the scene. A Seat Ibiza had been purposefully set ablaze. Firefighters extinguished the fire and made a disturbing discovery. The charred remains of a woman was found in the trunk of the car. Identifying her proved tricky at first, as her teeth had been destroyed from the intense heat. However, after running the vehicle's license plate through a database, it was quickly determined that the woman was the owner of the Seat. She was 40-year-old insurance agent Marie-Michelle Calvez, who resided in a house she inherited from her parents in Plonnier-Lonverne. Marie was said to have had an uneventful, ordinary life and was well known in the local area, especially within the fishing community, as she often sold insurance policies to sailors. She had also been in a relationship with Dr. Michel COAG for 9 months. One source suggested that Marie and Michelle's relationship wasn't as straightforward as first thought, with rumours circulating that they were engaged in an affair. Marie had a close relationship with her sister, Catherine, and the pair were often in contact during the week and regularly spent time together at weekends. However, since entering her relationship with Michelle, Marie had started seeing her sister less. Among the ashes, police recovered wooden wedges soaked in fuel and wrapped in fabric, suggesting that the fire had been deliberately lit. The autopsy concluded that Marie was deceased by the time the fire was ignited. On the 21st of September, Marie and Michelle were scheduled to have a date at an artist studio at 8 p.m. She returned home at 7:30 p.m. to change her clothes. However, according to Michelle, Marie failed to appear. He then reportedly went home, not worried about Marie's whereabouts. Authorities were suspicious of Dr. Michel and took him into custody. However, he was released as there was no evidence that incriminated him. When police arrived at the scene of the fire, they had noticed a car quickly turning around and speeding away from the area. They managed to successfully identify the group in the vehicle as intoxicated fishermen who had no involvement in the case. A childhood friend and neighbour of Marie's, known as Max, was questioned and considered a suspect. Although the nature of their relationship was not completely clear, they spent Sunday evenings sharing pizza in each other's company. There were rumours that Max was deeply in love with Marie, almost to the point of infatuation. He was reportedly appointed a pallbearer at Marie's funeral. However, for reasons unknown, he did not attend the service. When first questioned, Max stated that he had seen Marie at 7:30 p.m. on the 21st, approximately the time she returned home, and approached her as she parked her car. This would have made Max the final person to see Marie alive. After being taken into custody, Max suffered an epileptic seizure and repeated the phrase, quote, "I didn't mean to." Le Monde reported that he also said, quote, "I am not a monster. I just held her back. I was not violent." When questioned again, he changed his version of events and claimed he had not seen Marie since 3 days prior to her murder. It was theorised that Max was unhappy upon learning the news that Marie was in a relationship with Dr. Michel. It was thought possible that, following Marie's rejection, he fell into a jealous rage and killed her, though it is up for debate whether it could have been intentional or accidental. Despite this theory, there is no evidence to indicate Max's involvement in the crime, and he was presumed innocent. Max passed away in 2022. In 1996, 2 years after Marie's death, a newly appointed judge ordered a thorough search of Marie's home. Traces of blood were found in the entrance hall. A second search was conducted in 1998, where more evidence was collected from the cellar, which strongly suggested that Marie had been dismembered there. Pieces of wood similar to those found in the charred car seat, a jerry can of gasoline, and a piece of fabric with male DNA evidence was also found in the cellar. It is unclear whether the cellar was searched in the initial investigation. That same year, Marie's family appealed to the public for information, offering a 300,000 franc reward, the equivalent of 35,000 Great British pounds or 58,000 US dollars at the time. Numerous calls came in. However, the tips provided ultimately led nowhere. Marie's loved ones are convinced that the person responsible was someone in Marie's social circle. There were theories of a serial killer in Brittany, but once again, there was no evidence to support these claims. The Nanterre Cold Case Unit acquired the case in December of 2022, much to the delight of Marie's sister, Catherine. She said, quote, "I hope the Nanterre team will conduct further analyses. There are surely things that can be done. Re-examining the case file would also be beneficial, offering a fresh perspective. I await their responses." Sadly, Catherine passed away shortly afterwards, never knowing the truth about her sister's death. Didier Seban, the Calvez family lawyer, remains hopeful that modern advancements in forensic science will crack the case. He stated, quote, "The evidence should be re-examined to ensure that all avenues have been explored. This could potentially reopen the investigation. Several hypotheses remain open and have not been ruled out." The case is undoubtedly a peculiar mystery. It is not known who took Marie's life or why. Was the perpetrator someone she knew, or was she the victim of a complete stranger? For a woman who was universally adored by those around her, what reasons could there be for someone to take her life so mercilessly? The statements made by Dr. Michel and Max can certainly be interpreted as suspicious, but ultimately there was no proof to suggest that either of the men were involved. Evidence pointed to Marie being brutally attacked in her home, then being driven to the abandoned fish cannery before being set alight, yet there were no reports of any disturbance in the area. The haunting case remains open yet unsolved, her family and friends holding on to the hope that one day there will be a breakthrough.
The death of Lieutenant Hubert George Hugh Chevis in June 1931 remains one of the most unusual and perplexing unsolved poisoning cases in British history. What began as an ordinary evening in a military bungalow quickly turned into a baffling mystery involving lethal poison, missing evidence, and strange communications from an unknown individual. Hubert George Chevis was born on September the 21st, 1902 in Rawalpindi in British India, modern-day Pakistan, into a prominent and well-connected family. His father, Sir William Chevis, served in the Indian Civil Service and later became a judge of the High Court in India. Chevis spent the early years of his life in India before being sent to England for his education. He attended Charterhouse School in Surrey, a prestigious institution, and later entered the Royal Military Academy in Woolwich. Upon graduating in August of 1923, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Royal Artillery. By 1931, Chevis had built a respectable military career and was serving as an instructor at the Aldershot training camp in Hampshire. He was described as sociable, well-liked, and without known enemies. His personal life also appeared stable. In December of 1930, he married Frances Rollison, a wealthy heiress who had previously been married to Major George Thompson Trevelyan Jackson, a veterinary officer. Frances had 3 children from her first marriage and possessed significant independent wealth, meaning that her marriage to Chevis was not financially motivated. By all outward appearances, the couple were happy during their brief marriage. The events that led to Chevis's death began on the 20th of June 1931 at their bungalow at Blackdown Camp near Aldershot. Earlier that afternoon, the couple entertained friends with cocktails, suggesting a normal and relaxed atmosphere. That evening, they planned to attend a military tattoo, so they arranged to have dinner earlier than usual. Their meal was prepared by their cook, Ellen Yeomans, and served by their batman, Gunner Nicholas Bulger. Dinner began without incident. The first course consisted of fish, which both 28-year-old Chevis and his wife ate without complaint. The main course, however, would prove fatal. The couple had ordered 2 Manchurian partridges from a local supplier. These birds had been delivered earlier in the day and stored in a meat safe outside the bungalow, which was reportedly unlocked. When the partridges were served, Mrs. Chevis carved them at the sideboard, giving her husband the larger bird. After taking only a few mouthfuls, however, Chevis immediately complained about the taste, describing it as extremely unpleasant. He called the batman back into the room and ordered that the bird be removed and destroyed, instructing that even the dog should not be allowed to eat its contents. His wife tasted a small portion and agreed that it had a bitter and unpleasant flavour, although she described her own bird as less offensive. Following these instructions, the batman removed both partridges to the kitchen. The cook, Ellen Yeomans, then burned the remains in the fire. At the time, this seemed a reasonable precaution, but it later proved to be a crucial mistake, as it destroyed the primary evidence that could have been examined. Shortly after eating the partridge, Hugh Chevis began to feel unwell. His symptoms developed rapidly and were severe. He experienced muscle spasms, stiffness, and violent convulsions. A physician was called, initially suspecting food poisoning. However, as Hugh's condition worsened, it became clear that something more serious was occurring. Around the same time, Frances Chevis also became unwell, although her symptoms were less severe. Both were taken to Frimley Cottage Hospital, where doctors worked throughout the night to save Hugh's life. Despite extensive efforts, including prolonged artificial respiration, he died at 9:50 a.m. on June 21st of 1931. A post-mortem examination revealed that he had ingested approximately 2 grains of strychnine, a highly toxic substance. This amount was far above the fatal dose. Frances Chevis, who had consumed only a small amount of the food, eventually recovered. The discovery of strychnine shifted the focus of the investigation towards determining how the poison had been introduced into the meal. With the partridges already destroyed, investigators were forced to rely on indirect evidence. Analysis of other food items and cooking materials revealed traces of strychnine, suggesting that the poison had been present in or around the preparation of the dish. One theory was that the partridges had been tampered with while stored in the outdoor meat safe. Since the safe was unlocked, it would have been possible for someone to access the birds and inject them with poison. However, this raised practical concerns. The bungalow was surrounded by other residences, and the presence of a dog made it unlikely that a stranger could approach unnoticed. Another possibility was that the poison had been added during the preparation or serving of the meal. Since the partridges were placed on a sideboard and carved there by Mrs. Chevis, it had been suggested that this moment may have provided an opportunity to introduce the poison. However, there was no direct evidence to support this theory, and it remained speculative. As the investigation continued, a strange and disturbing development occurred. On the day of Hugh's funeral, his father received a telegram from Dublin, Ireland. The message simply read, rather disturbingly, "Hooray, hooray, hooray," and was signed J. Hartigan. This message was deeply unsettling to say the least, as it appeared to celebrate the death. Furthermore, Sir William Chevis's address was not publicly available, and news of the death had not yet been widely reported, suggesting that the sender may have had prior knowledge. Police attempted to trace the sender but found no record of anyone named Hartigan staying at the hotel listed on the telegram. Investigations in Ireland revealed that a man resembling the sender had purchased strychnine from a chemist several weeks earlier, but this lead did not result in identification. Additional messages attributed to J. Hartigan followed. After a newspaper published an image of the original telegram, another message was sent, questioning why it had been made public. A further postcard sent to Sir William Chevis stated that the case would never be solved. These communications added to the mystery, but did not provide any concrete evidence. Later investigations suggested that the sender may have been mentally unstable and not directly involved in the poisoning. The official inquest into Hugh Chevis's death brought forward numerous witnesses, including household staff, medical professionals, and his wife Frances. Their testimony established the sequence of events, but failed to explain how the poison had been introduced. Medical experts confirmed that the amount of strychnine involved was significant and unlikely to have been ingested accidentally. Several potential suspects were considered. Frances Chevis was an obvious person of interest as she had served the meal and was present at the time. However, no clear motive was identified. She was already wealthy, and there was no evidence of marital conflict. Her own illness, although less severe, also complicated suspicions. Her former husband, Major Jackson, was also investigated due to reports of hostility towards Hugh. However, he had a strong alibi and could not be placed near the scene. Other individuals connected to the household or the supply of the partridges were similarly unable to be linked to the poisoning. After weeks of investigation, the coroner concluded that there was insufficient evidence to determine the exact cause of Hugh Chevis's death beyond the presence of strychnine. The jury was directed to return an open verdict, meaning it could not be established whether the death was as a result of murder, accident, or another cause. In the years that followed, the case continued to attract attention and speculation. Various theories were proposed, including the possibility of an inside job or a personal grudge linked to Chevis's family background in India. The identity of J. Hartigan remained a particular point of intrigue, although no definitive connection to the poisoning was ever established. The death of Hubert Chevis remains unsolved. Despite efforts of investigators at the time, the destruction of key evidence, lack of a clear motive, and the absence of a definitive suspect have prevented any resolution. More than 90 years later, the case continues to be discussed as an example how even a seemingly straightforward poisoning case can remain unexplained, leaving behind questions that may never be answered. Annie Börjesson was an athletic, talented Swedish woman living in Scotland in late 2005. She spoke 5 different languages, played in a band, was passionate about rugby and loved Scotland. A love her family would insist she still had when her body was discovered on a beach one early December morning by a man walking his dog. At that point, she had only been in the country again for a few months, and she was trying to find a job that would allow her to stay permanently, but she still had a very active social life. She was a regular at her local rugby club. She was also physically active, taking long hikes to see historical sites and local scenery, and working out by swimming at the local swimming hall. And she had just made a phone call to her best friend the night before she was found to talk about how much she was looking forward to a party she would be going to that evening. So why did police immediately rule her death a suicide? When they arrived on the scene that morning in December 2005, the police did not call for a forensic team. No post-mortem was conducted, and the police paid no attention to her missing belongings, and yet they were confident that Annie had taken her own life. Their confidence would only become more confusing when Annie's family began investigating on their own, and they dug up some pretty troubling clues. Annie complained about a man she had met only a few times in total, but she'd met him in that week leading up to her death. This man was Martin Leslie, a rugby player from New Zealand, and she met him whilst at her local rugby club. Annie would tell friends and family that she did not like him, that he was pushy, and kept trying to get her to drink, and that in her mind he was nothing but a sexual predator, and she had made the decision that she was going to try and avoid him. We don't know how well that worked out for her though. We know that they bumped into each other again when Annie went swimming in her local swimming hall, and there were implications that Martin was stalking her, but this lead would only end up bringing more confusion to the investigation. A few days after Annie's body was found, it was discovered that the real Martin Leslie had not even been in Scotland during the dates that Annie said that she'd met him, but family and friends were convinced that Annie had said she did. He had given her so many details about his career, about his family, and other parts of his life that had led Annie to believe that she was talking to the real Martin Leslie. This discovery only continued to muddle the waters. The family were getting no help from the Scottish police, and so they took matters even further into their own hands. They started collecting as much information as they could on Annie's whereabouts and actions during her last week alive, but what they found would only lead to more questions. When trying to collect Annie's phone records, her friends and family found that any contact they had made with Annie had been deleted from her phone records, and even their own. This made no sense. Both her friends and family knew that they had made phone calls back and forth to each other during that time, but now the records showed nothing. In fact, the Scottish police would insist that Annie had not made or received any phone calls during the final 3 days she was alive. Hoping that she would find more answers, Annie's mother signed into Annie's email account to see if she could find anything there. But once again, strangely, all of Annie's emails had been deleted. This could have been it for Annie's family, but then Annie's friend, Maria, stumbled upon something that would only make this case more confusing. There was an investigative journalist based in America who wrote several critical articles about the CIA and American policies. One of her latest articles was about a US policy that actually dates back to the Reagan years, but one that became hugely important during the war on terror under George Bush. This policy allowed the administration to fly terror suspects or criminals abroad so that security forces could circumvent America's laws on torture and torturing prisoners to extract information. An incredibly important part, and perhaps the most chilling part of this policy, and the most relevant for this case, was that the British government allowed flights with these suspects and criminals on board to refuel and resupply in Britain, more importantly at Prestwick Airport in Scotland. This airport was only a mile away from where Annie was found, but what really ties this policy with Annie is the name of the journalist who wrote those articles. The journalist's name was Christina Börjesson, a coincidence that becomes even harder to ignore when you know the fact that Annie's full name was Annie Christina Börjesson. With this new information in mind, Annie's friends and family began to pressure the Scottish police even more, but the police doubled down on their theory and began to collect testimonies to prove that Annie had been struggling with her mental health. An employee at the apartments that Annie lived in reportedly said that Annie had seemed depressed in her final days, and that she had told the employee that there was something she had to do, and that this decision might just change her life. But that doesn't explain why Annie had already made an appointment for that Monday with her hairdresser back in Sweden, and it didn't explain why Annie had been spotted at Prestwick Airport on Saturday, the day before she was found dead on the beach. Just before she arrived at the airport, Annie made 2 attempts to withdraw money, but the transactions didn't go through because she didn't have enough money in her account. Investigators would speculate that she was trying to withdraw money so that she could buy her ticket back to Sweden, a speculation that would be supported by the fact that she had 2 books in her luggage that she needed to return to a library back in Sweden. But after making these 2 failed attempts to withdraw money, Annie would still go to the airport. She stayed there for less than 5 minutes before she was spotted by CCTV cameras leaving the airport through the short stay car park, which didn't make much sense as she had arrived there with public transportation and she was heading back on foot. In the footage, Annie looks angry or maybe a little frustrated, perhaps because she hadn't been able to withdraw money and go home, perhaps because she had been looking to chase up a lead and her plans had fallen through. Reenactors would actually try to replicate the footage we have of Annie, both from inside the airport to where she was filmed leaving through the car park, but they could only get from one place to another in the time that was written on the tapes by running. We also know that Annie wasn't running in the footage, which doesn't make any sense unless the footage was altered to show a different timestamp. According to these cameras, Annie left the airport around 3:15 p.m, but cameras spotted a figure on Station Road that the police believe to be Annie at 4:05 p.m. It is possible that this figure was Annie, but the police would form this idea based only on the backpack seen in the footage, and not by actually seeing her face. Just 25 minutes later, 2 men spotted a figure standing on the beach. The men say that they could not see if this figure was a man or a woman, but that the person was just standing eerily still on the beach, and it made them nervous. Not knowing what to do, the men continued their walk, but they circled back a little while later, and the figure was still standing there by the water and not moving. The police would use this statement to validate their identification of Annie Börjesson from the footage. It was the same beach that Annie was found on the next day, and they said that her behaviour would be consistent with someone contemplating taking their own life. But in order to firmly believe that this figure, both in the footage and the one spotted on the beach, were in fact Annie, both we and the police would have to ignore a second report that said that Annie was seen talking to 2 men that day between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Other witnesses would say that they definitely saw her, that there was no way she would have been able to be both on the beach and talking to these men, but the police went with their version of her being on the beach that afternoon. When she was found the next day, her folder that she kept her money, all of her contact information, and her notes in was not found with her. An autopsy reported an unexplained depression in her skin and slight bruising and abrasions on her body, and that part would be consistent with drowning in the sea. But the Swedish undertaker that prepared her body for burial said that one of her sides was covered in deep, dark bruising that did not match the autopsy report. Not knowing where else to go, Annie's family reached out to the Swedish police for help, but they were told that the police would not and could not do their own investigation without jeopardising Sweden's relationship with a foreign country. So Annie's family and friends are still left without answers. They're still campaigning for justice for Annie, but whether they'll ever find out what really happened to her remains a mystery. A plaque was later erected on the beach that Annie was found, and it reads, Annie Börjesson, born February 7th, 1975, found dead December 4th, 2005. her loved ones never found out how or why. A blot on Scotland's reputation for fairness. Both Austin Stephanos and Perry Cohen were 14 years old and became good friends. Austin Stephanos was born on December 1st, 2000 to parents Carly Black and William Blue Stephanos and lived with them alongside his two younger brothers in Jupiter, Tequesta, Florida. Perry Cohen was born on January 30th, 2001, to Pamela and Philip Cohen, who divorced when he was a child. Perry lived with his mother and stepfather and his two sisters, and like Austin, resided in Jupiter, Florida. Cohen grew up on the water and was an avid fisherman, not to mention a strong swimmer. Stephanos was also passionate about fishing, and the two spent much of their time together taking fishing trips, diving and swimming. They even worked at the same tackle shop, so they knew each other very well. On the morning of July 24th, 2015, Austin and Perry decided to go fishing, something which they did often. They met the previous night to confirm their plans at Stephanos' home, where both boys stayed the night. The teens often went to an area not too far offshore to catch fish, and this trip seemed to be as routine as any other. The pair boarded Austin's white Seacraft Centre console vessel, which was docked in the Jupiter Island Marina Inlet, after having visited the Jib Yacht Club and Marina, where they spent approximately $100 on gas. At approximately 11:25 a.m, the boys left the marina and set sail. Austin had operated the boat, which belonged to his mother, about 20 times by this point, so he was confident at operating the vessel and knew the safety protocols. For the duration of the trip, the boys kept in contact with their family members through Austin's iPhone. Perry's phone was broken at the time, so the boys agreed that he could also contact his family using Austin's phone. They sent messages to their loved ones every few hours and posted about their trip on various social media platforms, mainly Snapchat and Instagram. According to various sources, Perry sent a message to one of his friends on Instagram the day prior, which reportedly said, quote, "Me and Austin are crossing to the Bahamas tomorrow. Come with us. We wouldn't check in." It is also alleged that one of Austin's friends also spoke to him prior to the trip about visiting the Bahamas, though Austin claimed that the weather was too rough for this trip. A short while after the boys had set off on their fishing trip, at approximately 1:30 p.m, weather satellites detected fast approaching thunderstorms rolling into the Palm Beach area that warned of heavy rain and strong winds reaching 40 miles per hour, which would undoubtedly affect Austin and Perry's voyage. The thunderstorm raged on for approximately an hour and a half, following which Austin nor Perry were ever heard from again. Austin's phone disconnected from the internet at approximately 1:15 p.m. when the storms hit, with his final social media post being posted to Snapchat, showing both boys on the boat with fishing poles and the quote, "Peace out, Jup." Acquaintances claimed that this meant that Austin and Perry were headed to the Bahamas. Another friend claimed that Austin had posted another video to his Snapchat account that day which showed the looming thunderstorm, with Austin saying, "We're fucked." At 5 p.m. that evening, when Austin and Perry failed to return to the marina, their parents reported them as missing, and the Coast Guard began searching for them, using all they could at their disposal, including boats and various aircraft. Various other authorities were alerted of the situation and brought in to help, including the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and both DeQuesta and Jupiter Police Departments. The search was also conducted by volunteers who scoured the shorelines and beaches for any sign of debris. A fund was created online to help pay for private efforts in searching for the two boys. 2 days later, on July 26th at around 2 p.m, the US Coast Guard, who were in the air, sighted Austin's boat, capsized and floating offshore in a northern direction, approximately 65 miles off the coast of Daytona Beach. The Coast Guard tried to secure the vessel, but couldn't due to the adverse weather conditions. The same thing happened again months later in September, when the boat was sighted, but once again could not be recovered. The official search and rescue operation ended on July 31st of 2015, having failed to locate and secure the boat, nor locate the missing boys. The boat was eventually recovered around 100 miles from Bermuda on the 18th of March 2016, hauled aboard by a Norwegian freighter who then transported the wreckage and its contents to Norway before transporting it back to Florida. Though many believe that the boys fell victim to the violent storms that occurred on the day they vanished, it should be noted that upon recovery of the fishing vessel, it was discovered that the key was in the ignition, turned off, and the battery was also switched off. The battery being switched off was incredibly strange, as it's very difficult to locate and is near impossible to switch off by accident. Because of this, some believe that foul play was involved, but there was no other evidence on board to suggest any sort of crime had occurred. Aboard the vessel, various items belonging to Austin and Perry were found, including various fishing tackle and Austin's iPhone, which had been badly damaged and exposed to the elements of the Atlantic Ocean for months by this time. Some items were missing from the boat, however, including a white Yeti cooler and some life jackets. The items that were found were all returned to the Stefanos and Cohen families, including the iPhone, which was given back to Austin's family. In 2016, the Cohens filed a lawsuit against the Stefanos family in regards to the iPhone having been returned to them without the Cohens being allowed to access the contents. They feared that the Stefanos family would potentially taint any evidence on it, so they wanted the iPhone to be examined by specialists who could potentially find any data or clues during their forensic analysis, which could help establish the whereabouts of the boys and the events leading up to and following their sons' disappearances, without destroying any evidence. The judge refused to turn the phone over to the Cohens, however granted the motion for the phone data to be analysed by technical experts at Apple. However, unfortunately, they were unable to extract any data, most likely due to the water damage that the phone had sustained over the months it had been at sea. Sadly, following the devastating disappearances of both Austin and Perry, the Stefanos and Cohen families, who were once close, descended into conflict with one another. It was known that Perry's family didn't want him to go out on a fishing vessel without an adult present, something which Austin's family were aware of. That day, of course, it was solely the two schoolboys. Because of this, Perry's mother filed a wrongful death suit against Austin's parents, his stepfather and his grandfather, alleging that their negligence led to Perry's death. The vessel which they were aboard was not seaworthy, nor were there any communication devices on board, such as a radio or GPS, which could have been used if they found themselves in trouble. Austin's father, Blue, had specific charges laid against him in regard to hindering the search due to looking for the boys himself before calling the authorities, delaying official proceedings. However, the Palm Beach County Court judge ruled that he was not liable in regard to the disappearance of his son and Perry Cohen. The judge did not believe that Blue's search increased any risk of harm to the boys, and the risks they faced were due to adverse weather conditions at sea. Both families set up foundations in memory of their sons. The Perry J. Cohen Foundation, which has donated to local organisations and schools and devotes itself to the arts, environmental, marine and wildlife education and preservation, teenage entrepreneurship and boat safety education, and the Austin Blue Foundation, which helps to promote safety at sea. The foundation even helped pass the Beacons Bill in Florida, which helps provide discounts for boat registration fees if they have a beacon on their vessels. Neither Austin Stephanos or Perry Cohen have ever been found, and despite the many theories as to what fate befell the two 14-year-old boys, it is presumed by most that they were lost at sea. At the time of his disappearance in July of 2015, Austin Blue Stephanos was 14 years old. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 115 pounds. He is described as having blonde to strawberry blonde hair with green eyes, with a birthmark on his upper arm. He was last known to be wearing a black, long-sleeved shirt, a pair of camouflage board shorts, and a gold neck chain with a cross. Perry J. Cohen was also 14 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighing around 90 pounds. He is described as having brown hair and brown eyes, though it's unknown what distinguishing marks or features he had. It is also unknown what he was wearing on the day he disappeared. Both boys' DNA is available for comparison, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances involved, both Austin and Perry are classed as endangered missing. Following Austin and Perry's disappearances, the community of Jupiter held numerous vigils and memorials, offering whatever support and comfort they could to the families. A makeshift memorial was made by the marina, surrounded by seashells and candles. A statue was erected to honour the boys and others lost at sea, which was revealed in July of 2021, depicting a man and a woman overlooking the Jupiter Inlet, where Austin and Perry were last seen alive.
"55 Robert Schumann Boulevard, located in the city of Nantes in western France, was home to the Dupont de Ligonnès family, a mother, a father, their 4 children and 2 black Labradors. By all accounts, they appear to be a completely normal upper-middle-class family. They came from a respectable background and were actively involved in the local community. They weren't the type of people to get involved in any sort of illicit activities, nor did they break the law. In April 2011, however, that all changed when one of the most horrific crimes ever to have been committed in France took place. 55 Robert Schumann Boulevard, which was once a family home, adopted a grim moniker: the House of Terror. Xavier Pierre-Marie Dupont de Ligonnès, the patriarch of the family, was a 50-year-old count who was a descendant of French aristocrats. He was a salesman who had experienced some success in his own business endeavours. Xavier's 48-year-old wife, Agnès Udonger, who he first met in the 1980s, worked at a Catholic school and was known to be very religious, attending Mass every Sunday and running a Bible study group. Xavier and Agnès had a short-lived relationship in the 80s, which abruptly ended when Xavier decided to travel around the world. Upon returning to his hometown of Versailles a year later, Xavier found Agnès pregnant by another man, with her first son, Arthur. Despite it being very much frowned upon by the Catholic community at the time, Xavier chose to marry Agnès and agreed to raise Arthur as his own child. The couple married in 1991, and between them they had 3 more children, with Arthur Nicolas being the eldest. He was 20 years old and working at a pizzeria at the time and was attending a private Catholic college where he was studying IT. Their second son, Thomas, was 18 years old and was studying musicology, with the couple's only daughter, 16-year-old Anne, being a grade A Year 11 student at a private Catholic high school. She also spent some of her time modelling for mail-order catalogues. The youngest of the family, 13-year-old Benoit, also attended the same high school as his sister Anne, and he himself, like his brother Thomas, had a huge passion for music, especially the drums. Life carried on as normal, with both parents working their respective jobs and their children attending their various educational institutions. Nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. That was until the afternoon of the 11th of April 2011. Neighbours began to grow concerned for the Dupont de Ligonnès family as their house stood eerily silent. The home was oddly all shuttered up, something which was very out of the ordinary. Even when the family went on holiday, they never closed the window shutters. A neighbour also noticed a note taped to the front door, asking the mail carrier to not deliver any more mail to the property. This in itself was very strange, and after 2 days of no movement within the property, concerned neighbours contacted authorities, who subsequently arrived at the residence to see what was going on. Upon their arrival at the home on the 13th of April, local police found the front door locked and nobody answered the door. As a result, a locksmith was contacted and changed the locks. Upon entering, nothing appeared to have been out of place, other than all of the beds having been stripped and some of the closets were open. Police concluded that the family had left the house of their own accord, therefore there was no need to open a formal investigation. All but one of the family cars, a Citroën C5, were parked in their usual spots. What was odd, however, was that the Citroën was far too small to facilitate 2 adults, 4 children and 2 Labradors. There was no way they all travelled in the same vehicle. In the days that followed the family's strange disappearance, a number of typed letters were received by friends and relatives of the family, allegedly from Xavier and Agnès, explaining their absence, though what was written truly baffled everyone. The 8-page long letters claimed that Xavier was a spy for the DEA in the United States, and that the entire family would be gone for a few years, as Xavier's incognito status had been exposed. Therefore, he and his family had to flee the country, as they would have potentially been left in danger had they remained in France. The letters also spoke of changing identities under a witness protection program, and reiterated that they probably wouldn't have any contact with their extended family and friends at all in the near future. Furthermore, Xavier claimed that both black Labradors, who were adored by their children, had been placed in a new home together. The letter also detailed a number of tasks for several family members and friends to carry out, mainly what to do with their affairs and property. Xavier also asked each recipient to tell people that the family had moved to Australia following a job transfer, and to keep what they had been told in this letter strictly secret. Letters of a similar nature were sent to Anne and Benoit's school, as well as Agnès' workplace, and the landlords of both Thomas and Arthur's college accommodation. Initially, those who were sent these letters didn't think too much of it. Xavier was an eccentric individual. Working for the DEA genuinely seemed to be a possibility, despite how far-fetched it sounded, and nobody really doubted it at that point, other than Agnès' family. They were left completely puzzled by the letter, and subsequently sent it to the district attorney in Nantes. Agnès' family found it beyond strange for the family to have simply got up and left France without saying anything. They just knew something was awry. On April the 15th, 2011, 4 days after the neighbours initially contacted authorities with their concerns, police returned to 55 Robert Schumann Boulevard to conduct further searches of the property. During their search, they found that many of the photo frames within the house had been emptied of their photographs, but other than that, nothing suspicious was found inside the home. 3 further searches took place on the 18th, 19th and 20th of April, after Agnès' loved ones insisted that something was wrong. A 6th search of the property was conducted on the 21st of April, the same day a public appeal was launched, and only then did police find something which chilled them to the bone. Whilst investigating the exterior of the property, police uncovered a number of taped bin bags buried in a grave underneath the terrace. Upon investigating the grisly find, they discovered 4 sets of human remains and 2 sets of animal bones. They had found the bodies of Agnès Dupont de Ligonnès and 3 of her 4 children, Arthur, Anne and Benoit. The family's 2 black Labrador retrievers were also buried in the same grave. 18-year-old Thomas was buried in a separate grave close by, with investigators firmly believing that Thomas was killed sometime after his mother and siblings. Buried alongside each body was a religious item, such as a candle or crucifix, which seemed to suggest some sort of religious burial. Not to mention there was clearly an emotional connection between the victims and the perpetrator, as they had clearly wanted their victims to have a religious burial. Police scoured the house and surrounding area looking for the last remaining family member, Xavier. However, he was nowhere to be found. From that moment on, Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès was the prime suspect in his family's murder. An international warrant was issued for the fugitive's arrest on the 10th of May 2011, a warrant which is still active today. The media dubbed the Schumann Boulevard property as the House of Terror and the House of Horror, but as a media storm ensued, friends and family of Xavier's were left puzzled. They couldn't see how a typical family man could have committed such a heinous crime. He spent much of his time helping others, and it was evident that he adored his family above all else. The family name was extremely important to him, so why would he murder his own lineage? Xavier had also never been in any trouble with the law, nor did he have any criminal connections. Many struggled to believe that Xavier could have murdered and buried his family in the backyard of their home, including his mother and sister. According to them, Xavier had back issues that caused him a lot of bother. Where the bodies were buried in a hole underneath the terrace balcony, it was very low down. If Xavier had attempted to bury them there, it would have caused him an excessive amount of pain. His mother and sister believed that the bodies in the backyard might not have even been the Dupont de Ligonnès family, as they alleged that the descriptions of each body was inaccurate, pointing the finger at a negligent autopsy. Was there some sort of cover-up? Did the family flee the country and fake their own deaths? It seems very unlikely. Autopsies were conducted on the Dupont de Ligonnès family, and it was discovered that traces of sleeping pills were found in all 4 children's systems. Agnès was not administered the drug, likely because she used a sleep apnea machine during the night. However, the machine was switched off around the 3rd of April. She was most likely the first of the family to die. The autopsy reports also revealed harrowing details about how each member of the family was shot, with 2 bullets to the head using a .22 long rifle. This exact weapon had been a family heirloom which had been passed down to Xavier from his father, Hubert, just 3 weeks prior to the family massacre in March 2011. It was initially theorised that all the victims were shot and killed in their own beds. However, there was no trace of any blood in the bedrooms, nor were there any traces of blood at all throughout the family home. Even more shockingly, forensic teams found no trace of any DNA, fingerprints, or any fibres of any kind on the remains or the black bags that were found in the burial site under the terrace balcony. There was absolutely no evidence to indicate that Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès was involved in the murder of his family, nor was there any evidence to indicate an unidentified assailant was responsible for the crime. Authorities had no leads whatsoever and continued to hit dead ends in their investigations. Therefore, they had to look back at the lives of the family themselves, and what they discovered was beyond intriguing. Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès, by all accounts, appeared to have the perfect work and family life, but not all was what it seemed to be. Xavier was not a successful businessman as he had claimed to be, but rather a failed one. In the early 2000s, the family briefly relocated to Florida, where Xavier began his American dream business ventures aiming to help foreigners with legal processes and admin in the US, but unfortunately it didn't work out as well as he had hoped. Xavier had invested all of his money in his business, which resulted in the Dupont de Ligonnès family returning home to France with very little money to their name. As the years went by, Xavier's finances downward spiraled even more. He claimed to own a number of other very successful businesses, and he travelled all over France for business purposes. However, these companies were also hemorrhaging money. Xavier knew that his business would eventually go bust, and as a result, he would be forced to abandon everything he held dear, including his home. The fact that he was of French nobility and had a count title, for him to lose everything would have been catastrophic for his reputation, not to mention his family's reputation. Xavier was a very proud individual, and to admit to his family that he was a failure was not something he would have willingly wanted to do. He likely did not want to disgrace the Dupont de Ligonnès name. His father, Hubert, was lonely, ill, and practically bankrupt when he died in early 2011, and Xavier likely didn't want to follow in his father's footsteps. Following the death of his father, Xavier was tasked with emptying Hubert's apartment, during which Xavier went searching for his father's count signet ring, which was believed to be of significant value, but he found nothing of worth. It was at this time that Xavier came into possession of his father's .22 long rifle, which he purchased a license for in early February. Xavier had no previous interest or experience with any sort of weapons, though following his father's demise, he regularly went to the shooting range, sometimes even with Thomas and Benoit. He had even asked his instructor regarding silencers and eventually purchased one on the 12th of March, along with rifle bullets. A receipt for a DIY store located over 200 miles away was found within the family home on the 19th of April, showing purchases of black bags and adhesive plastic paving slabs, all of which were used to conceal the bodies. In early April, Xavier also bought cement, a shovel, a hoe, and 4 10-kilogram bags of lime. According to reports, Sunday the 3rd of April 2011 was the last time that the entire Dupont de Ligonnès family were seen alive. That evening, both parents, Xavier and Agnès, and 3 of their children went out for dinner at a local restaurant before heading to the cinema and returning home. At around 10:37 p.m, Xavier called his sister, Christine, but there was no answer. He left a message and told her about the restaurant and cinema trip and that he was about to put his kids to bed. He ended the message with something rather chilling. "See you soon, maybe." The following day, on Monday, April 4th, friends of both 16-year-old Anne and 13-year-old Benoit became concerned when neither turned up for school that day. They were apparently off sick. However, rather unusually, neither Anne or Benoit answered any texts, online messages, or calls from their friends. On the 5th of April, witnesses saw Xavier and his 18-year-old son, Thomas, dining at a local restaurant, though waiters noted that there was little conversation between them, and they also noted that Thomas began to feel ill towards the end of the meal. He texted a friend late that night, however he was never heard from again. It is stated in some sources that bailiffs turned up at the home earlier that same day looking for €20,000, but nobody answered the door. During that same week, neighbours reported hearing the two family Labradors barking for 2 consecutive nights. However, their barks soon ceased. The following day, the 6th of April, Arthur's girlfriend knocked on the door as she was looking for him, but nobody answered, and there were no usual barks from the dogs. It was theorised that Agnès, Arthur, Anne and Benoit were killed during the night of Sunday, April 3rd, going into Monday, April 4th, though some witnesses claimed to have seen Agnès alive and well up until the 7th of April. Earlier on the 3rd of April, Thomas had returned to university. However, on the 5th, Xavier contacted Thomas and told him to return home as his mother had been in a bicycle accident and was in a coma in hospital. Thomas returned home later that evening, where he was taken to a local restaurant for dinner, then unknowingly administered sleeping pills and killed. The exact timeline of events has never been fully established, though this is what we do know. The lease on the family home had been terminated. All of the family's bank accounts were closed. The education establishments all 4 children attended received final payment settlements. Agnès' employer was informed she was ill with gastroenteritis and was also told that she was moving to Australia. The house was empty. The following day, April 6th, Xavier was spotted outside the home by neighbours, alone, and on the 7th he was seen moving black bin bags into the boot of his metallic blue Citroën C5. He then spent an entire week in the house before leaving Nantes on April the 10th in his car, heading southbound. A speed camera caught his vehicle between Nantes and La Rochelle, and his credit card had been used that day at a restaurant and hotel in La Rochelle itself. CCTV also caught him at a cash point, though it appeared that Xavier wasn't trying to hide the fact. No effort was made to conceal his identity nor his digital footprint. Many believed that these strange actions were of a man who was going to take his own life. Many family massacres end the same way, with the perpetrator in 9 out of 10 cases committing suicide. That 1 out of 10 end up going on the run. The next day, Xavier left and continued southwest through Toulouse, Arles, and La Seine-sur-Mer before arriving in Roquebrune-sur-Argens on April the 14th, a place he knew very well. He had stayed at a number of hotels under the alias of Laurent Xavier. 8 days later, on the 22nd of April, after conducting various searches across the country, French authorities located the missing metallic blue Citroën C5, which belonged to Xavier, in the small parking lot of Small Formule 1 Hotel in Roquebrune-sur-Argens in South France. Interestingly to note, in the typed letters to family and friends, Xavier had claimed that he had given the C5 to the father of one of Arthur's friends for car parts, this too, of course, being untrue. CCTV revealed that Xavier stayed at the Formule 1 Hotel on the night of April 14th, and footage showed Xavier crossing the parking lot of the hotel carrying a long black bag. At the bottom of the bag, a long object is observed, and it was believed to be the rifle that killed the Dupont de Ligonnès family. Xavier then chillingly looked straight into the CCTV camera, almost as if he was saying goodbye before going on his way. Following this discovery, authorities took to the nearby wilderness to look for Xavier, almost certain that he had taken his own life, and they were looking for a body, but nothing was found to indicate that this was the case. He had simply vanished into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. Did Xavier commit suicide, or did he go on the run, fooling investigators into thinking he had killed himself in order to buy himself more time to escape? Many believe that Xavier somehow escaped to South America on a cargo ship, possibly to somewhere like Brazil or Argentina. He was multilingual, speaking French, English, and Spanish, so he could potentially be anywhere in the world. Prior to his disappearance, Xavier had been in contact with an old girlfriend from Germany, known only as Claudia, but she has never been traced. Another line of inquiry was that Xavier could have taken refuge at a monastery, and one in Roquebrune-sur-Argens was raided in January 2018. This was after some monks claimed to have seen him there, but after investigating further, police determined it to be a case of mistaken identity, as the monk in question was found, though he bore a startling resemblance to the missing fugitive. Since 2011, over 900 tips have been called into authorities, and a number of leads have been processed, but unfortunately, every lead thus far has been fruitless. Various searches have been conducted throughout France in the likes of open water and in old mines, with no results. A number of human remains that have been found since 2011 in France have been tested through DNA, but no John Doe has been found that has matched Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès. It was reported in one source that in July of 2015, a journalist was sent a photograph of Arthur and Benoit with the words "I'm still alive" written on the back. Unfortunately, there is no way for investigators to know for sure whether the inscription was written by Xavier. In October of 2019, a man was arrested at Glasgow Airport in Scotland after an API alert was flagged up with a stolen French passport. The individual in question changed their flight last minute from Saturday the 12th to Friday the 11th, meaning French authorities missed the chance to intercept the man at Paris's Charles de Gaulle airport where they departed. The passenger was believed to possibly be Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès, and the man was then intercepted by Scottish police upon landing in Glasgow. Fingerprints were taken of the individual, as was DNA. However, the man was not Xavier and was released without charge. His passport was stolen in 2014, but he had managed to get a replacement, which he had been using. 11 years have passed, and we still don't know what happened on that fateful day in April 2011. If Xavier was indeed the man responsible for killing his entire family, there are so many questions that need answers. Firstly, why? Why did he kill his wife and 4 children whilst they slept in their beds? Was it because he was simply too ashamed of his financial status and feared his reputation and his family's name could be ruined? It doesn't seem like an obvious motive for murder, but anything is possible. Secondly, what changed? What triggered Xavier into committing cold-blooded murder? His children had their entire lives ahead of them, and in an instant he took that away from them. And then raises the question, how? How did Xavier manage to get away with murdering his family, if it was indeed him who committed the crime? How did he manage to bury them in the backyard without raising any suspicions? What did he do during the 7 days he remained at home before heading south? Did he spend that time cleaning the home in a bid to get rid of evidence? He had allegedly contacted a number of old friends in the weeks leading up to his disappearance. Were the murders premeditated, calculated and thought out? Did Xavier have an accomplice who helped him escape from France? There are endless possibilities in this case, but the fact of the matter still remains. Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès remains a fugitive, with authorities looking to question him in regards to the murder of his wife and 4 children. Agnes, Arthur, Thomas, Anne and Benoit's funeral was held on April the 28th, following a heartfelt service at Saint-Felice Church in Nantes with over 1,400 attendees. They were all cremated before being laid to rest on April the 30th in Noyers-sur-Sereine, where Agnes's family originated from. Her family were understandably heartbroken by their loss and still struggle to come to terms with it over a decade on. All they want is answers, some closure for the remaining family and for justice to be served. Innocent lives so brutally stolen in the most horrendous of circumstances, their time on this earth tragically cut short by someone they all trusted, someone who has continued to evade capture. May the victims of this horrific crime, Agnes, Arthur, Thomas, Anne and Benoit, rest in peace.
Christina Colleca was born in 1986 to parents Mario Colleca and Elizabeth Rutledge. The pair separated a year after Christina was born. She grew up in Cabbagetown with her mother and 15-year-old brother Michael. Christina was described as being a very responsible young woman and was extremely close to her large Filipino family. Many described her as being selfless, always putting others before herself. Christina was an extremely hard-working and faithful young woman who worked at St. Bernadette's Daycare in Toronto. She managed to achieve an early childhood education certificate at George Brown Community College the previous year, and although the hours were long and the pay wasn't great, Christina loved her job. She was so passionate about caring for children and always put her heart and soul into her work. She would even come into work on her days off to help out where she could. Up until this point, Christina's mother Elizabeth had worked a number of odd jobs to make ends meet, and she ran her own financial advisor business from home. However, upon Christina getting her job at the daycare centre, Elizabeth quit her jobs to focus solely on her business, with Christina reportedly giving her mother half of every paycheck to help pay the mortgage. Christina also paid for her brother Michael's music and self-defense lessons. Christina simply adored her family and would do anything to help them out. Aside from working alongside children, Christina enjoyed playing volleyball and spent a lot of her spare time volunteering at a church group named Youth for Christ, where she was a group leader. This role meant that Christina had a lot of responsibilities, including organising events and attending conferences. By August of 2007, Christina had been working non-stop, both at work and volunteering, and following her mother's birthday in late July, which she had also organised, the 20-year-old decided that it was time for a well-earned break. On Saturday, the 4th of August 2007, at around 10 a.m, Christina Colleca, her 20-year-old cousin Faith Castillo, and two of Christina's friends from a Filipino church group, Eddie Meeg, 20, and JB Reyes, 19, left their homes in Toronto to make the 14-hour drive to Rainbow Falls Provincial Park, located 7 kilometres west of Schreiber and about 120 miles away from Thunder Bay, Ontario. The park, which spans over 575 hectares of forest, is known for its many hiking trails and handful of beaches, as well as the falls themselves. The park is situated on the north shores of Lake Superior, with thousands upon thousands of tourists visiting the park every year. The four friends arrived at the park the following day on August 5th at approximately midday. Their journey to the park was mainly uneventful, though they did run out of gas at one stage, though they quickly got going again after a driver of a passing vehicle stopped to help them on their way. Initially, the foursome had intended to travel to Montreal, as Christina had plans to attend a youth conference there, but the hotels were either too expensive or fully booked, so they decided to go camping further north instead, in a spur-of-the-moment decision. Christina didn't inform her mother or any of her family about the sudden change of plans. The four friends went on trips frequently, but had only ever ventured within an hour's distance of Toronto when going on trips together, so travelling so far north to Rainbow Falls was new territory for all of them. Upon arriving at the park, the foursome checked in to campsite 72. However, after realising that it was near to the road, they decided to switch to a more private area of the park. They pitched their tent at campsite 88 of the White Sand Lake area of the park, then ate some food and relaxed. At approximately 6:30 p.m. that night, the group decided to take a half-hour nap. However, they were all so tired from their travels that they didn't set any alarms, and as a result, woke up at around 10:30 p.m. As the night sky blanketed overhead, the foursome sat outside of their tent, talking and laughing together, whilst drinking a few beers around the bonfire. At around 3 a.m. on August 6th, Eddie decided to go for a shower at the comfort station, located nearby, as his campmates retired to bed for the night. Eddie returned to the camp at around 3:30, sitting closely to the fire to dry his hair. Christina was still awake at this time and joked with Eddie that they should go swimming. Shortly afterwards, however, the two called it a night and went to bed at around 4. At 6:30 a.m, around 2.5 hours later, Christina and Eddie awoke, their two other friends still fast asleep in their sleeping bags. Both Christina and Eddie were wide awake and full of energy, but weren't quite sure what their plans for the day were yet. Christina went to the comfort station to use the facilities, but asked Eddie to accompany her. Whilst returning to their tent, the pair decided to go for an early morning jog to let off some steam. However, the two couldn't agree on which route to take. Eddie wanted to run along Highway 17, specifically along the Trans-Canada section of the highway, but Christina wanted to run within the park itself. The two then decided to take their separate routes respectively, with Eddie heading towards the highway and Christina running along a trail leading towards the falls. This was the very last time that 20-year-old Christina CO.AG was seen alive. Eddie returned back to the camp after running for about an hour, but both Faith and JB were still asleep, and Christina hadn't yet returned from her run. Eddie sat in a chair by the fire and drifted off back to sleep. Faith and JB woke up at around 9:30 a.m, however Christina still hadn't returned. The friends weren't initially concerned about Christina's whereabouts, as she often spent a lot of time off on her own. After taking a shower himself, JB checked a nearby beach for Christina, but she wasn't there either. The trio decided to eat some breakfast before going out to look for Christina at around 11 a.m, after she still hadn't returned to camp. The friends were frantic and fearful that something had happened to her. Eddie and JB took it upon themselves to drive up the trail that Christina had gone along until they reached the Falls car park, leaving Christina's cousin Faith back at camp in case she showed up. JB and Eddie then went along two separate trails, the Lake Superior Trail and the Rainbow Falls Trail, in an effort to find their friend, but unfortunately to no avail. The trio then regrouped and all decided to drive to nearby Rossport, thinking that Christina may have made it to the end of the trail and was waiting for them there, but again, there was no sign of her. Prior to leaving their camp, the friends left a note in case Christina returned. When the trio reached the park gates to inquire about trail maps, they told the on-duty attendant that Christina had been missing for over 7 hours, and the attendant voiced their own concerns. They subsequently contacted the Ontario Provincial Police for assistance. At this point, preliminary searches were made for 20-year-old Colorless, with park personnel checking the numerous trails and beaches. The OPP emergency response team arrived shortly afterwards to conduct their own searches and to question Eddie, JB and Faith about the events leading up to Christina's disappearance. All three were interviewed numerous times by police and were reportedly cooperative with the authorities. Several other campers visiting the park were also questioned, but nobody had any information. Shortly afterwards, Christina's mother was informed of the situation and immediately flew out to Rainbow Falls. As you can imagine, Elizabeth was extremely distraught with the news that her daughter was missing. Family members flooded in to support her, and even a priest was called in. A full-scale search was launched by the Ontario Provincial Police, where they brought in search and rescue teams, canine units, and various aircraft to aid in the search for Christina. Due to the amount of experience needed in conducting such a vast search of the park, Christina's family and local volunteers were forbidden from taking part in the initial search operations. They needed to be conducted professionally and executed and conducted by those who really knew what they were doing. They needed to be experienced in searching efficiently through rugged terrain. As a result, all Christina's loved ones could do was wait. Cadaver dogs, along with their handlers, scoured the area where Eddie had last seen Christina, running along the Rainbow Falls Trail, but unfortunately, this is where the trace ended. Over the following days, police and trained searchers scoured the dense brush, the many park trails, rivers, and the falls themselves, in the hopes that they would find something to indicate where Christina was or what had happened to her. But again, these searches yielded no significant results. It is alleged that a pair of socks were found near the bottom of the falls, but it's unknown if they belonged to Christina or somebody else. A footprint was also found, but once again, authorities couldn't link it to the missing woman. A grid search was also conducted a few days later on August 11th, and aerial teams even used the likes of infrared cameras to trace any signs of life in the early hours, but all they found were bears and moose. The police were also informed of a number of areas in the park where the number of birds, more specifically ravens and vultures, were higher at certain coordinates. This would indicate that perhaps a deceased being was present there, either animal or human. However, upon investigating each of these leads, nothing of significance was found. Over the course of the search, over 100 police officers and experienced civilians were involved. They used all of the technical tools that they could to find Christina, including GPS mapping software, the infrared cameras, and even an underwater side-scanning radar. But despite pulling together all of the resources that they could, and staying hopeful that the daycare worker would be found alive, Christina was never found. The search was called off after 17 days on August 23rd. Her family were understandably devastated, especially Elizabeth, her mother. Despite her pain, she thanked each and every person who helped search for her daughter. Authorities didn't find a shred of evidence within the boundaries of the park to indicate where Christina was or what had happened to her. If she was still out in the brush somewhere by the time the search ended, chances were that she would have succumbed to the elements, although there was still a small chance that she was alive somewhere. If Christina had gotten lost in dense foliage, a theory which is deemed most likely due to the fact that she had very little experience in the wilderness, police would have found evidence of some kind to indicate that she had been there, but they simply found nothing. Some speculate that it is very unlikely that Christina would have gone off the trail and gotten lost, especially after having had a similar experience just a short while prior to her disappearance. The foursome had gotten lost on another trail in Ontario, and it was reported that Christina was very shaken up by the experience. She definitely wouldn't have risked the same thing happening again, and her family insist that she wouldn't have ventured away from the trails. Also, the trails were well signposted. If Christina had reached a point which seemed unfamiliar to her, there were plenty of signs to help guide her back in the right direction. It is also theorised that Christina may have fallen into the river and subsequently swept away, perhaps after losing her footing on a rock ledge, but there is no evidence to back this up. Search and rescue teams scaled the cliff sides but didn't find anything. Authorities did also explore the possibility that Christina had perhaps run into an animal predator, more specifically a bear, as black bears were very common in the area. However, this theory was quashed. No human bones, blood, drag marks, or remnants of clothing were found, so it was unlikely that Christina was attacked by a bear, though it's not completely impossible. Wolves also roamed the area, and again it is possible that Christina may have encountered a lone wolf or even a pack, but once again there's no evidence to prove an attack occurred. Wolf attacks in themselves are extremely uncommon, even more so than bear attacks. Wolves are extremely misunderstood creatures who tend to steer clear of humans. The truth of the matter is, wolves fear humans and will tend to walk away if they encounter one. They will only ever attack if they feel threatened in some way, such as being hunted or a human ventures too near to their pups. And it would seem extremely unlikely that Christina would have gotten into that sort of situation. There is also the rather sinister possibility that Christina may have been abducted or murdered. She was a very trusting young woman, even of those she barely knew. She gave everyone she met the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps someone stopped her along a trail and asked her for help, and without hesitation, she obliged. The yearly drag fest, which occurred in nearby Terrace Bay, had just concluded, and a lot of out-of-towners were still in the area, many of which seemed to be trouble, according to the locals. Though abduction and murder, for that matter, seem rather out there, both situations are, unfortunately, entirely possible. According to her family and friends, Christina wasn't acting out of the ordinary at the time she disappeared, although family did think it odd for Christina to go on a run. She didn't enjoy it, and she also had an inflamed callus on her foot, which would have made walking painful at times, let alone running. Christina also didn't appear to have any reason to run away or leave of her own volition. She had future plans to visit the Philippines to carry out missionary work, attend teachers' college, and she was excited about an upcoming family trip to Panama. For Christina to disappear off the face of the earth without telling a soul was extremely out of character. Her family and friends insist that she wouldn't have severed ties with those she loved. She just wasn't the kind of person to do that. Christina's friends, Eddie, JB, and her cousin Faith, are not considered suspects in this case. Authorities believe that the trio weren't involved in her disappearance. No signs indicated that Christina had been a victim of foul play. Therefore, her case is still being treated as a missing persons case. Some family members are sceptical of this, however, and believe that Christina met with foul play on the day she vanished. Elizabeth, despite holding out hope that her daughter will be found one day, believes that Christina was either murdered in the park or abducted. But ultimately, what fate befell the 20-year-old that summer's day in August of 2007 remains a mystery to this day. When she disappeared, Christina Colleca was 20 years old, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing approximately 126 pounds. She is described as being of Asian origins, more specifically of Filipino descent, with a dark complexion, black wavy hair, and brown eyes. When she was last seen on the 6th of August 2007, Christina was wearing a blue hooded sweatshirt, a maroon and purple striped shirt, a pair of black trousers, and a pair of white running shoes. Following her disappearance, Christina's family set up the Find Christina Colleca Foundation. Following the official searches, the family themselves, as well as donations made to the foundation by the public, helped finance at least 6 private searches for Christina, but unfortunately, once again, nothing was found. Due to the extreme expenses of these searches, Elizabeth had to move out of her house and into an apartment. She used every single cent she had to search for her lost daughter. The government of the province of Ontario is currently offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the whereabouts of Christina Colleca. Despite the years that have passed, Christina's family have not given up hope that she will one day be found. Colorado's Big South Trail is an 11-mile hiking trail situated in the Comanche Peak Wilderness in the Arapaho and Roosevelt National Forest, surrounded by over 700,000 acres of vast trees, rivers, and mountains. The trail is known to be moderately tough, even for the more experienced hiker, with lots of steep inclines. In places, the trail is very rocky and treacherous underfoot, though overall, many find the Big South Trail a leisurely one, with the reward of stunning views along the way. The area is home to several species of wild animal, including elks, bobcats, moose, mountain goats, black bears, and even mountain lions. The forest is a popular tourist destination for camping enthusiasts, backpackers, animal lovers, bird watchers, and hiking groups alike, with thousands upon thousands taking on the trails every year. By 1999, 3-year-old Jared John Atadero, along with his father Alan and 6-year-old sister Jocelyn, lived at Poudre River Resort, situated in Poudre Canyon in Bellevue, Colorado. Alan owned the resort alongside his twin brother Arlen and ran a small store there. It was an ideal situation. Alan could run the business and keep a close eye on his children. His youngest, Jared, was described as a typical 3-year-old boy who was adventurous, energetic, and funny. He loved the movie Godzilla, American football, supporting the Oakland Raiders, and he enjoyed playing with his Star Wars toys and army soldiers. His bright personality and cheeky smile would always light up a room. In October of 1999, a Christian singles network group were staying at the Poudre River Lodge, a group which Alan was actually a part of, as he was divorced from Jared's mother Stacey by this time. In exchange for their food and board, the group helped Alan prepare for the tough winter ahead, completing all sorts of odd jobs in and around the lodge itself. On October 2nd, the group of 11 decided that they wanted to visit a nearby fish hatchery, approximately 2 miles away from the resort. Both Atadero children expressed their interest in joining the trip, but despite his own reservations, especially about his young son joining, Alan eventually allowed both Jocelyn and Jared to tag along, as he knew that the other members of the group would take care of his children. The group left the resort at around 10 a.m. and visited the trout hatchery before deciding to take a spur-of-the-moment trip up to the Big South Trail for a mid-morning hike. The group parked at the trailhead before beginning their journey along the track. The group kept a distance between one another, with the slower members of the network lagging behind. At the front of the group was Jocelyn and Jared, alongside one of the adults. Both children were enjoying their excursion, fascinated by the views and wildlife around them. They were having a good time playing and running about. At around 11:30 a.m, having walked around 1.5 miles, Jared abruptly ran ahead of either the front or back group, this particular detail is unclear, before running into 2 fishermen. He spoke with them, asking if there were any bears around, before heading off along the adjacent trail to the second campground. According to the fishermen, a group of people were around 50 to 80 feet down the trail at this time, and they believed that Jared was with this particular group, therefore didn't think it was unusual that he was alone. This was, tragically, the very last time that Jared Atadero was seen alive. At around 12:15, several members of the hiking group and 6-year-old Jocelyn heard a scream, which Jocelyn described as, quote, like somebody getting attacked or somebody playing with someone. It was at this time that the party realised that 3-year-old Jared was missing. The female adult, whose name is not publicly known, lost track of Jared's movements after about 10 or 20 minutes when they suddenly realised he was gone. The group searched the vicinity for around an hour or so, whilst some members returned to the lodge to inform Alan that his son had disappeared. He was understandably confused and shocked that the group had taken his children along the trail without his permission, especially considering they were only 3 and 6 years old at the time. Alan and the group searched the trail for hours before he contacted authorities at around 4 p.m. He also informed his wife that their son was missing. In turn, she immediately flew from San Diego to Colorado to help look for him. By 6:30 p.m, a 65-strong team of search and rescue members arrived at the lower trailhead and joined the search for Jared, later meeting with other members searching the upper trailhead between campsites 7 and 8, but neither team had found any trace of the missing toddler. The search operation expanded, with dive teams searching the Big South River and a helicopter being deployed at dawn the following morning. To add insult to injury, however, the helicopter suffered with a heavy fuel load and experienced difficulties in the rugged mountain terrain. As a result, the helicopter stalled whilst in the air at around 3:30 p.m. and fell approximately 100 feet before crashing along the trail. Miraculously, all 5 crew members on board survived, but 2 suffered horrific injuries, one being a search and rescue member who was knocked unconscious. He suffered a fractured eye socket, a gash which exposed his femur bone, 3 broken vertebrae, a broken shoulder, and concussion. This incident added further stress to an already delicate and desperate situation. Pressure was mounting, but time and resources were not on their side. The media began to swarm onto the scene as the search for Jared Atadero continued, psychics giving their twopence on what may have happened, and even an American Indian performed a ritual asking the mountain to give Jared back to his family. The situation shocked many across Colorado, many of whom were still captivated by the infamous case of John Benet Ramsey. Though the media seemed invasive, Alan Atadero bravely faced the cameras and appealed to the public for assistance. All he wanted was for his little boy to come home. Meanwhile, the search for Jared continued in the following days and nights, with another helicopter being deployed to aid in the search alongside Larimer County search and rescue teams, canine units, trackers, and a dive team. But as the days went by, hope that Jared was still alive began to dwindle. On October 8th, the search for the 3-year-old was suspended due to lack of any clues. Nothing was found which could help indicate where Jared was or what fate befell him. Many theories were possible. Did Jared get lost, fall between rocks, and succumb to the elements? Did he perhaps fall into the river and drown, or fall down a ledge and perish? Or was he attacked by a wild animal, such as a mountain lion? Many believed that this was a very probable theory, but no evidence of a mountain lion attack was found along the trail or in the areas searched. Mountain lion tracks were found, but nothing suggested that a recent attack had occurred. Several attacks had occurred near Idaho Springs in 1991, and a 10-year-old boy was killed by one in the Rocky Mountains National Park in 1997, the Rockies neighbouring the Comanche Peak Wilderness. But these attacks are notably extremely rare, with only 14 fatal mountain lion attacks having been recorded in the United States and Canada since 1915. Though the attacks were rare, they did still happen. The screams heard by the group and young Jocelyn certainly suggested that Jared was either frightened or startled in some way. Was he perhaps approached by a predator, possibly animal, or even human? Despite the unlikelihood of kidnapping in the wilderness, abduction was deemed a possibility. Members of the Christian Singles group, as well as the 2 fishermen who were likely the last people to see Jared alive, were questioned, as were Jared's family members, but nothing seemed awry. In the book titled Missing When the Sun Sets, the Jared Atadero story, written by Alan and Arlen Atadero, Jared's father describes the heartache he felt following his son's vanishing. Quote, "His disappearance was like a nuclear bomb. The original impact made me want to die, and although the fallout has blown away, the radiation from the bomb entered my system, and I feel as if I'm slowly wasting away." He also told the Coloradoan newspaper, quote, "It became a tornado, hurricane, biggest storm in all of our lives." With the search for Jared now at a tragic end, his family were left heartbroken. Over the years that followed, the case sat silently, many assuming that little Jared had gotten lost and perished as a result. A simple yet tragic conclusion. But all of this changed when a shocking discovery was made a few years later, and the case was completely turned on its head. On June 4th of 2003, two men named Gary Watts and Rob Osborne were hiking off the Big South Trail when they fell upon what appeared to be a child's shoe, around 500 vertical feet above the main trail path. The pair, who were businessmen in Fort Collins, then stumbled upon a second shoe, both of which were barely weathered, as well as a brown fleece jacket dotted with what appeared to be puncture marks and a pair of tattered blue trousers, which were turned inside out, one of the legs mostly ripped away. Oddly enough, Gary and Rob walked along the trail not a week earlier and discussed the possible outcomes in the Jared Atadero case. They knew when they found the clothing items what they had stumbled upon: little Jared's clothes. The location where the clothing was found was near to Campsite 2, where Jared was last seen. The pair reported their findings to authorities, who in turn sent pictures of the clothing to Alan Atadero, who then confirmed the clothing found did indeed belong to his missing son. Searchers arrived at the area following this heartbreaking discovery and scoured for further clues. During their search, they found a child's molar tooth and a skull on an elevated area over 9,000 feet further up. Tragically, an area which was due to be searched by the helicopter which crashed. According to Gary and Rob, who found Jared's clothing, where it was found was difficult for them to get to, and they believed that no child could tackle such rugged terrain. Someone or something took Jared there. Though authorities and Alan himself knew the skull and tooth belonged to Jared, it wasn't officially confirmed until a decade later, when DNA tests confirmed their worst fears. Many believed this to be an open and shut case despite this new evidence, a clear-cut mountain lion attack, but several details seemed to quash this theory. According to Alan, several tests were carried out on the clothes, which revealed no mountain lion hairs, no blood, and no DNA. The clothing was then sent to the CBI, and their results reached the same conclusion. This baffled many, as did the fact that if a mountain lion had attacked Jared, there would have been some sort of evidence left behind, whether it be hair or blood. But there was absolutely none on Jared's clothes. Unfortunately, his skull didn't offer authorities any new clues as to how the boy died. According to mountain lion experts, naturally, if an attack had occurred, they would have gone for the stomach area, an area of which Jared's clothing was still fully intact. His clothing would have been in shreds if a mountain lion had attacked him, and this simply appeared not to be the case. Jared's trouser leg was torn, but it was concluded that this was due to rodents and birds taking the materials for their nests, not as a result of a predatory attack from a mountain lion. Many were also left scratching their heads at the fact that Jared's shoes were in near perfect condition. Some believed it would have been impossible for them not to have been in worse condition after over 3 years exposed to the elements. If Jared had been possibly dragged up the mountain by the lion, or if he tried to put up a fight even, surely there would have been marks or scuffs on his shoes. But there was nothing. Some theories suggest that perhaps Jared's clothing had been removed prior to his death, hence the lack of DNA and blood, but this too leaves some loopholes. Why were they found 500 feet up the mountainside? If Jared's clothes were removed, by who and why? Is the fact that his trousers were inside out significant or not? According to the medical examiner, it was determined that Jared's cause of death was undetermined, possible mountain lion attack. But what truly happened, we simply don't know. The theories, ranging from a mountain lion attack to abduction, all seem plausible in one way or another, but as previously mentioned, each does present their own unique problems. If an animal attacked, Jared's clothing showed no evidence of this. We don't know how his clothing and remains reached 500 feet above the mountain trail. Yes, an animal could have dragged him there, but again, no evidence suggests this occurred. The lack of animal hairs, blood, and DNA evidence is truly what baffles many, though some dispute the harsh conditions of the wilderness could have washed blood and hair away, but not even microscopic specks of anything was found, which in itself is very mysterious. Looking at abduction, it seems unlikely, but it still cannot be ignored. Perhaps whoever abducted Jared accidentally killed him, as he put up a fight, before fleeing the scene, but it's difficult to explain how Jared's trousers in particular were inside out, not to mention how his clothing was so far up the mountain. But again, no DNA was found on the clothes, nor any traces of blood or hairs. We simply do not know how Jared Atadero spent his final moments, nor how he ultimately met his demise. Jared's loved ones have struggled to come to terms with what happened on that fateful October morning in 1999, though knowing at least some of his remains were found has brought some comfort, especially to his father. Though many find it hard to understand why Alan keeps his son's skull in a cardboard box in his home, he told the Coloradoan, quote, "I know it seems weird, and some people might not understand, but this is all I have of him. It's sad, kind of surreal to think that this is my son." On January 2nd every year, Jared's family still remember him on his birthday. His sister Jocelyn is now married, and the family even left a seat for Jared at the reception, alongside his Raiders cap. Even Alan made the heartbreaking hike up to the spot where Jared's remains were found and left him an invitation to the nuptials. Despite the years that have gone by, Jared has never been forgotten by those who adored him the most. Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here was Alan and Jared's favourite song, and whenever it plays, it reminds him of his beloved son. Alan's Christian faith has helped him through the heartbreaking ordeal of losing his son, and he believes that one day he will reunite with him. He has not let what happened consume him, and has finally found some peace. Though it seems likely that we will never know the truth about what happened to 3-year-old Jared Atadero, his memory will live on in the hearts and minds of all who cherished him.
On November 10th, 1985, a hunter out in Allenstown, New Hampshire, made a startling discovery while out in Bear Brook State Park. Out in the forest, the hunter came across what looked like an old steel oil drum, something that really had no business being out in the middle of a forest, and when he opened it up, he didn't find anything that should have been out in the forest either. Cut up into pieces and wrapped up in plastic bags were the skeletal remains of 2 people. The hunter immediately reported this finding to the police, and they quickly swarmed the area, looking for any clues that could explain what had happened to these people and who they were, so that they could notify their families. But one of the first things they found out was only the first of many twists and turns in a very long case. One of the skeletal remains belonged to a young woman, but the other belonged to a little girl, possibly somewhere between the ages of 8 and 10 years old. Both of them had died from blunt force trauma before their bodies had been dismembered, stuffed inside the oil drum, and then dumped in the Bear Brook forest sometime between 1977 and 1985. The terrible discovery that one of the victims had only been a child spurred the investigation on, but with very little physical remains to work with and nothing else discovered at the crime scene, the investigation quickly ran into major difficulties. The trail went cold, and investigators were left with few other options than to close the case and hope that something new would come up further down the line, or someone would come forward and help them to find out more. With no known family to send them back to, the two victims were buried in a nearby cemetery with a tombstone that simply read, "Here lies the mortal remains known only to God of a woman aged 22 to 33 and a girl child aged 8 to 10. Their slain bodies were found on November 10th, 1985 in Bear Brook State Park. May their souls find peace in God's loving care." With nothing but that tombstone left behind to remember them by, the case and the victims fell into obscurity. But another discovery sprang this case wide open in May of 2000, 15 years after the two bodies had first been found. In exactly the same area of that forest in Bear Brook State Park, another steel oil drum was discovered, and inside that were two more bodies. This drum had the skeletonized remains of two more children who had also died due to blunt force trauma, immediately reminding investigators of the two other victims they'd previously found. In the wake of this new discovery, the investigators were then faced with many questions, but one of the first ones they had to answer was how they could have missed that second drum with two more victims inside it all those years ago. They quickly explained that the second drum had been left outside of the initial crime scene created by the first drum, and then they got right into trying to solve this case with the new information they'd gathered from the second finding. Using new technologies, investigators were able to glean a bit more information about all of the victims. They still couldn't determine an exact age for the woman, but they could say that they believed she had someone in her family tree who was Native American. Going off of her genes, they were able to say that she had curly or at least wavy brown hair and stood at about 5 foot 2 inches or 1.57 meters tall. She'd had a lot of work done to her teeth and had multiple fillings, with 3 teeth having been pulled out, something that police hoped would help identify her if they could narrow down their search just a little bit more. As for the girl who'd been found inside the drum with her, investigators were able to say that she showed signs of suffering from pneumonia, something that they also hoped would help identify her if they got a match in a medical or hospital record. She had 2 earrings in each ear, stood at approximately 4 foot 3 inches or 1.3 meters tall, with the same either curly or wavy hair as the woman she'd been found with, and she had a gap between her 2 front teeth. The other 2 children were determined to be younger than the first one who'd been discovered. Investigators put the middle girl at being somewhere between 2 and 4 years old, and she also had a gap between her 2 front teeth and had brown hair. She also had an overbite, which investigators said would probably be noticeable. The youngest child was only a toddler, and investigators believed that she was only somewhere between 1 and 3 years old when she'd been murdered. They were able to say that she had either blonde or very light brown hair, and she also had a gap between her front teeth, just like the other 2. They had all been killed around the same time, and they had all been killed in the same way. All of their bodies had been dismembered, put into steel drums and dumped in the same place in the forest, leading investigators to believe that it was the same person who had killed all 4 victims. But all of this new information did nothing to tell investigators who that killer actually was and who the victims were before they had been killed. It was another 14 years before anyone was able to find out anything new about the case, and then what they did find wasn't exactly unexpected news. Using DNA evidence, the authorities first announced that the 4 victims were maternally related, meaning that they either all shared the same mother, or the woman was either the girl's aunt or mother. But within a year of this announcement, investigators came out and officially announced that the woman had been the mother of at least 2 of the girls. Again, this wasn't unexpected news, but DNA and forensic evidence finally gave investigators a bit more to work with. They also uncovered evidence that proved that the woman and the girls had been living in the northeastern United States, probably in the exact same area they'd been found in, somewhere between 2 weeks to 3 months prior to their murder, meaning that the investigators finally had a solid location to start looking at missing persons reports. And in January 2017, we were finally given a name in connection to this case when the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children announced that a man going by the name of Robert Evans had been determined to be the father of the middle daughter, but was otherwise not biologically related to any of the other victims. The authorities then later announced that they believed that Robert Evans had actually been the one to have murdered all the victims, but that wasn't exactly the clean resolution to the case that it may sound as at first. Up until 2010, Robert Evans had been in custody, serving a sentence for the murder and dismemberment of his wife, Yoon-Sun Yoon, but the investigation into the murder and dismemberment of the 4 other victims then hit an unexpected snag. Robert Evans was just an alias, and investigators hadn't been able to retrieve Robert's real identity out of him before he died in prison in December of 2010. They could first trace Robert Evans's name back to when he'd been in jail for theft in the early 1990s, but before that, Robert had been going by the name Jerry Mockerman. He'd been in jail as Jerry for driving a stolen vehicle, drunk driving, and endangering a child. The child in this case had been a young girl named Lisa, and Jerry had claimed to be her father before he'd abandoned her at a park and had just driven away. But when Jerry, then Robert, had been arrested for murdering and dismembering his wife, Yoon-Sun Yoon, he'd actually been going by the name of Lawrence Vanner, only further confusing the investigators and muddling the waters again. Lawrence went against the evidence of his attorneys in court and pleaded guilty to Yoon-Sun's murder, which then led investigators to use his DNA to confirm that he'd actually been Jerry Mockerman, thinking that they would then find out that he had actually been Lisa's father, but the case took another turn. DNA evidence proved that Jerry was not actually Lisa's father, and Lisa, who was an adult by then, realised that she had no idea who her actual parents were. She sent in a sample of her DNA to an ancestry website and got a match for a woman called Denise Bodan, who'd been reported missing with her young daughter back in 1981. The match couldn't say what had happened to Denise, who was still officially missing, but Denise had only one other daughter, and when DNA confirmed that Denise had actually been Lisa's mother, Lisa found out that her real name was actually Dawn. But how did Jerry have Dawn, and where was Denise? Investigators had very little to work with once again, but what they were able to find out from the missing persons reports was that Denise and Dawn had gone missing while they'd been living with a man named Robert Evans. Somehow the investigation had come full circle, and the investigators were still no closer to finding out Robert's real identity. Not knowing what else to do, they released footage of Robert Evans in 2017 that showed him while he was being interrogated by the police, and then just 2 months later, they had a name. After seeing the footage, a man came forward and provided the investigators with a DNA sample, proving once and for all that Robert Evans had actually been his father, and his father's name had been Terry Peter Rasmussen. Terry Rasmussen was born in Denver, Colorado in 1943, and by 1969 he was married with 4 children and living in Redwood City, California. By 1973, his wife had filed for divorce, and by 1974, he was out of his first family's lives and gone for good. They'd last seen him around Christmas of that year, but none of them had any idea where he'd gone, or that he turned out to have been a murderer. With Robert's identity now confirmed to be Terry Peter Rasmussen, the investigators finally had their killer, one that was nicknamed the Chameleon Killer for all of the different identities he'd used over the decades. But they were actually nowhere closer to figuring out who the 4 bodies in the steel drums had been before they'd come to know Terry. A year after the killer had been officially named, New Hampshire Public Radio did a podcast called Bear Brook, bringing to light the strange and almost unique aspects of the case that had an identified killer but unidentified victims, and it was like striking a match. The case went cold from being almost like a side note in investigation history to exploding all over the internet, with hundreds of people using their free time to scour records for any clues that could lead to the names of the victims. One of those online researchers, a 34-year-old librarian from Connecticut called Becky Heath, uncovered a missing persons poster for someone looking for their missing half-sister named Sarah McWaters, and something seemed to click. And Sarah McWaters had been only one member of a family that was made up of her older sister, Marie Elizabeth Vaughan, and their mother, Marlise Honeychurch. And to top it all off, all 3 members of this family were actually missing. Feeling like she was onto something, Becky kept digging and eventually found out that Marlise had last been seen with a man before she and her children had gone missing, and that man was called Terry Rasmussen. With that final name tying them together, Becky called her tip into the police, and DNA evidence then proved that the toddler found in the second drum was in fact Sarah McWaters. The eldest daughter in the steel drum was Marie Elizabeth Vaughan, and the woman had been their mother, Marlise Honeychurch, and they were all officially named as 3 out of the 4 victims in June of 2019. Years and years of investigating and collaborating finally gave names back to 3 people. But there is still one more question to solve in this case, and it has everything to do with the identity of the 4th victim.
It's another strange situation because we know that little Bear Brook Jane Doe was Terry Rasmussen's biological daughter, but we don't know the identity of her mother. We know who her half-siblings were, and we know her approximate age, but how could we still be missing a name after uncovering all of this? Bear Brook Jane Doe was between the ages of just 2 and 4 years old when she was found deceased in May of 2000. She was primarily of Caucasian origins, though DNA testing revealed she had a small amount of Asian, African, and Native American ancestry. She stood between 3 feet 3 and 3 feet 9 inches tall, had light brown, slightly wavy hair, measuring approximately 5 inches, and she was possibly anemic, based on the examination of her bones. She also had an overbite, which may have been noticeable in life. Her DNA is available for comparison. Investigators have thus far been unable to find out who Jane Doe's mother was. She could have possibly been another victim of Terry Rasmussen, but we don't know that for sure. Until DNA gives us those answers, it seems unlikely that we will know the true identity of Bear Brook Jane Doe. Investigators are still searching for these answers, looking for that final piece of the puzzle that will make everything click and put this case to bed after decades of waiting and hoping to be able to lay the last remaining victim of the Bear Brook murders to rest, with her family by her side.
On New Year's Day 1986, friends and family made a gruesome discovery when they found the body of 28-year-old Debbie Wolfe on the bottom of a pond near her cabin home in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Debbie was described by friends and co-workers as a loving, all-around happy person, which paid off in her work as a nurse in a veterans hospital, but she had only been out of nursing school for 2 years by the time she went missing on December 26, 1986. Debbie had spent Christmas Day with her family, but had had to head home so that she could make it to her shift at the hospital the next day. Co-workers would see her leaving the hospital at around 4 p.m. and assumed that she was heading back to her isolated cabin home where she lived with her 2 dogs. Debbie loved her dogs and was known to take good care of them, and the house that she lived in, with family and friends describing her as neat and meticulous, which was why her mother was so concerned when she found Debbie's house in disarray on December 27th. Debbie had not shown up for work that day, and her family wasted no time checking in on her house only a few hours after Debbie had not shown up for her shift. Her house was in a complete mess. Her car was not parked in its usual spot, beer cans were littered throughout the cabin, and Debbie's nursing uniform was left lying on the floor in her kitchen. But things got even stranger. A friend of the family found her purse hidden under her bed, and then the family discovered that the seat of her car had been pushed all the way back. Debbie was only 5'3", and there was no way she could have driven the car with the seat being in the position that it was in. And then they found a message on Debbie's answering machine. This message made her friends and family incredibly nervous. First of all, because they did not recognise the voice of the man on the recording, and then because of what the message actually contained.
Hey Deb, missed you here at work today. Just wondering how you doing. If you're able to give me a call up here at the ward, I'm at 822-7007, or give me a call at home tonight. You've been having a lot of days. You made me worry when you missed another one. I just want to make sure you're okay. Bye.
The man who'd left the message claimed to be a co-worker from the veteran hospital and said that he just wanted to check in with Debbie because she had missed so many shifts at work. Her family knew that that wasn't true, a fact that would later be confirmed by Debbie's co-workers at the hospital, and Debbie's mother immediately got in contact with the police. But she was met with a lacklustre response. She was told that Debbie would have to be officially missing for 72 hours before the police would open a missing persons case and begin looking for her. As if this wasn't enough, the police would only actually begin searching for Debbie 5 days after she went missing. When they did finally show up at her remote cabin on New Year's Eve, 1986, they only did a search of her home, admittedly with bloodhounds, but the dogs couldn't pick up Debbie's scent and the search was called off for the day. According to investigators working within the department at the time, it had been mentioned by Debbie's family that a search of the pond had already been conducted, and so the police did not search the pond or order a dive team to search it that day. According to the family, nothing like that was ever said to the police, and Debbie's mother would actually hire her own private dive team to search the water the very next day. The important thing to remember about this pond is that it's surrounded by thick mud, both around the edges and going in quite a way into the water, and the bottom had a slow incline, meaning you could be 5 feet out into the water and it would only reach your knees. This information will be important later on, and it also explains why one of the divers would only be in the water for 2 minutes before he made a discovery. He found 2 sets of footprints in the mud, heading towards the deeper water and what looked like drag marks, and he followed those drag marks and footprints until he found Debbie. She was inside a barrel at the bottom of the pond, with her eyes closed and her face slack and soft, almost like she was asleep. The police were quickly called back to the scene and took over the investigation once again. An autopsy revealed that there were no drugs or alcohol in her system. She had 1 teaspoon's worth of water in her lungs and her upper airways, and she had abrasions on several of her fingers that could have indicated that she had put up a fight. But her death was concluded to be an accidental drowning. The police believed that she had been playing outside with her dogs when she had fallen into the pond and, for some reason or other, couldn't get back out. The police had several theories to explain why she couldn't climb back out of the water, even though it would have only come up to her knees for the most part, and the first one was immersion foot. Immersion foot is typically when a foot or a body part has been exposed to cold temperatures, particularly water, for an extended period of time and then begins to swell or blister up and become sore, like trench foot. But immersion foot can also lead to things like disorientation and dizziness, and that was one of the things that police used to explain why she hadn't walked right back out of the pond and had actually ended up drowning. They also said that Debbie suffered from a bad back, and that maybe she had fallen into the pond while playing with her dogs, and her bad back had stopped her from being able to swim back out, especially because she was found wearing a big, thick coat that would have become very heavy when wet. But her family and friends were unconvinced. First of all, there was the way Debbie had looked when she had been found. Drowning victims are usually found with their eyes and mouth wide open and their bodies, particularly their hands, stiff and tight because they're fighting to break through the water and to get somewhere where they can breathe again. But Debbie just looked like she was asleep. Another thing was that there was no foaming around her mouth or in her airways that would suggest that she was trying to breathe underwater. Her clothes and her body were clean, which was surprising as the water in the pond was murky and full of silt. And then there's the part of her being found inside a barrel. This part of the case would go on to create a massive amount of tension between Debbie's family and the police. The police would announce a few days later, after taking on the investigation, that there had never been a barrel, and it was actually Debbie's coat that had puffed up around the body and given that impression to the dive team. Debbie's family would disagree, and Debbie's mother would even go back to her cabin to look for the barrel, only to find an indentation in the ground, indicating that a barrel had been sitting there, but no barrel itself. The tensions between them would become even worse when the police returned the clothes that Debbie had been wearing when she'd been found. Debbie's mother would insist that these clothes did not belong to her daughter. The trousers were too big and too long. The shoes were 3 sizes too big and were men's. Her bra was also 3 sizes too big for her, and no one in the family recognised either her t-shirt or her jacket. And the shoes particularly stood out to Debbie's mother. She even asked the police if anything had been done to them before they were given back to the family, and the police told her that it hadn't. The reason why Debbie's mother was asking was because the shoes were completely clean. There was no way Debbie could have walked through the mud either before getting into the pond or after, to make it far enough into the water to where she could actually drown without getting these shoes dirty. This discovery only continued to ring alarm bells for Debbie's family, and they had more than a few ideas as to what they believed had actually happened to her. One of Debbie's roles at the hospital was to manage the volunteers, and Debbie had already told her family that she had been having problems with 2 men on the programme. One of these men had a history of psychiatric problems and had somehow managed to get her home phone number, and had even told Debbie before that he knew where she lived. This man was questioned by police after Debbie's body was found, but he had an alibi and he actually left the state only a few days after questioning. The other man that Debbie had been having problems with had already confessed his feelings towards her several times, but Debbie had told him that she was not interested in a romantic relationship with him and wanted to remain friends. Debbie's mother actually believes that this second man was the one who'd left that message on Debbie's answering machine, but the police could find no evidence against him and he was released without any charges. And that's where Debbie's case remains to this day. The police still insist that her death was an accidental drowning and that her family were just desperate to prove that it was murder so they could blame someone for it. And most of her immediate family has, unfortunately, already passed away, and they never got any answers that left them satisfied, or even an answer that they could believe in when it comes to what happened to their daughter and sister.
Lucas Tronch was born on April 18th, 1999 to parents Eric and Natalie Tronch in southern France. Both Eric and Natalie worked as engineers with the French Alternative Energy and Atomic Energies Commission at Myuu nuclear site. The couple brought up their family in Bagnols-sur-Cèze in the Gard department of southern France. Lucas was the middle of 3 children, with an elder brother named Valentine and a younger brother named Arthur. Lucas is described as being shy, kind, helpful, and happy, and he adored animals and the outdoors. By 2015, the 15-year-old was in his first year at the Lycée Albert Einstein School in his hometown of Bagnols-sur-Cèze. He had a good group of friends and performed very well in his classes, having a desire to one day become a vet. Lucas was also very active, enjoying attending the likes of swimming and badminton classes in his spare time, and he was very passionate about scouting, having been a part of his local scout troop for a number of years by this point. Lucas was not very active on the more popular social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook, but he was often on Snapchat, sending snaps to his friends. On Wednesday the 18th of March 2015 at approximately 5:10 p.m, Lucas's elder brother, 17-year-old Valentine, told his younger brother that it was time to leave their home to catch the bus to their swimming lessons that night in Loudun-l'Ardoise. Before leaving towards the bus stop on their scooters, which was about a 20-minute walk away, Lucas told Valentine that he should go ahead to the bus stop himself, whilst the teen locked up the house before joining him. Only Lucas never arrived. At around 5:30 p.m, Valentine tried to contact his brother by calling him, but Lucas's phone had been switched off at approximately 5:14, just minutes before he locked up and left the Tronch residence. At around 6 p.m, the boy's mother Natalie returned home from work with her youngest son, 9-year-old Arthur. Thinking that Valentine and Lucas were still at the pool, Natalie carried out some household chores before heading to the swimming pool to collect her elder sons at approximately 8 p.m, but only Valentine was there. Valentine told his mother that Lucas had failed to show up at the bus stop, and he assumed that his brother decided to stay at home. Only Natalie told her eldest son that Lucas was not there. Worried that Lucas might have suffered an accident of some kind, Natalie contacted nearby accident and emergency rooms in case her son was there receiving any treatment, but he wasn't. Natalie then contacted a number of Lucas's friends in order to trace her 15-year-old son, but nobody had seen him. For Lucas just to vanish like this was completely out of character, so as a result, Natalie contacted police and immediately filed a missing persons report. Eric was informed of his son's disappearance shortly after he returned home from work at approximately 11 p.m. French police immediately opened an investigation into Lucas's disappearance shortly after being contacted by his mother, and after a week of no news, the case was taken on by the SRPJ, the Montpellier Original Judicial Police Service, and the OCRVP. Numerous searches were conducted in the locality, with search teams and volunteers scouring the hills, cliffs and paths within a 4-kilometre radius of the Tranche home. The River Cèze was also searched, and the likes of helicopters, search dogs and search and rescue teams aided in the search for Lucas, totalling around 1,500 people being involved, but no trace of the boy was found. His picture and information was posted on several social media platforms, and a number of French public figures appealed to the public for information. The Tranche parents also appeared on a number of television programmes following their son's disappearance in order to raise awareness of his case. Lucas was not the kind of person to just run away. According to his family, he had absolutely no obvious reasons to do so. He wasn't experiencing any family problems. On the contrary, he was very close to his family, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary at school either. It was deemed possible at the time that Lucas may have left of his own accord for reasons still unestablished, or that he had been abducted after leaving his home. Authorities did rule out that Lucas had taken his own life, and ruled out the possibility that he had fled to either fight for or against the Islamic State in the Middle East. As the investigation into Lucas's disappearance continued, police questioned his family, friends, teachers and sports coaches extensively, but unfortunately nothing of significance came to light. Bus drivers who were also in the vicinity that day were also questioned, but to no avail. Lucas's room was subsequently searched for clues, and it appeared that he had actually left the house without his swimming gear. He also left without his ID and his scooter, but he did leave with a rucksack containing very few items of significance. The 15-year-old, who knew a lot about the outdoors and survival, did not take any cash with him, nor any sort of sleeping bag or shelter, or even a knife. If Lucas had been planning to leave home, he would have known to take such items to survive in the wilderness. The true intentions as to why Lucas left his home remain unclear. Whilst searching Lucas's bedroom, authorities seized his laptop and his tablet in order to find some clues, but once again their efforts yielded nothing of significance. They did find that his mobile phone showed Snapchat being used several times on the day in question. After being granted permission from US authorities to access Lucas's conversations on the app, once again, nothing suspicious or out of the ordinary was found. It is believed, however, that Lucas may have spoken to someone via the Snapchat app and intended on perhaps meeting this individual or group of people. A number of witnesses came forward to police claiming to have seen Lucas on the day he vanished. One female witness claimed to have seen the 15-year-old sometime between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m. on Chemin du Sardounin, heading in the opposite direction of the swimming pool towards the vineyards. Another woman came forward claiming on March 19th, the following day, that she saw a teenager crossing a yard near to her farm at around midday, a male wearing a burgundy down jacket, similar to one Lucas was wearing when he disappeared. This sighting was actually not far from the previous day's sighting, heading towards the vineyards. After informing police of this alleged sighting, authorities arrived on the farm with sniffer dogs, who followed the scent for approximately 1 kilometre north before stopping dead in its tracks. Nothing was found. Later the same day, March 19th, as a group of volunteers were out searching for Lucas, a family friend of the Tonches saw what appeared to be a silhouette of a young person sitting at the top of a nearby hill at around 6:30 p.m. By this point, it was dusk. The family friend, Rashid Gamari, took a photograph of the strange person, but unfortunately it was far too grainy to make out who the individual was, and to this day we still don't know who the person was. Rashid then began calling out Lucas's name numerous times. However, the silhouette on the hill got to their feet and simply walked away. 4 days later, on March 23rd, at around 10:30 a.m, more volunteers witnessed this strange silhouette standing on the hills of Saint-Gervais. The person standing there, watching over the walkers in the nearby vineyard. This person was once again unidentifiable, but was wearing dark clothing, according to some of the witnesses. Volunteers approached the silhouette, but by the time they actually reached the spot where the person had been standing, they were gone, having disappeared into the woods. According to one source, however, one of the search dogs left markings at this particular point, suggesting that this unidentified person could have been Lucas Tonche. Around a week later, another witness came forward to the authorities, a 25-year-old motorcyclist who claimed to have seen Lucas on the afternoon of the 23rd of March riding his bike through a neighbouring village. According to this witness, Lucas was wearing a backpack and walking along a track towards a hamlet called Es-Brazun, heading in the direction of a hill. The biker's description of Lucas was very accurate, so this new lead seemed promising. Following this witness testimony, police on the ground and in the helicopter scoured the area for clues, once again with search dogs by their sides, but nothing of significance was found. A father and a daughter also came forward to police claiming to have seen someone matching Lucas's description on March 28th at the Culture du Ponty store in Vaucluse. According to them, Lucas was in the company of an older female between the ages of 45 and 50 years old. Despite authorities once again processing these leads, nothing came of it. Not long after Lucas's disappearance, forensic investigators tried to look for any traces of blood in the Tonche home. They used a product called luminol, which reacts to the presence of blood, and investigators found what appeared to be traces of blood on the carpet by Lucas's bed, and they tried to determine whether the luminol had definitively revealed blood or whether the product was just reacting to a day-to-day household product. But unfortunately, the results of this test has never been revealed to the public, despite renewed testing occurring in May 2017. Around 7 or so months following Lucas's disappearance in October of 2015, the Tonche family started to receive strange anonymous letters, which informed Eric and Natalie that, quote, "Lucas is fine, don't worry." Approximately 11 letters were sent to the Tonche residents over the following 9 months, until investigators reviewed CCTV footage at the sorting office, where one of the letters had been posted on July 12, 2016. As it turned out, however, the sender of these letters was a 57-year-old mythomaniac from Valence, who had absolutely nothing to do with Lucas's disappearance. In October 2017, the man was sentenced to 1 year in prison, with a further year suspended. In December 2016, French police released a composite sketch of a witness seen near to the Tonche residence on the day that Lucas disappeared, with the sketch being modified slightly in September the following year, in order to have a more accurate depiction of this individual. Who this individual was, however, remains unknown. Authorities investigating Lucas's disappearance found some striking similarities to his case and another missing person, 16-year-old Antoine Zoya, in March of 2016. Antoine was similar to Lucas in a number of ways, especially in regards to personality. Antoine disappeared after buying cigarettes from a local tobacconist. Police tried to establish a solid link between the two cases, as both were of a similar age, similar personality, and lived just 38 miles apart. However, in October of 2018, Antoine's skeletal remains were found hanging in a remote woodland near Clarensac, where he vanished. No foul play is suspected. In January of 2018, authorities investigated another possible lead in this case. They believed that a man named Nordal Lalande, who was the main suspect in the disappearance of Myuu de Arojo, an 8-year-old girl who disappeared in Chambly, southeastern France, was perhaps linked to Lucas's disappearance. Lalande was a regular visitor to the Gare Departement, and he even had relatives near Lucas's hometown of Bagnols-sur-Cèze. However, after authorities looked into Lalande's phone records, he could be placed more than 100 miles away from where Lucas disappeared on March 18th of 2015. He was subsequently ruled out as being involved in the teen's disappearance. As for Myuu de Arojo, her body was found on February 14th of 2018 after Lalande led authorities to where he disposed of her remains. In October of 2018, the witness who had been seen near to the bus stop on the day Lucas vanished was finally located and taken in for questioning, but unfortunately nothing could link this male individual to Lucas. The Tranche family, despite their heartache, never gave up hope that someday Lucas would come home. Mass gatherings took place over the years on the anniversary of Lucas's disappearance in an effort to raise awareness of his case. Unfortunately, Lucas's case subsequently went cold. That was until June of 2021, when on the 24th and 25th, some bones and pieces of clothing were found in Bagnols-sur-Cèze that were suspected to have belonged to missing boy Lucas Tranche. DNA and genetic testing were performed on the bones and the pieces of clothing, which confirmed that the remains did indeed belong to 15-year-old Lucas Tranche. Lucas was known to be very passionate about geology, and he regularly went to this particular area to collect stones. Rather strangely, Lucas's cause of death has not been determined, but the possibilities include an accidental fall, a deliberate act of throwing oneself into the void, or an altercation, according to French police. The truth as to what happened on the day Lucas disappeared and the events following his disappearance remain unknown. We don't know how Lucas met his end or why. We can only hope that someday the Tranche family will get the answers they so desperately need. Lucas was a happy and healthy teenager. For him to have passed away in such mysterious circumstances certainly needs some more reviewing by authorities. Was Lucas the victim of foul play? Did he die as a result of an altercation with somebody or a group of people? Or did something extraordinary happen to him that resulted in his premature death at just the tender age of 15?
On December 7th, 1958, a family woke up to a cozy Sunday morning in Oregon with the plan to spend some quality time together, enjoying each other's company and getting ready for the festive season. Kenneth Martin was 54 years old and a cheerful man known for his outgoing personality. He worked at an appliance company where he supervised the repair department, and his trustworthy attitude and stable income meant that his 48-year-old wife, Barbara Martin, could be a homemaker and focus on raising their 3 daughters, Barbie, Virginia, and Susan. Barbie was 14 years old, the eldest daughter and a freshman at Grant High School, but the couple also had a son named Donald, and he was a little bit older than the rest of the Martin children. He was 28 years old and worked as a pharmacist's mate in the US Navy and tied with the Marine Corps. He was stationed in Fort Schuyler, New York, the almost exact opposite end of the country, the day that his family was getting ready for Christmas that year, something that would be an important part of his story later on. But for the rest of the Martins, Kenneth and Barbara had been to a Christmas party the night before, so they took their time getting up to enjoy a family breakfast with their daughters the next day. Around 10:30, the family had some visitors when Mr. and Mrs. Evans, who were cousins of Barbara Martin, came over, and they brought their 7-year-old daughter and her friend with them. The idea was that the children could play while the adults spent some time catching up, and the two families enjoyed each other's company for a little while, but the Evanses couldn't stay for long. They were on their way to a Sunday dinner, and Mrs. Evans actually invited the Martins along, something that could have changed the entire course of this case, but Kenneth and Barbara refused. They said that they wanted to spend the rest of their day going along the highway and foraging with the girls to find some greenery that they could turn into Christmas decorations together later on, and so the families went their separate ways. Between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. that day, the Martins piled into the family car and took off to see what they could find, and this wasn't unusual for the Martins. Friends and other family members would later say how the family enjoyed spending time together, particularly outdoors, and that they would often take trips, just driving around and hiking or walking together out in nature. And on the 7th of December 1958, it looked like it was going to be another one of those days. The Martins were spotted around 4 p.m. at a gas station in Cascade Locks, around 64 kilometres from the family home, and a little while later eating at a Paradise snack bar in Hood River, another 32 kilometres or so from the gas station. No one reported anything unusual about them, or even that anyone had been acting suspiciously towards them, but the Martins were reported as missing when Kenneth failed to show up for work and the girls for their classes the very next day. The police were dispatched to the home around 11 p.m. Monday night, where they found nothing out of the ordinary. Magazines were still strewn across the floor from where the girls had been reading them the day before, the dishes from breakfast were still on the drying rack in the kitchen, and there was a load of laundry finished and waiting in the washing machine, but there was no family car and no one else in the house. Friends and family hadn't heard anything from the Martins since the Evanses had left them the day before, and the neighbours hadn't seen them or their car since Kenneth had driven it out with his family inside it to go and find some Christmas decorations. Fearing the worst, the police quickly began searching the area and the tracks of the highway that the Martins had last been seen at, but what they found would only raise more questions. They didn't find any traces of the family car, but they did find an abandoned and stolen white Chevrolet registered to an address in Los Angeles. But perhaps more chillingly, they found a bloody gun and a woman's glove tossed into the bushes nearby. Trying to keep their focus, the police on the case initially didn't look at the car that closely, as it didn't match the description of the one that they were looking for. The Martins had a cream and red coloured Ford station wagon, and that was what the police were trying to keep most of their attention on. But they had a look at the Chevrolet again when an analysis of the gun came back with some puzzling clues. The serial number on the gun traced it back to a Meyer and Frank grocery store, and the gun was listed among some of the items that Donald Martin had once been accused of stealing just 2 years previously when he'd been working there. Donald had a firm alibi as he was stationed in New York and accounted for that day. But what that gun did was tie the abandoned Chevrolet to the disappearances and give the police a new lead to investigate. Looking at the dried blood that covered the gun, the police had grim expectations, so they kept an eye on the family's bank accounts to see if any withdrawals were made that would indicate that they were still alive, or maybe even pinpoint a location where their potential attackers may be. But there were no activities on any of their accounts, and the police had a theory as to why that could be. The very next day after the Chevrolet was discovered, 2 arrests were made in Hood County in connection to the stolen vehicle. 2 ex-convicts, an unnamed man and a man called Roy Light, were arrested on suspicion of car theft, specifically that white Chevrolet, and this put them firmly on the investigators' radars. The running theory was that the 2 men had gotten rid of the Martins and had simply not had enough time to empty their bank accounts before they'd been picked up by officers. So investigators honed in on the 2 and tried to build up the potential connection between the white Chevrolet and the gun that Donald Martin had been accused of stealing, and the 2 ex-convicts' ties to the Martins became more concrete when a waitress from the Paradise snack bar came forward. This waitress, who actually knew Roy Light, remembered seeing the 2 ex-convicts there at the same time as the Martins, and she remembered that they had left shortly after the Martins had. With this new information, the police put the pressure on Roy Light and the man that he'd been arrested with, but the men gave them nothing new about the missing family. Investigators had their suspicions and they had their suspects, but what they lacked was any real physical evidence tying them to the disappearances or even to the scene, and they had another kink in their theory to work out as well. Sightings of the Martin family were still being called into the tip lines, some of them quite believable, and if those sightings were correct, that meant that the Martins were still alive and well, and investigators just had to find them. With no bodies and no real evidence tying the 2 men to foul play, Roy Light and the other unnamed ex-convict were not charged with anything concerning the Martin family. In the months that followed the disappearances, one of the biggest searches ever conducted in Oregon led to hundreds of new leads, over 200 of which came in as just letters sent to the police in the hopes that the information witnesses had could lead to the recovery of the family. Investigators followed up on all of them, but the leads eventually went cold, and the investigation came to a screeching stop. And by February 1959, the most substantial lead that the investigators had didn't leave anyone feeling any warmer. A volunteer found car tracks leading off a cliff in the Dalles, an inspection of the tracks showing that they could have belonged to a Ford station wagon. Investigators then found paint chips in the area that they'd sent off to the FBI for analysis, and the results came back to say that it was the same kind of paint used on the particular model of station wagon that the Martins had. Investigators wanted to follow up on this, and the Bonneville Dam was lowered by 5 feet to allow divers and sonar equipment to be used in the searches of the water. However, after an extensive search, investigators and other volunteers were unable to find anything, and the Martin family remained missing. On the 1st of May, a river drilling rig near the Dalles reported their anchor catching on something quite heavy in the water, but whatever it was, the anchor broke free before it could be pulled out of the water. The very next day, a couple reported seeing what looked like 2 bodies floating in the water around Cascade Rocks, and after they'd called it in, investigators went down to have a look themselves. They found the badly decomposed body of a young girl on the riverbank the day after the couple reported seeing it, but it would take some time for investigators to be able to piece together who she was. Little remained of the girl to be able to make a positive identification from her face or her body, but combining an identification of the clothing and a dental examination, she was positively identified as 11-year-old Susan Martin. The family dentist was able to match the fillings in her teeth as the ones he'd put in and still had in his records. He claimed that it would be highly unlikely that someone else would have the exact same fillings in exactly the same teeth and place, so the identification was set in stone, and the first Martin family member was found. This did little to encourage investigators, family and friends that the rest of the Martins were alive, and hopes only dwindled further when another body of a young girl was discovered the very next day. Her remains were identified as the 13-year-old Virginia Martin, and an autopsy stated the official cause of death as drowning. Traces of aluminium were found on the girl's clothing, which would be keeping with the tyre tracks found on the cliff earlier in the search. The tracks, and where the rig would later report their anchor snagging on something, were opposite an aluminium smelting plant, and investigators believe that the rig had caught onto the door of the Martins' car, or maybe even the car itself, and turned over, taking the door with it and allowing two of the bodies to float out of the car and downstream. Another search of the water in the area came back empty-handed, and they were eventually called off altogether when a driver nearly drowned, leaving the fates of Kenneth, Barbara and Barbie to remain a mystery to this day. Based on the tracks, the gun and the potential ties to the ex-convicts, investigators have maintained their theory that the Martins met with foul play that day, but they've been unable to tie enough evidence from the scenes or the autopsy reports to prove their case, or even to formally charge anyone with their disappearances and deaths. This left the only remaining member of the Martin family, their son Donald, without answers as well. He had to wait the mandatory 7 years to be able to claim anything from the family's estate, but 8 years after their disappearances, he was able to inherit the family's home and what was left in their bank accounts. When the investigation stalled again, the bodies of Susan and Virginia were cremated and left unclaimed in a crematorium for over a decade. They were actually left there until the death of their paternal grandmother, leading them to be collected by an unnamed person while they were making plans for the funeral, leaving the closing chapter of this story on perhaps the saddest note it could be left on. Around 6 o'clock on June the 5th, 1990, a cook in a local inn in Copenhagen was on her way to get ready for her shift at work. She headed down to the basement of a nearby building that the inn used both as a storeroom and a changing room for their staff members, but what she would find in there would take her day from being a day like any other to a day like nothing she had ever experienced before. That week, Copenhagen was in the midst of celebrating the Pentecost Carnival. The streets were full of life and excitement, with hundreds of people partying and having a good time throughout the city. But down in that particular basement, it was an entirely different story. There was only one cold grey light in the cellar as the cook shut and locked the door behind her, but that one light was all that she needed to make out the shape of a young woman lying on the basement floor. The woman's hands had been tied behind her back with a black cord that was also tied around her neck. She had 2 dishcloths stuffed into her mouth, and by that point, the dishcloths had caused the young woman to choke to death. After what was probably a much-needed moment to collect herself, the cook then called the police, who flocked to the scene. There, the investigators were able to do a closer inspection of the body, and they discovered that the young woman had several cuts on her neck, and that some sort of strange symbol or marking had been cut into her arm after she died. This symbol didn't actually mean anything, and it could have been a jumbled collection of letters or maybe even runes, and it did nothing to point the investigators in a particular direction that would lead them to knowing who this woman was and who had done this to her. A pack of condoms was then found stuffed under her body, and a thick substance that was later determined to be bone wax had been poured all over her remains. Bone wax is a wax which is sometimes mixed with things like petroleum jelly to make it softer and easier to apply. It's mainly used on bones during surgery. In this case, the bone wax had been mixed with a softening agent to allow the perpetrator to pour it all over the young woman's body, but the investigators on the scene had no clue why. They also still had no idea who this young woman was or what she was doing in that particular basement, but it didn't take long for her identity to come to light. Only a few floors up in the very same building, the girl who was missing from her home was named Anna Stina Geisler. Anna usually went by her middle name, Stina, and she was an 18-year-old high school student who was only 3 days away from graduating. She was a popular girl who was known to be a happy, kind, and very thoughtful young woman. Her friends at school described her as bright and an intelligent student who was always ready to help anyone at the drop of a hat. Stina also had a very loving and open relationship with her parents and always told them when she was expecting to go or be somewhere. That was why her parents were so concerned when they woke up that morning and Stina wasn't in her room. A quick look outside also told them that her bicycle was still in the courtyard, and anyone who has been to Copenhagen before can tell you that a bicycle is the main way that anyone gets anywhere. Stina had been out to a friend's birthday party the night before, and she and her friends had later moved the party into the city centre so they could also take part in the Pentecost festival. She'd said goodbye to her friends around 2:30 a.m, and then she'd cycled home, and her friends weren't worried about her getting there safely. Stina hadn't had that much to drink that night, and she told her friends that she had to make sure that she didn't have a hangover the next day, as she had a family lunch to go to, and she had to study for an exam. That was one of the last things she said to her friends that night, and when Stina's parents were looking for her the next morning and spotted her bicycle out in the courtyard, it meant that she had to have made it home at some point. Her parents didn't waste any time, and they began calling other family members and friends to see if Stina was with them, or if they had any idea where Stina was, but no one had seen her since she'd left her friends in the city centre. Her parents quickly began running out of answers, and by the evening, when Stina still hadn't shown up and no one had called to say that she was with them, her parents reached out to the police. However, by that point, the police were already looking to contact her family too. Officers asked Stina's parents and her younger brother to come down to the local police station, where they told them that Stina's body had been found in the basement of her own home. After delivering this horrible news, investigators immediately jumped on the case, and thanks to the packet of condoms found underneath Stina's body, the first place they started looking for suspects was with Stina's male acquaintances. Stina also left the investigation team a list of people to start with, and that was because throughout her teenage years, she had meticulously kept a diary documenting her days and who she was spending time with. In her diary, Stina listed many male names, some of them turning out to be just friends, some of them quite a bit more, but one name in particular immediately stood out to investigators, and it was the one they had a hard time getting out of their minds. In her diary, Stina documented a romantic relationship she had struck up with a 40-year-old journalist who worked for one of the major newspapers in Copenhagen. Without wasting any time, investigators brought this journalist in for questioning, and he admitted to being in a relationship that Stina had described in her diary. He was forthcoming with investigators about the relationship he'd had with Stina, but what he couldn't provide the investigators with was a solid alibi for his whereabouts on the night that Stina was murdered. This only raised suspicions against him, but the investigators had no solid physical evidence to tie the journalist to the scene, and they had to let him go without charging him with anything. Despite the substantial age gap between them, Stina was legally an adult, and the journalist hadn't committed any crimes by being romantically involved with her. The police had nothing to charge him with, and they were forced to let him go, but the decision to let him go also came on top of many eyewitnesses coming forward to talk about Stina being with someone else. So many witnesses talked to the police after they found out that Stina had been murdered, and a lot of them stressed the fact that the man that Stina had spent her final day alive with had not actually been the journalist, but a different, younger man with stubble and short hair. Some witnesses had even seen Stina having lunch with this younger man during her break at her shift in a local cafe on the day of the 4th of June. Most witnesses said that they hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary while the two of them were together, but they did know for sure that he definitely was not the journalist. But there was one witness who noticed something quite unusual, and he would see it very early in the morning of the 5th. A watchman on the streets just outside the building that the Geislers lived in, and therefore the basement that Stina's body was later found in, reported seeing a young man with stubble and short hair standing in the doorway to the building around 2:55 a.m, just after Stina should have been arriving home. What was particularly interesting about this, aside from a man matching the description of one of Stina's male friends being at the scene of the crime, was that the watchman noted that this man was wearing leather trousers. This was particularly important because just a few days before she was murdered, witnesses reported seeing Stina talking to a man with short hair and wearing leather trousers outside her high school. Was Stina the victim of a stalking gone wrong, or was this man just closer to her than her diary was letting on? The investigators focused on finding the man with short hair and leather trousers, and then they quickly found out the identity of the man witnesses had seen Stina having lunch with the day before she was murdered. The investigators couldn't prove that he was the same man that was talking to Stina outside of her high school, but what was crucial to this case was that the man that she had spent her final lunch break with was able to produce a solid alibi for the night of her murder. The investigation was down another suspect, and it didn't take long for any other leads the investigators found to also run cold. But while the investigation was dying down, the media went wild, continuously publishing articles on Stina's case. Some newspapers even going as far as to manipulating and publishing pictures recreating the scene of the crime, and making this one of the most talked about cases in the country. And then later, with the growing popularity of the internet and the world. But no new clues were generated through all of this media coverage, not even after an audio recording of Stina's parents, where they begged for help from the residents of Copenhagen, was played on national television in the hopes that it would inspire someone to come forward with new information. The investigators conducted over 3,000 interviews in total, but none of them brought them closer to finding out who had done this, and why they had done the things they'd done to Stina after they'd murdered her. Stina's mother, Kirsten Geisler, who died in 2020, almost on the 30th anniversary of the death of her daughter, gave a statement to the Danish press, where she talked about the difficulties the family faced when deciding whether to move out of their apartment just above the basement where her daughter had been murdered. She said, "I wanted to leave. I just couldn't bear the thought, but my husband said that he could understand that, but that we would be sitting on a desert island if we moved." Somehow managing to put the feeling that all loved ones must feel when waiting for answers into words, and showing just how truly difficult it is.
When most people hear the Moors murders, they're very likely to think of the years between 1963 and 1965, when Ian Brady and Myra Hindley took 5 children out onto Saddleworth Moor in Manchester, sexually assaulting 4 and killing all 5 of them. But their case, even though it's quite unique in the sense that they targeted children, wasn't the only spree of assaults and murders that took place in and around a moor. Today we go across to Bremen, Germany, where a patch of land would become the scene of one of the most brutal targeted attacks on women the country had ever seen before or since. The Devil's Moor is the literal translation of the German name Teufelsmoor, and with a name like that, you could almost say that the moor was always destined to be the site of some truly terrible crimes. But back when everyone around the area spoke Saxon, Teufelsmoor was once Doffesmoor, which doesn't quite mean the same thing as it does now. The moor part is very much the same, but the Doffes literally means less fertile or dead, which was basically the locals' way of saying that because of the thick peat that made up and surrounded the bog, nothing could grow there. So the dead moor became the Devil's Moor. But either way, the women who unwillingly found themselves there during the 1980s probably thought that they really had encountered the devil. On October 30th, 1981, Britta Schilling was on her way home. She was only 18 years old at the time and was on her way back from a disco in Bremen when she heard a car behind her on the road. It was the 80s, and just like the rest of the world, the roads and streets of Germany were no strangers to hitchhikers, so no one could have been that surprised when Britta struck her thumb out and asked for a lift. But unlike many before or after her, Britta never made it home that night. She was found on November 6th, naked, assaulted, her body showing visible signs of torture, and dumped in the Devil's Moor. She had been stabbed about 27 times, one of those wounds leading to her death. Her discovery was a shock both to her family and the towns that surrounded the Devil's Moor, but no one thought that there would be more victims like her to come. Many believed that Britta's assault and death had been a one-off incident, and though her story was tragic, for the communities around Devil's Moor, life went on. Only 3 days after Britta had been discovered, another hitchhiker was out on the streets of Bremen looking for a lift. This time it was a 17-year-old girl, not out in the middle of the night after a disco, but in the middle of the day and on her way home from school. She heard a car on the road behind her and stuck out her thumb, just like Britta had only a week or so before, and the car stopped. Inside was a young man, handsome and kind-looking, and when the girl asked him for a ride, he agreed to take her. The schoolgirl got in, probably thanking her luck that she'd managed to find a lift home, but the man took her out to Devil's Moor, where he showed her his true colours. The driver stripped the girl and he assaulted her, leaving her deep in the marsh without her clothes and taking them with him when he left. The girl was alive, but it was November and she was left out in the wind and the cold of the moors, trying to piece together what had just happened to her. It's not exactly clear why the driver left her alive, or why he decided to throw her clothes out of the car as he drove away. Maybe some part of him felt sorry for seeing a young girl left like that, or maybe he had his fill of murder from killing Britta. But the driver did toss the girl's clothes back out onto the road. He scattered them around as he drove, making sure that she wouldn't be able to collect them all in one go, and that meant that he was long gone by the time the young girl had her clothes back and had managed to report the crime to the police. Her assault was not initially connected to Britta's. Britta had been assaulted, but she'd also been physically tortured and murdered, and the local authorities didn't think that the two cases were so similar, yet also so different, could have been carried out by the same person. But they changed their minds by December 3rd, when a 20-year-old woman came into the police station to report that she had just been assaulted out in Devil's Moor. 3 similar cases in such a short period of time was enough to get the police looking at everything all over again, and they started re-examining Britta and the schoolgirls' cases, comparing them with this new one and hoping that the 3 together would bring enough evidence to the table to catch the man responsible for them. But law enforcement didn't have very much to show for it when 20-year-old Heike Schneer was reported missing in February of 1982. She hadn't shown up for her job in Bremen, and her colleagues found that strange enough to report her as missing to the police on February 9th. But it would be a while before anyone actually found out what had really happened to her. On March 24th, Heike was recovered out in Devil's Moor, dead from over 36 stab wounds. Law enforcement now knew that the mysterious driver had struck again, but news travelled slowly and hitchhiking was still a huge part of life in Bremen. On May 22nd, 18-year-old Angela Marx was on the streets looking for a ride when an now all too familiar story would play out. She was reported missing, but it would be 7 months before her clothing, handbag and skeletal remains were found on Devil's Moor. Because all they had were her bones, it was difficult to say exactly what had happened to Angela, but the investigators were certain that her death was connected to Britta and Heike's and the 2 other assault victims. And they only became more certain when 2 more teenage girls came in to report being assaulted out in Devil's Moor in July of that year. Both girls thankfully survived their ordeals, but their cases also brought more than a bit of bad news with them. As terrible as it is to say, an active killer and rapist is better for an investigation than one who's gone underground. More crimes and victims mean more clues and evidence, and it also increases the chances that the culprit will make a mistake and be caught. But after the 2 victims in July of 1982, the man who was plaguing the Devil's Moor went eerily quiet. The investigators were left with no new information, and still no idea who he was or why he was targeting female hitchhikers. In some ways, both law enforcement and locals must have sighed a sigh of relief. With no new cases for almost a year, there was a chance that the attacker had moved on, or maybe even been arrested for an unrelated crime, and the streets did seem safer, but the driver was still out there, and he reminded everyone of that in June of 1983. On June 6th, he kidnapped a 17-year-old girl at knife point, driving her out to the moor, where he forced her to perform oral sex on him. Maybe this assault was enough for him to quench his thirst, or maybe he was only getting back into the swing of things because he let this young girl live. She reported the crime to the police, bringing with her the difficult news that the killer and rapist of Devil's Moor was back at it again, and reopening the investigation into him. But Martina Volkmann wasn't as lucky. She was a 20-year-old woman trying to hitchhike from Wehr, a suburb in Bremen, to Hamburg on December 26, 1983, right after the Christmas holidays. She was found the same day, and after looking at her body, it wasn't difficult to piece together who had offered her a ride and what he had done with her after she'd gotten into his car. There were traces of semen in Martina's mouth, and she had been stabbed more than 100 times. Just what was the murderer of Devil's Moor doing? Why was he attacking these women, and why had he attacked Martina so brutally when he let others go? Even with Britta and Heike, is a long way off 100. The investigators feared that Martina's attack meant that things were only going to get worse, and they were right. Instead of going underground again, the killer waited only a couple of weeks to strike once more. On January 4th, 1984, he picked up another teenage girl and forced her to perform oral sex on him. He thankfully let her go without killing her, letting her report the crime to the police, but he struck again in February when he abducted a 20-year-old woman and did the very same thing. The woman survived, at least definitely proving that he didn't always kill his victims and he wasn't always going to be as brutal with his attacks as he was with Martina, but it did also prove something else. He'd gone almost a year before he attacked that 17-year-old girl and held her at knife point in June of 1983. Then he'd waited again and only struck in December when he'd assaulted and murdered Martina. There was always the chance that he'd had more victims in between who had either not been reported as missing or had maybe been allowed to live and simply hadn't reported their assaults to the police. But if those numbers were correct, that meant that the killer was now working on a shorter fuse. He'd attacked Martina in December, another teenager in January, and another in February, and if that pattern continued, that would mean that the investigation would be looking at a new case every month. A chilling theory to come to terms with, but it was a theory that was confirmed when an 18-year-old girl stumbled into the police station in March with an all too familiar, terrible story to tell. The police must have listened with heavy hearts when the girl explained that she'd been picked up by a man in a car and taken out to Devil's Moor, but things must have gotten only more difficult to listen to when the young woman went on to say that the man had told her that he was going to have sex with her. But it was after that the young woman's story took an unexpected turn. The young woman had agreed to have sex with the driver, only asking for a cigarette to calm her nerves before they got started. The driver agreed, giving the young woman time to take out and light a cigarette as he sat in the car beside her and waited. Who can say what must have been going through that young woman's mind, and I'm sure not many of us can say that we would have had the courage to do the same thing that she did. But she took that lit cigarette and smashed it into the driver's face, catching him off guard and buying herself some time to get out of the car and start running. And who can say why the driver didn't get out of the car and start chasing her, or why he didn't start his car and drive her down? But he didn't. Maybe it was another twist of fate, or maybe he simply hadn't expected anyone to fight back. But he started his car and he took off in another direction, letting the girl live. In another collected moment of courage, the girl turned around, watching the car drive off and making sure she'd memorized the license plate, and then she went back into town and gave it to the police. An investigation that lasted years by this point was solved when an 18-year-old girl handed the police the culprit's license plate on a silver platter, and they were able to trace it back to a man named Thomas Rath. Thomas was only 24 years old himself, and he was a non-commissioned officer in the West German army, someone who certainly should have been able to keep his cool under interrogation, but the investigators had him only for a short amount of time before he confessed to everything. The murderer and rapist of Devil's Moor finally had a face and a name, and this time he wasn't getting away, only to strike again later. He was taken to court and sentenced to life imprisonment on April 28th of 1985, almost 4 full years after all of this had first started. Even after all of that, his motives for committing his crimes are still somewhat up for debate, but a provision was made to his sentence that required him to receive psychiatric therapy whilst he was in prison, at least implying that the court system believed that there was something psychologically wrong with him. But with a crime spree as brutal as his, that wasn't so hard for any of us to piece together by ourselves.
Located in Møre og Romsdal, a county located in the west of Norway in the region of Sunnmøre, is Geiranger, a popular tourist village known for resting by the spectacular Geirangerfjord. In the 1990s, Geiranger had a population of just under 300, with thousands of tourists flocking to the area during the summer months, camping by the sea, residing in cabins, and setting their sights on the spectacular waterfalls and mountains. It was Thursday, the 8th of August, 1996, when 20-year-old Trude Espos wrapped up her shift at the Hotel Union in Geiranger, where she worked on a seasonal basis as a maid. Departing the hotel, she wandered towards a rocky viewpoint nearby, where she sat for a short time at approximately 5:20 p.m, reading a book with the views of the fjord surrounding her. The following day, Trude's colleagues at the hotel became concerned when she did not appear for her shift. Norwegian police were notified of the 20-year-old's disappearance, and soon a search operation began. A book and a bag belonging to Trude was recovered, however there was no sign of her. Despite thorough searches, no further clues were found for a further 11 days, when, on the 19th of August, hikers who were exploring the forest above the viewpoint followed the trail of a distinctive, unpleasant scent. Ascending the rocky terrain, the hikers found a single shoe and immediately alerted Norwegian authorities. Hunting the area for further clues, police, with the aid of Kripos, a special agency in the Norwegian police, made a bone-chilling discovery. Beneath a pile of rocks and moss lay the body of Trude Espos, less than 100 metres from the viewpoint. She had been raped and murdered. Police retrieved a partial DNA profile of an unidentified individual which was found on the body. Witnesses came forward, including a couple from Uppsala in Sweden who were taking a walk before returning to their campsite on the 8th of August when they saw a young woman sitting on a rock and reading. Upon their return journey at 6 p.m, the couple confirmed the woman was no longer by the viewpoint. Police strongly believed that the woman was Trude. The Swedish man told authorities that he had deviated from the main pathway and wandered towards the wooded area in order to relieve himself, and during that time he was startled by a scream. The woman too also heard the scream, and both agreed that it sounded very much like a child's. The man explained he saw what he believed to be a man and child playing, and further described a moment when he glanced and saw the alleged child lying down with the man looking over them. However, as the witness descended the terrain, the pair had vanished. No other people, including the Swedish woman, saw the supposed man and child. Trude's body was found just 20 metres away from where the Swedish man had stood. The mysterious man, who was recreated in a police sketch, was described as having been wearing a blue and white striped polo shirt, and another witness came forward to police and described how the man with a striped polo shirt and white shorts had asked her for the time that evening, and she told authorities that the man spoke German. The man was thought to have been between 30 and 40 years old, around 185 centimetres or 6 feet 1 inch in height, with a normal physique and brown hair, and has never been identified. Police aimed to map all identities and vehicles that were present in the village on that summer day. Thousands of tourists from over 40 countries were present in the area at the time of Trude's disappearance and death, with Norwegian police obtaining cameras and photographs from as many of them as possible. One photograph in particular grabbed police's attention. It was snapped at 5:15 p.m. on the 8th of August. At first, it seems like an ordinary picture of the spectacular view. However, upon closer inspection, an unidentified individual appears to be sitting on the rock of the viewpoint. It has never been confirmed, however, it is assumed by many that it is the very last image of Trude Espos alive. Norwegian media brought the case to the forefront, but despite this, further clues were few and far between. Trude's belongings at her lodgings at the hotel, which she shared with colleagues, were searched, and among her possessions was a note which police took particular interest in. She would regularly write entries in a personal diary, scribbling notes throughout the day on a separate sheet of paper in order to write it all up later in the day. The note said, "German crutches." Without any further context, it was unknown what the meaning of the note was. It was speculated that perhaps she had conversed with a German wearing crutches, and something significant had occurred which she was going to explain in her diary entry. At the time, there were approximately 800 Germans in Geiranger, most of whom were tourists. Was this German the same person? It wasn't until 2 decades later when German television aired a segment about the case, urging any people who were there to come forward in the hope of solving the cold case. Despite 20 years having passed, there was a significant breakthrough following the airing of the programme. A photograph showed a man with a missing leg using crutches on a dock in Geiranger. The photo was taken on the same day that Trude wrote the note. Another witness came forward. A woman who was 16 years old at the time worked at a kiosk and told police of her experience with the one-legged man. According to the witness, he hung around the area looking out of place and acting oddly. He approached her and asked very long, in-depth questions, which made her feel uncomfortable. It is thought that Trude also had a conversation of some sort with the man, therefore scribbled a quick note about it. Although not completely impossible, Norwegian police find it difficult to suspect the man of killing Trude and concealing her body, especially considering his disability. Unfortunately, the case of Trude Espos appears to have gone cold, despite police having interviewed over 3,000 people, as well as having obtained new information from the German television appeal. Her family, to this day, are still seeking answers. "17-year-old Yi Wa-ho, known as Eve to her family and friends, was a happy and bubbly teen who was, by 2006, a junior at Harvard Collegiate Institute. She had plans to attend college the following year upon graduating. Eve was an avid user of her mobile phone and spent much of her time texting her friends. On the 14th of August 2006, Eve planned to meet her best friend at the Eaton Centre in Toronto, and later that same day, whilst at her boyfriend's, 17-year-old Jackie Lee's home, Eve called another friend, Chris Yao, at 7:45 p.m. However, this was the last time that Eve was heard from. She was usually very conscientious and never failed to meet her midnight curfew, only this time she did. She also failed to show at the Eaton Centre where she was intending to meet her best friend. It is believed that Eve took her mobile phone with her when she disappeared, but it has never been switched on again. For Eve to simply vanish was completely out of character. Lily, the mother of Jackie Lee, who was Eve's boyfriend, left for work that same morning as usual, leaving her son to play video games. Jackie had recently returned from a trip to Hong Kong where he visited his father. Later that same day at approximately 7:30 p.m, Lily called her son asking him to run an errand for her. However, when Lily returned home from work later that night, Jackie was nowhere to be found. He hadn't taken any personal belongings with him other than his mobile phone and a minimal amount of cash. However, there has been no activity on his phone since his disappearance. It is unclear whether Lily was aware that Eve was with her son that night. That same day, on the 14th of August 2006, 18-year-old Kevin Lim, a friend of both Eve and Jackie who lived in nearby Scarborough, told his grandmother that he was going to a nearby convenience store to buy a drink and asked for her to leave the front door unlocked as he would return swiftly. Only, like his two friends, Eve and Jackie, he never returned. Apart from a small amount of cash, Kevin didn't take anything else with him when he departed. He left his mobile phone and wallet behind. Police initially treated all three cases as runaways, though it seemed odd for the trio, who were constantly on their phones, not to be active on them. Not to mention their bank accounts all remained untouched, and no activity was recorded on online chat rooms they frequented. All three also didn't appear to have any desire to run away or start a new life, though according to their classmates, not much was known about them. They kept themselves to themselves. Apart from their phones, some cash and the clothes on their backs, Eve, Jackie and Kevin took nothing else with them. Interestingly, the trio had been friends and classmates with a 17-year-old boy, Philip Sitt, who disappeared the previous year in September 2005. Eve's mother claimed her daughter didn't know Philip well, but both Jackie and Kevin were good friends with him. Philip lived in Toronto, and in the early hours of the 24th of September, he told his family that he was going out with his friends, as he had done the previous night. However, he never came home. Despite his out-of-character disappearance, police treated Philip's case as a runaway incident. That was until the 9th of August 2006, when the skeletal remains of a teenage boy were found in a field near the small township of Kinghorn, located by King Road, around 30 miles outside of Toronto. Law enforcement kept the discovery close to their chests following the grisly find, as they tried to identify John Doe and determine his cause of death. 5 days after the bones were discovered, on the 14th of August 2006, Eve Ho, Jackie Lee and Kevin Lim vanished without a trace. The identity of John Doe wasn't actually made public until 11 days later, on the 25th of August. It was 17-year-old Philip Sitt. Police also confirmed that Philip was the victim of a homicide, though they didn't elaborate any further as not to compromise their investigation. Only the killer or killers responsible knew Philip's cause of death. After police made the connection between Eve, Jackie, Kevin and Philip, they appealed for the trio to come forward, as authorities believed that they may have known something about Philip's death. Police did reiterate, however, that the three were not deemed suspects in Philip's murder. Many believe that the trio went into hiding or fled the country following the discovery of Philip Sitt's remains, though none of them owned a car, and both Jackie and Kevin left their passports at their respective homes, and Eve didn't even own a passport. Toronto police didn't know where to begin searching for the teens, and unfortunately, due to language barriers in their families, media coverage of the trio's disappearance was scarce, though the Ho, Lee and Lim families were cooperative with authorities and helped them as best they could, contributing to an outreach program led by Toronto police, which involved them publishing videos online in the hopes to raise awareness of the case. Unfortunately, their efforts to gain more leads and tips with these videos proved to be unsuccessful. The trio's computers were seized and analysed in an effort to find anything which could indicate where they had gone, and letters of Eve's were also analysed, but despite their efforts, Toronto police didn't find anything of significance. What truly happened to Eve, Jackie and Kevin remains a mystery, as does the circumstances surrounding the death of Philip Sitt. Though some speculate that the trio were either involved in gang activities or kidnapped, likely due to them possibly knowing about either who was responsible for Philip Sitt's murder or the circumstances surrounding it, the most likely theory is that the teens willingly chose to disappear. It is widely speculated that Eve, Jackie and Kevin went into hiding, fearing that the police would somehow link them to Philip's death, and in order to avoid that situation, they voluntarily vanished, whereas others speculate a possible suicide pact between Ho, Lee and Lim, which was to be carried out if Philip's remains were ever found. It is theorised that possibly a relative or friend helped the trio go into hiding, possibly even in Hong Kong where they had familial connections, though there is no evidence to suggest that this was the case. As previously mentioned, none of the teens took their passports or any official papers, though they could have easily gotten fake passports and papers. They could have even created entire new identities if they had the right contacts who knew the right people, but again, there is no evidence to support this theory. Since their disappearance over 14 years ago, no trace of Eve, Jackie or Kevin has ever been found. Did they vanish of their own accord, and if so, why? Did they know what happened to their friend Philip Sitt? Were they involved somehow, or did the trio somehow meet with foul play? Was the discovery of Philip's remains a mere coincidence, or was it the catalyst which caused Eve, Jackie and Kevin to disappear off the face of the earth? Did they know where Philip was buried, and therefore knew that the remains found in Kinghorn belonged to him, and had no other option but to vanish to save their own skin? Or were they witnesses to Philip's death, and threatened by his killer, who told them to keep silent or face the consequences? The disappearance of Eve Ho, Jackie Lee and Kevin Lim does come across as somewhat suspicious, especially regarding the discovery of Philip Sitt's remains. However, there is absolutely no evidence to indicate that any of the trio were involved in his death. Both the murder of Philip Sitt and the disappearances of Eve Ho, Jackie Lee and Kevin Lim remain unsolved. On the 8th of January 1914, Robert Stilwell, a cabinet maker's apprentice, patiently waited for a train due to arrive at Mildmay Park railway station, located on the North London line. Once the train came to a halt, he departed from the platform and entered the third-class carriage, with Robert planning on travelling to Broad Street. Shortly into the journey, as the train slowed at Dalston Station, Robert's attention focused on a peculiar sight as he tied his shoelace. His heart dropped as a grim realisation washed over him. A small hand was protruding from underneath one of the train seats. Panicked, he attempted to catch the attention of a porter, however he was unsuccessful. Further up the line, once the train came to a standstill at Haggerston Station at 4:33 p.m, Stilwell darted from the train, seeking help from the station master, who then demanded the train to be fully searched at the next stop, Shoreditch Station, after the boy voiced his concerns. It was discovered that the body of a boy was tucked beneath the seat in the train compartment. The unidentified child, thought to have been 5 or 6 years old, had long flaxen hair styled in ringlets. The cause of death was strangulation, as authorities found pale marks on the boy's neck, suggesting a cord was used to asphyxiate the child. There were other signs of violence, with the boy's face bruised and bloody. A post-mortem which was carried out revealed that the boy suffered from an undiagnosed heart condition, which, had he lived, would have cut his life expectancy drastically. After a thorough inspection of the train carriage, it was determined that there were no signs of a disturbance within, suggesting that the boy was deceased before being hidden beneath the seat. Later that evening, the child was identified as 5-year-old William Starchfield, the son of newspaper seller John Starchfield and Agnes Starchfield. The couple were separated and had been living apart for approximately 5 months, with William having lived with Agnes at 191 Hampstead Road, northwest of Euston and in the direction of Hampstead Heath. His father lived in a common lodging house in Long Acre, near to the Shard in London. John Starchfield had previously been in the army, but had become a rather famous local character due to an incident which occurred in the autumn of 1912. He was shot by an Armenian man named Stephen Titus, who murdered 37-year-old Thomas Johns and Esther Towers, a 29-year-old barmaid at the Horseshoe Hotel, a public house which was located at 264 Tottenham Court Road, London. Following the killings, Titus fled from the Horseshoe, where John was on the streets selling newspapers. Noticing the chaos, he delayed Titus's escape, but was shot. John was treated in hospital, and once he was released, the judge in Titus's case awarded him £50, approximately £6,000 in today's money, with the Carnegie Fund giving him £1 a week for the rest of his life, around £115 in current British currency, as a reward for his bravery. Several others who aided in apprehending Titus were also rewarded varying sums of money. 27-year-old Stephen Titus was convicted of the double murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. He was also declared insane upon his incarceration. On the 8th of January 1914, John Starchfield had been on bed rest. Since the shooting, he had suffered greatly in the aftermath. According to John, on the day in question, he lay in bed until 3:30 p.m, bought a coffee at an Endell Street cafe at 3:45 p.m, and by 4 p.m. he was back out on the cobbles of Oxford Street, selling newspapers until 7 p.m, returning home soon afterwards. John told police that he had not seen William in 3 weeks. Agnes Starchfield left her son with the landlady of her lodging while she visited friends and sought a job between 12 noon and 1 p.m. In her absence, the landlady suggested that Willie, as William was affectionately known, could collect some cards for her. The cards were available at a shop 22 houses away and had "To Let" inscribed on them. William ventured out and quickly returned, however the landlady was not pleased with the cards. She subsequently requested that William go back to the shop on Hampstead Road and buy alternatives. William departed at 1 p.m. Mr. Knapp, the stationery shop's manager, gave him the cards and witnessed William exiting the establishment. This would be the last time that William Starchfield was seen alive. Details about what happened after 1 p.m. are a mystery. Medical examinations were conducted, and it was concluded that William was murdered between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m, with the body being abandoned on the train for multiple stops before being noticed by Robert Stilwell. The inquest into William's death began on the 15th of January 1914. 2 signalmen reported finding cord on the train line on the day of the murder, which could have been used to strangle the boy. Another signalman who was on duty at the St Pancras signal box witnessed a train pass at 2:14 p.m. on the day of the murder. The locomotive had come from Chalk Farm in North London, and the witness described seeing a tall man bending over what he thought was a young girl. The signalman was invited to examine the face of the deceased child, and he confirmed that William was the child he saw. With William having had long hair and ringlets, the signalman assumed that he was a young girl. A witness in Camden Coal Yard recalled seeing a man between 2:30 p.m. and 3 p.m, again bending over something in a train carriage, and he also believed that the unknown man was also wrapping up a parcel. Allegedly, a witness saw a woman and boy together, with the woman tugging at the boy's arm. The child, who allegedly resembled William, seemed reluctant to go with her. John Moore, a timber porter, stated he saw John and a young boy at 1:50 p.m. at Camden Town Tube Station, soon after he left an ironmonger's shop, walking near Kentish Town Road in Camden. Clara Wood, one of the witnesses at the inquest, remembered seeing a man and a young boy holding hands and wandering the street. Crucially, she recalled that the boy was eating a slice of currant cake. Her recollection was of high interest to authorities, as William's post-mortem examination found that the boy's stomach contents included partially digested food, which contained currants. Asked if she could recall the man's face, Clara replied that she could. She then pointed in the direction of John Starchfield. He strongly denied being with his son that day, and fellow dwellers of his lodging house gave witness testimonies confirming that John was in bed at his residence at the time. John White, a commercial traveller, said that he saw a man and boy together at Camden Town Station. He again identified the man as John Starchfield, but John was adamant in claiming that White's testimony was a lie. The jury at the Old Bailey came to a decision and declared a willful murder charge against John Starchfield, who was then taken into custody in order to await trial. As the trial date loomed, one of the case's key witnesses attempted to take their own life, and Clara Wood was noted to have failed to explain several details during cross-examination. Her story had many flaws, and it was reported that she had already seen a photograph of John Starchfield in a newspaper before she reported her alleged sighting. She was shown a photograph of William, but she was unable to confirm that he was the young boy she had allegedly seen. The trial concluded, and in a turn of events, the jury declared John Starchfield as being not guilty of killing his son. After being freed from jail, John continued to insist that he was innocent, and his son's death was an act of revenge for the incarceration of Stephen Titus in 1912. Just 2 years after the trial, in 1916, John Starchfield passed away in St Pancras Infirmary. The truth about who murdered William Starchfield, their motive for doing so, and how the boy ended up on the train are just a few missing pieces of a complex case, which, over a century on, remains unsolved. At 11:27 a.m. on the 20th of September 1978, near the North Cheyenne Reservation on the outskirts of Ashland, Montana, a transient who was scavenging for bottles and cans discovered the body of a young woman in a roadside ditch. She was found lying on her back with her head at the bottom of the ditch, fully clothed with her hands tucked inside her shirt sleeves. The woman had died due to a head injury, and authorities concluded that she had died accidentally. However, later revelations would dispute this conclusion. The victim was determined to be 20-year-old Iris Mae Whistling Elk, a woman of the North Cheyenne tribe. Iris was born on the 31st of December 1957 to Benno Standing Elk and Josephine Whistling Elk. She was the second of the couple's 9 children. Her father passed away when she was a child, and her mother died at the age of 35 from liver disease. Iris and her oldest sibling, Catherine, cared for their siblings on the North Cheyenne Reservation. Iris, who loved to sing, was said to have been kind, selfless, encouraging, inquisitive, and good with children. During her teenage years, Iris went to live with her aunt, May Whistling Elk, and her husband, Robert Conn, in Lame Deer, Montana. She also resided temporarily with two other aunts, Lillian Three Fingers and Lamel Whistling Elk, as well as foster parents Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Cauliflower. Iris, who had been slightly behind in her schoolwork, managed to successfully graduate from high school in Busby in 1978 and received a scholarship to the University of Montana. By 1978, Iris, who stood at 5 feet 2 inches tall, was living in a hamlet called Rabbit Town, located on the reservation by the Tongue River. Iris's brother, Clyde Redwoman, told the Billings Gazette that he had a vision of his sister on the day of her death, claiming to have seen her brushing her hair in a window of a house she frequented in Lame Deer. Clyde, curious, entered the house, calling his sister's name and opening the door to the room he saw her in, only to be greeted by silence and a rush of cold air. He was quoted as saying, "I knew then that she was gone." Iris was last witnessed at a local bar, thought to have been the Club Buffet Bar, in mid-September of 1978. An autopsy concluded that Iris had more than likely been dead between 1 to 3 days before being found, and was heavily intoxicated at the time of her death, with her blood alcohol level measuring as 0.26. Initially, authorities examined her head wounds, including bruises on her face, and believed Whistling Elk had died accidentally, having perhaps had a fall and stumbled into the night, walking aimlessly on the road where she eventually succumbed to her injuries a few hours later. The original autopsy also stated that Iris had suffered multiple injuries to her head and body, most of which indicating blunt force trauma. Officials said there was no evidence to suggest that Iris had been assaulted, and most likely had suffered due to a fall and, as a result of exposure to the dropping autumn temperatures, passed away. It is not clear whether the trauma to her skull was listed as her cause of death, however, authorities officially named her death as suspicious. Iris's family strongly believe she was murdered. In a 2006 article in the Billings Gazette, Iris's sister, Catherine Flores, said she had sent numerous letters to the Rosebud County authorities, pleading to have them investigate her sister's case further. She was told in 1998 that she would be contacted by the lead investigator on the case, however, she never received any form of contact. The family even contacted producers at the television show America's Most Wanted, eager to give Iris's case much needed exposure. However, they did not take on the case. Having waited many more years, local attorney Michael Hayworth reviewed Whistling Elk's case. Dr. Thomas Bennett, a forensic pathologist, reviewed the autopsy records and determined that Iris had died due to a catastrophic subdural hematoma, a bleed on the brain caused by blunt force trauma. He indicated that Iris had further blunt force trauma injuries on her head and body. Her injuries were not consistent with that of being struck by a vehicle, and there was no evidence of any defensive wounds. However, some sources state that there were defensive wounds. Bennett believed that Whistling Elk had either fallen numerous times or was brutally beaten to death. It was more than likely that Iris suffered her injuries elsewhere and her body was subsequently abandoned in the ditch. A suspect in Iris's death was identified, however, her family were not informed of the fact for over 2 decades. The unnamed suspect passed a polygraph test and was released. Iris's family believe she may have been beaten by a group of women who were envious of her, or perhaps a man Iris had met at the bar killed her in a drunken state. Despite contacting several different authorities, her family were helped very little in finding justice for Iris. Shocking statistics released by the US Department of Justice showed that Indigenous women are 10 times more likely to be murdered than the national average. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released a study which also determined that Native American women under the age of 35 have a much higher risk of being killed in comparison to their fellow Americans. In 2016, of 5,712 cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women, only 116 of them, around 2%, were officially listed on the US Department of Justice's missing persons list, according to the Urban Indian Health Institute. 95% of cases were never covered by the media, both nationally and internationally. Missing and murdered Indigenous women is an issue affecting thousands of Indigenous people in Canada and the United States, including communities such as First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and Native Americans. 84% of Native American and Alaskan Native women have reported as being victims of violence during their lives, with most cases logged in states such as New Mexico, Washington, Arizona, Alaska, California, Nebraska, Utah, Minnesota, Oklahoma, and Montana. Specific cities with the most cases include Seattle, Washington, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Anchorage, Alaska, Tucson, Arizona, Gallup, New Mexico, Tacoma, Washington, Omaha, Nebraska, Salt Lake City, Utah, San Francisco, California, and Billings, Montana, Iris's home. It has repeatedly been described as a national crisis. Justice seems like a distant and impossible goal to reach for the loved ones of the missing and murdered. This desperately needs to change, and their voices need to be heard. Iris Whistling Elk's life was celebrated at Lame Deer Catholic Church before she was laid to rest in Busby Cemetery. Her family remain without any answers to ease their grief. As of April 2020, more than 40 years on from her death, the case of Iris Whistling Elk remains unsolved. The body of a maid slain by an unknown perpetrator in the dark of night. It is a mysterious case which has all the elements expected to be found in an Agatha Christie novel. A remote country house situated in a sleepy English village, a secret rendezvous at midnight during a thunderstorm, and cold-blooded murder. Peasenhall is a remote village situated in the East Anglian county of Suffolk, England. In the early 20th century, Providence House was a prestigious country home located within the vicinity of the village. The local Baptist elder and tailor, Mr. Deacon William Crisp, resided there alongside his wife. In the early 20th century, Crisp hired a 22-year-old woman called Rose Annie Harsent as a maid at Providence House. According to those who knew her, Rose was a lively young woman who was very attractive. She was born in March 1879 in Peasenhall and had a brother named Henry, known as Harry, who was 9 years her junior. Rose was also a devout member of the Sibton Methodist Church and was a singer in the choir. Upon arriving at Providence House, Rose was given her own sleeping quarters at the very top of the building. From the attic room, there was a staircase leading towards the kitchen and a small window that looked out onto a nearby double dwelling between the Swan Inn and Angel Inn. This was where William Gardner and his wife, Georgina Cady, lived alongside their 6 children. William Gardner was a 35-year-old man who worked at a local seed drill works called Smith & Sons. He was also a church elder who was a Sunday school teacher and led the choir in which 22-year-old Rose Harsent sang. Gardner was, at the time, a very well-respected member of the Piesenhall community. On the night of the 31st of May 1902, a lightning storm hit Piesenhall at approximately 11:30 p.m, the treacherous conditions forcing many residents to take shelter indoors from the torrential rain. As the storm raged on during the evening, Rose received a letter, seemingly from an anonymous source, which read, "Dear R, I will try to see you tonight at 12 o'clock at your place. If you put a light in your window at 10 o'clock for about 10 minutes, then you can take it out again. Don't have a light in your room at 12, as I will come round to the back." Rose followed the instructions laid out in this letter, lighting a candle at 10 p.m. and making her way to the back door at around midnight. However, in doing so, Rose was violently attacked, brutally slain in the night by an unknown perpetrator. The following morning, on the 1st of June, Rose's father, William Harsent, visited Providence House to return some fresh laundry to his daughter, entering through the back door and through into the kitchen. However, it was at this point that a gruesome scene befell him. His daughter, Rose, was lying lifelessly at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by a pool of blood. She was wearing only her nightdress and a pair of socks, the former appearing to have been burned. At first glance, it appeared that Rose had perhaps accidentally fallen down the stairs, and during the fall, an oil lamp she was carrying caught her dress and in turn went up in flames, but this was far from the truth. The scene had been staged to look like an accident. Rose's face was severely bruised, her throat had been slashed from ear to ear, and she had been stabbed in the chest numerous times. The young woman also appeared to have defensive wounds on her hands. It appeared that the killer had tried to burn Rose's body using paraffin, as a bottle of the substance was found near to her partially charred body, with her arms and legs badly burned. An oil lamp was also found nearby, perhaps used by Rose whilst on her way to the secret midnight meeting, or perhaps it was possessed by the killer. Discovered beneath Rose's head was burnt pieces of a newspaper, which authorities presumed was used to start the fire. What is interesting about the newspaper shreds was that the scraps were torn from the East Anglian Daily Times. This newspaper was not read by anyone in Providence House, but it was read by their neighbour, William Gardner. Authorities promptly arrived on the scene to conduct their inquiries and to investigate Rose's death. Meanwhile, her body was taken to the morgue for a post-mortem examination, which revealed very interesting information. Rose was unmarried, however, as it transpired during the autopsy, she was found to have been 6 months pregnant at the time of her death. Rose had allegedly refused to tell anyone about the father of her unborn child, and even tried to have the child terminated at one stage. However, the abortion attempt failed. Rose tried to keep her pregnancy a secret for as long as possible so that she didn't face losing her job at Providence House. Whilst conducting various inquiries into the gruesome Piesenhall murder, police discovered that in May 1901, 2 local men, George Wright and Alfonso Skinner, witnessed Rose Harsent entering the so-called Doctor's Chapel at the church, with William Gardner following suit, looking rather suspicious. George and Alfonso discreetly followed Gardner into the chapel, placing their ears up against the walls to listen in on what was going on. The two men reported hearing Rose laughing and making noises of a sexual nature. This was followed by Rose telling William about a part of the Bible she had been reading, which explained what they had just been doing. According to various sources, George and Alfonso claimed that Rose spoke about chapter 38 of Genesis regarding a passage suggesting sexual relations. Following the secretive and scandalous encounter, George Wright and Alfonso Skinner spread their shocking tale like wildfire, and before long the residents of Peasenhall were whispering of a secret rendezvous between a church elder and a servant. With Peasenhall being a very small place, it didn't take long for the news to get back to William Gardner himself. At around 10 p.m. on the night in question, witnesses saw Gardner speaking with a neighbour about the impending storm. He denied all of the allegations made against him, but this didn't stop him from finding the two men who had eavesdropped on him. He demanded that they wrote apologies to him, but they refused. William was left angered, and what made matters worse was the fact that the church elders were considering investigating the claims made by Wright and Skinner. An unofficial trial conducted only by church elders occurred, however it ended with a not proven verdict. Not long after this incident, a local preacher named Henry Roos saw Gardner and Harsent in an alleyway together. Roos spoke to Gardner following the incident, warning him that he should be careful. Roos did not want any scandalous activities that Gardner was engaging in to harm the reputation of the church. Gardner allegedly apologised to him and insisted that he would be more discreet in future. After learning of Rose and William's affair, investigators were convinced that Gardner was the father of Rose's unborn child, and after investigating the crime scene further, he became the prime suspect in her murder. A man of such reputation in the local church couldn't afford to have such a secretive affair exposed, let alone have a child born out of wedlock as a result. Police believed this alone was motive enough for William Gardner to have killed Rose Harsent. Much of the evidence found didn't exactly favour William Gardner. A neighbour allegedly saw him on his front steps at around 10 p.m. on the night of the murder, bearing in mind his residence was just across from Providence House. William appeared to be waiting for something, and the neighbour noted a light coming from a high room in Providence House. This seemed to match up with the anonymous letter which asked for a candle to be lit at 10 p.m. by Rose. Police compared William's handwriting to that on the anonymous letter found in Rose's bedroom regarding the meeting at midnight, and there were a number of striking similarities. This, along with the fact William was seen outside his residence as the candle was lit from the top bedroom window, certainly makes it seem as if he was the anonymous writer. It is also alleged that the envelope used to send the letter was one which was used at the seed drill works where Mr. Gardner worked. A local gamekeeper also claimed to have seen a pair of muddy footprints leading to and from Providence House and the Gardner's residence in the early hours of June the 1st. After comparing a sketch of these footprints to shoes owned by William Gardner, it was clear to police that these footprints had been left by him. Another witness claimed to have seen Gardner starting a fire near to the washhouse just an hour prior to Rose's body being discovered. It is entirely possible that Gardner could have been burning evidence, such as blood-stained clothing, although William's wife claimed that he was just boiling some water. Also, rather interestingly, Mr. and Mrs. Crisp claimed to have heard a scream and a thud in the night, although apparently this claim was not investigated further. This is perhaps due to the fact that the thunder and lightning continued throughout the night, and the noises they heard could have simply been caused by the heavy storm. Authorities tried to find the murder weapon and, in doing so, became interested in a penknife owned by Mr. Gardner. The knife had spatters of blood on the hinge, but unfortunately experts couldn't decipher whether the blood was human or not. Upon being questioned about the blood, William Gardner claimed it was from a rabbit he had disemboweled, but of course these claims could not be verified. The bottle of paraffin found at the crime scene was found out to have belonged to William Gardner's son. Evidence against Gardner was stacking up. It is widely speculated that Rose actually initiated the midnight meeting, and that perhaps she was going to ask Gardner for a financial contribution to provide for their child, but in order to save his reputation, William killed Rose. Police questioned William Gardner extensively, but he blatantly denied having any involvement in Rose Harson's death. He denied having an affair with her, denied ever meeting with her that night, and even denied being the father to her unborn child. Gardner claimed that he was home in bed, a story which was backed up by his wife Georgina. However, despite this, police charged William Gardner with Rose's murder. On the 7th of November 1902, William Gardner went to trial in Ipswich for the murder of Rose Harsont, with Henry Fielding Dickens, son of famous Victorian novelist Charles Dickens, acting for the prosecution. The defence tried to throw blame onto a 20-year-old neighbour, Frederick James Davis, who was known to have had deep affections for Rose, and had even written explicit reading material for her as per her own request. However, Frederick was ruled out of having any involvement in her death. The key witness for the defence was Georgina Gardner, who was adamant that her husband was home all night when Rose was killed, something which was backed up by a neighbour who was awake for the entire night because of the storm. She never saw anyone leave the Gardner residence during the night or in the early hours of the morning. Georgina could not be trusted as a reliable witness, however, due to the fact that she was incredibly loyal to her husband. Despite the claims made by Georgina, the evidence against her husband was damning, despite most of it being purely circumstantial. The jury retired to consider their verdict at 4:15 p.m, returning to the courtroom at approximately 8:40 p.m. Unfortunately, the jury could not reach a unanimous decision. 11 were in favour of conviction, 1 was not. Therefore, William was made a free man. A second trial was then held, commencing on the 21st of January 1903. However, once again, the jurors failed to reach a unanimous decision. A third trial was considered, but authorities did not believe that they would secure a conviction. After all, so much of the evidence against William Gardner was circumstantial. The case was subsequently dismissed, and as a result of this and never-ending suspicions from Peasenhall residents, the Gardners moved away to the south of London, where William lived out the rest of his life and passed away in 1941. Despite all of the evidence against William Gardner, many believe that he was innocent, that he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Some do speculate, however, that William may have been covering for someone, if anyone, most likely his wife, Georgina. It is entirely possible that, upon discovering her husband's affair, she became enraged with jealousy and as a result killed Rose, but there is no solid evidence to support this theory. Many questions still remain regarding Rose's murder, such as why murder a pregnant woman in cold blood? Was it carried out to protect a reputation? Why stage the crime scene to look like an accident when so much evidence, on the contrary, was left behind? Was William Gardner actually the biological father of Rose's child, or was it someone else? Who was Rose going to meet at midnight? It was rumoured that Rose had a string of lovers in Peasenhall. Perhaps one of these men were involved in her callous murder, but even if they were, police never caught them. William Gardner is one of few men in Britain whose case never reached a conclusive verdict. He was never convicted of the crime nor acquitted, and over a century on, the case remains unsolved, with her killer never identified. Rose Harsent was laid to rest on the 5th of June 1902 in Piesenhall Cemetery, the cross above her grave bearing an inscription which reads, "In affectionate remembrance of Rose Annie Harsent, whose life was cruelly taken on the 1st of June 1902 in her 23rd year. A light is from our household gone. A voice we loved is stilled. A place is vacant in our home that never can be filled." Johann Mathis Martin Shippen was born in Brandenburg, Germany on the 15th of December 1850. In October 1853, the Shippen family boarded a ship docked at Hamburg, the vessel departing for Australia. Following a long voyage at sea, the Shippens arrived at Port Adelaide in South Australia in February 1854. Not much is known about Mathis's youth, however, before moving to Australia, it was said that his young brother was mauled to death by a wolf. After their arrival in Australia, his mother Anna passed away, and his father became an alcoholic. On the 23rd of July 1874, Mathis married Joanne Louise Elizabeth Daunt in a chapel located in Eden Valley, South Australia. Joanne was born in Prussia on the 9th of April 1844 and relocated to Australia in 1854, originally settling in Victoria and later moved to the wine regions in the south of the country. Although many believed the couple to be German, they were actually of Wendish descent. This particular group were known to be fairly different to Germans, with their own language, customs, and traditions. It was rumoured that those who identified as being Wendish dabbled in superstitions and witchcraft. However, those who accused them of this were God-fearing Lutherans. Mathis and Joanne became parents to 7 children, several of which used different names from which they were given at birth. Pauline Augusta, born on the 1st of August 1875. Maria Augusta, known as Mary, born on the 10th of September 1877. Karl Frederick, known as Fritz Karl Martin, born on the 13th of May 1879. Heinrich Johann Gustav, known as Henry Harry Shepherd, born on the 1st of March 1881. August Wilhelm, known as Gustav to his family, born on the 26th of May 1883. Wilhelm Johann Gottlieb, born on the 22nd of March 1886, and Joanne Elizabeth, known as Bertha, who was born on the 16th of January 1888. The Shippens lived in a self-built cottage in the small German farming settlement in the locality of Twitta, near the town of Sedan. The family were rocked by scandal when, in 1896, Mathis found himself in an unwanted situation. He was on his way to collect 2 of his children from a neighbour's house when he was taunted by 3 young men, Karl Hartwig, his brother Hermann, and their friend William Radomi. Shippen had a rifle in his possession, and the trio were urging him to shoot at them. One of the men began throwing stones at Mathis, who insisted that they stop attacking him. For people who knew Mathis Shippen, they were all aware of his authoritative ways and short temper. He was seen as being very strict with his children and could be easily angered. Therefore, the situation he found himself in that day would see him fall into a fit of rage, with dire consequences. The 3 men bolted towards Shippen and shoved him to the ground, which was the last straw. He fired a bullet into the ground as they darted away. The bullet ricocheted and struck Karl Hartwig in the calf. Hartwig survived his injuries, but Mathis was arrested by police. The case was ultimately thrown out by the prosecutor, with the judge giving him a stern warning that Hartwig could have been killed, which would have resulted in Shippen hanging at Adelaide jail for the crime. Following this, Mathis was rarely seen wandering to Twitta and chose to stay away from prying eyes. Mathis and Joanne's eldest daughter, Pauline, tragically passed away in 1899 due to tuberculosis. The family had endured a difficult couple of years, but with the new century approaching, they hoped that their futures would hold great things. The patriarch of the family had seemingly turned his life around following the turn of the century, having cultivated 65 hectares of farmland, which included several farm buildings, a kitchen, garden, and cottage. Because the original house was crumbling over the years, he constructed a new home for the family to live in, which included an underground dairy and 2 water tanks. Mathis, Joanne and their daughters shared the house while the sons stayed in a shed behind the dwelling. On the 27th of December 1901, Mathis and Joanne departed from Tewita and travelled to visit relatives in Flaxman's Valley, leaving 4 of their children, Mary, Bertha, Gustav and Wilhelm, at the cottage. On New Year's Day 1902, brothers Wilhelm and Gustav took a hunting trip together in the hope of finding birds, rabbits and foxes to eat. They managed to shoot a couple of parrots and returned to the cottage at around lunchtime. Wilhelm plucked the feathers from the parrots and cleaned the carcasses, with Mary then placing the meat in a safe. The brothers then went to a friend's house nearby, leaving Mary and Bertha alone in the house, but at some point in the afternoon, Bertha left to play with some of her friends. As evening fell, Bertha returned home to aid her older sister with feeding and watering the animals on the farm. At 7 p.m, Mary and Bertha ate dinner. Bertha retired to bed for the night as Mary sat on the doorstep waiting for her brothers to come home. She didn't have to wait long as Gustav and Wilhelm made it home safely at approximately 8 p.m. After eating some cake, they went to bed in their shared outhouse, the siblings falling asleep with silence falling over the Tewita house. Between 10 p.m. and midnight, Mary was suddenly startled awake, feeling a heavy weight on top of her. Instinct kicked in and she screamed, only to be grabbed by both wrists and thrown across the room, hitting her head off a wall before landing on the floor. Bertha awoke to the commotion, and both she and her sister yelled for their brother Gustav to come and help them. The intruder, who was reported to have been a male of similar height to Mary, had a gruff voice and ordered the sisters to shut up or I will kill you. He forced Mary to exit the bedroom and go to the kitchen, where Mary caught a glimpse of something in the coat of the man, and she heard the weapon clatter off the floor, assuming it to be a knife. Luckily, as the assailant was searching for the knife, Mary managed to escape the cottage, bolting towards the outhouse where once again she alerted her brother for help. Gustav initially didn't believe Mary's story, believing it to be some sort of practical joke. However, the Shippen siblings froze when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the cottage. Gustav ran to a nearby farmstead to raise the alarm, whilst Mary and Wilhelm stayed in the outhouse, waiting for their brother to return. Gustav spoke to a neighbour whose name was Fred Henke. However, he stated that there was simply nothing he could do to help, leaving the 18-year-old to quickly go back to the Shippen residence. Before entering the kitchen door, which had been swung open, the trio each grabbed a pitchfork. Managing to find light, they could clearly see pools of blood all over the kitchen. Witnessing the scene chilled them to the bone, leaving them trembling with fear. Too afraid to go deeper into the house, they all went to another farm close by, which belonged to the Lambert family, and was residence of the District Constable Alfred Charles Lambert. Constable Lambert followed the Shippens to the cottage, stepping into the kitchen together. Lighting a lantern, they followed the blood trail. There were puddles of blood over the floor, spatters in the fireplace and on the couch and walls. Blood was also present on the beds, both in the girls' room as well as Mathis and Joanne's bedroom. The trail ended in this bedroom where the foursome witnessed a gruesome and heartbreaking scene. 13-year-old Bertha Shippen, still dressed in her nightclothes, lay in a pool of her own blood. Her face was buried beneath her arms with her legs outstretched. Bertha had been stabbed in the back of the neck, had a cut on her chin, gashes in both cheeks, bruises on her lower body, and her throat had been slit from ear to ear. The Adelaide Register stating that her death had been almost instantaneous due to the severe wound to her carotid artery. The perpetrator had slit her throat from left to right, and there was evidence that they had cut at her neck at least thrice. An autopsy confirmed that she had not been sexually assaulted. 2 butcher knives which belonged to Mathis Shippen were found in the living room. One was blood-stained and confirmed by police as being the murder weapon. Alf Lambert took the Shippens under his wing and hurried them back to his house, leaving them in the care of his parents as he headed towards Truro Police Station to report the slaying and seek help. After hearing the devastating news, Mathis and Joanne rode back to Tawita and an inquest into the girl's death was opened. To confirm the identity of the deceased, Mathis Shippen identified the body as being that of his daughter Bertha, who would have turned 14 just a fortnight later. He told police that everybody were on good terms with each other and were a loving, close-knit family. He said that he had no suspicions about who murdered his youngest child. Bertha had also been Mathis's favourite child. She was described as an outgoing and friendly individual, and was strong both mentally and physically. She had worked at a canning factory alongside her older sister, and offered to help out on the farm whenever she could. An inquest into the youngster's death was temporarily put on hold until after Bertha's funeral. Because of the summer temperatures, a quick burial had to be carried out. With her loved ones present, Bertha was laid to rest on Friday the 3rd of January 1902 in Sedan Cemetery. Dr. Ramsay Smith, who was the city coroner and head of the Department of Health, stated that he had examined some hair which was found at the crime scene. It appeared to have been ripped from the roots, and blood was found on both Bertha's body and Mary's clothes. Mary said she had helped her father slaughter a few sheep a couple of days earlier, which apparently explained the blood. Unfortunately, authorities were unable to confirm whether the blood belonged to a human or to sheep. Constable Alfred Lambert declared that there was no sign of disturbance in the Shippen home, and there had not been any reports made to police about a stranger wandering in the night. The media swarmed into Tawita and were granted to take photographs of the family. Despite their grief and endless questions asked to them, the Shippen family answered every single one. Journalists, photographers, and members of the public gathered around the property as the inquest took place in one of the outbuildings, everybody desperate to find out more information. The surrounding areas of Sedan and Anguston were packed with people who filled lodging houses to capacity as the story became a sensation in Australia. Gustav and Wilhelm were the first to make statements during the inquest, followed by the doctor who had conducted Bertha's post-mortem examination. Initially, whilst examining her body at the scene of the crime, Dr. Steele had stated that there were pieces of clothing around the deceased, which was later found to have belonged to Mary. Mary had scratches on her arms, several bruises, and a sore neck. The doctor couldn't find any evidence to suggest that she had suffered any injury to her neck, which was noted to have also been recently washed, a piece of evidence which many found to be suspicious. Joanne and Mathis were questioned, but as they had left the property in late December, there was not much they could offer in terms of information. On the 11th of January, Mary Shippen was then interviewed for over 4 hours, answering each question put forward to her. Mary made a surprising and scandalous confession that she had been in a secret relationship with a Towita labourer named Gustav Nitschke. Mary and Gustav had been lovers for approximately 1 year, and it was revealed that Bertha was aware of their relationship. Nitschke admitted during questioning that improper conduct had passed between himself and 24-year-old Mary, and the couple had engaged in sex at least 3 times with Bertha in the next room. He and Bertha got along very well, and Gustav even joked about taking Bertha to Adelaide with him. Mary and Gustav spent the evening of the 27th of December 1901 together at the house, just hours after Mathis and Joanne had departed for Flaxman's Valley. Police believed that the relationship could have been a motive for Gustav to kill Bertha, afraid that she would expose them. However, several witnesses were able to confirm that Nitschke had been in Adelaide at the time of the murder. The jury at the inquest retired to consider the evidence at 5:55 p.m. and returned at 7 p.m. to deliver their verdict. Amos Baker, the foreman of the jury, had written the verdict, which was read out by the coroner after a lifetime of suspense. It stated, "We, the jury, are all of opinion that Bertha Elizabeth Shippen met her death on the first night of January 1902 by having her throat cut by Mary Augusta Shippen." The Adelaide Journal described the aftermath of the verdict. It was received by the large number of spectators in complete silence, and Mary, who retained absolute composure, displayed great fortitude. The girl sat like a marble statue while the verdict was read. She flinched once, but her countenance set itself again, and then she appeared as calm and collected as when she gave her evidence. Mary was allowed to return home to collect a few clothes before being escorted by Trapp to Anguston for a night in a cell. Leaving her home at daybreak, she was said to have been pleading her innocence and weeping bitterly, her mother standing in the doorway and crying piteously in the arms of her husband. Mary Shippen was ushered onto 2 trains, then was driven to Adelaide Jail, where she would be incarcerated whilst awaiting trial. The trial date was set for the 4th of March 1902. The case caused a frenzy in Adelaide, with crowds gathering in Victoria Square, located near to the courthouse, and some even waited outside Adelaide Jail in the hopes of catching a glimpse of the accused. The case was adjourned until the next day, where Mary pleaded not guilty. Throughout the trial proceedings, the public supported Mary Shippen. However, they painted Gustav Nitschke as the true villain. The prosecution put forward the idea that the motive for the crime was likely jealousy. Either Mary was jealous of Nitschke's affections for Bertha, or Nitschke was fearful that his relationship with Mary would be exposed and ultimately ruin his reputation. The defence, led by Sir Josiah Simon, who was the best lawyer in the state, put forward their case over an entire day, which described Mary as a woman of good character who would never cause harm to anyone. In doing this, however, the defence ridiculed Gustav Nitschke, which fueled the fire of resentment towards him from the public. When leaving court, he was attacked twice and was forced to flee from the angry mob. On the 6th day, a verdict was reached after 2 hours of deliberation. Just after 8 p.m, the Crown asked jury foreman John Bradley whether Mary Shippen was guilty or not guilty of murder. There was a silent anticipation in the air as the crowd waited for their answer in the courtroom, which was glowing in candlelight. Mary Shippen, who was accused of killing her sister Bertha, was found not guilty. The crowd burst into an uproar of cheers as they celebrated the verdict they had hoped for. Mary was embraced by her parents and was then taken to a police vehicle outside, which drove her away from the court. A small selection of people remained at the court, wishing to hurl abuse at Gustav Nitschke, but police managed to divert them and let Nitschke escape the mob towards safety. The family made their way back home to the Twitta cottage, which had been pristinely cleaned on Mathis's orders after his daughter was taken to jail. Sadly, life was never quite the same after the family's horrific ordeal. Locals continued to gossip about the tragedy that had befallen the Shippens, and there were rumours that the murderer was Mathis himself. He had apparently murdered a hawker, and Bertha threatened to tell the authorities. One of the 2 horses the family owned was wet with perspiration in the early hours following Bertha's murder, fueling speculation that Mathis had somehow snuck away from Flaxman's Valley and vigorously rode through the rugged terrain to kill Bertha in Twitta, and returned to Flaxman's Valley undetected. There was no evidence, however, to solidify this theory, and it seemed unlikely that he could have travelled to and from Twitta and Flaxman's Valley before dawn. Mary Shippen retreated from life in the public eye and became a recluse at the farm, the locals naming her the Grey Lady. In 1908, the Shippens left their abode in Twitta and moved into a 4-bedroom property at Light Pass in the Barossa Valley. On the 31st of May 1911, Mathis passed away aged 61, and it was rumoured that he confessed to the murder on his deathbed to a local pastor, and it was often said that Mary thought the killer resembled her father. However, neither of these statements could ever be confirmed. Tragedy struck the family once more when, in 1917, Mary began to show symptoms of tuberculosis and subsequently moved to a consumptive home. Joanne left Light Pass to live with her son, Gustav, in Mount Mary. Mary's health rapidly deteriorated, and realising that she was on the brink of death, she took one last journey to visit her mother and brother. At the age of 41, Mary Shippen passed away with her loved ones by her side and was buried in Bower Cemetery. Joanne died on the 8th of September 1923, and Wilhelm, just like his older sister, passed away due to tuberculosis, aged 42. There is no information regarding the fate of the remaining family members. As for Gustav Nitschke, he struggled to live in southern Australia without being recognised by the public, who had seen his photograph in nationwide newspaper articles. He moved to another Australian state and changed his name to Gus Nichols in 1919. He married, had 4 children, and died in 1954. The cottage where Bertha Shippen lost her life no longer stands. However, curious travellers continue to visit the location. It is a compelling yet harrowing case which has gripped the nation of Australia for over a century, with the assailant having never been identified. A life tragically cut short. Bertha Shippen never got to live a full, fulfilling life, but her memory remains in the hearts and minds of Australians to this day. Charles Walton was a 74-year-old agricultural labourer who resided in the sleepy village of Lower Quinton, Warwickshire, England. Charles had lived there for his entire life and was a well-liked member of the tight-knit community with no known enemies. He was a bit of a recluse, but had a quirky and eccentric character, and interestingly, according to rumours, Charles had a talent for communicating with animals, having worked as a horse trainer in his youth. For example, it was said that birds would eat from the palms of his hands, and he could soothe the tempers of horses and wild rabid dogs by using just his voice. Despite suffering from health problems such as rheumatism, he continued working on several farms as often as he could. In 1945, he was living at a rented, half-timbered cottage located opposite the village church with his niece and housekeeper, 33-year-old Edith Isabel Walton, known as Edie, who he had adopted at age 3, following the death of her mother. Edie's father, however, was still alive and residing in Stratford. On Valentine's Day 1945, Charles Walton left his home at 15 Lower Quinton, travelling by foot to the farm of Alfred Potter. He had worked on Potter's farm for 9 months at this point, and the farm itself was known locally as the Firs. Charles took with him a fruitcake for his lunch, a slash hook and a pitchfork, both tools used to trim hedges. It was later confirmed by witnesses that Charles had departed for the Firs at approximately 9 a.m. At 6 p.m. that evening, Edie returned to the cottage, having spent the day working at the Royal Society of Arts as a printer assembler. She was puzzled to discover that the property was empty and that there was no sign of Charles, who would normally have finished his duties by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Concerned, she enlisted the help of her neighbour, Harry Beasley, and the pair made their way up to the farm. En route, they bumped into Alfred Potter, who reassured them that he had seen Charles working on trimming hedges up at the Firs, at a location named Meon Hill, the furthest of the Cotswolds Mounds, which has many tales of phantom hunters and hounds. After checking the hedged area of hill ground on the slopes of Meon Hill, the trio made a grisly discovery. In a ditch by the hedges, Charles Walton lay deceased. His pitchfork, which had a broken handle, had been pierced through his neck, pinning him to the ground, and blood had seeped into the grass. His throat had been slit by the slash hook, and it was apparent that he had been viciously beaten around the head with his walking stick. Even more horrifying was that a crucifix had been carved into the skin on his chest. The only item noted as missing was a watch belonging to the victim, however it was not of any significant value. Edith was distraught, and Beasley comforted her while Potter stood over the scene. Police were contacted and an investigation immediately began. A post-mortem examination found that Charles's trachea had been sliced and he had extensive bruising on his chest and suffered broken ribs. Defensive wounds were also noted, including a cut on his left hand and bruises on the back of his right hand and forearm. The injuries were concluded to have been inflicted by the pitchfork and slash hook. Hair and blood was found on the walking stick, and the time of death was recorded as being between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. on the 14th of February. His shirt had been unbuttoned, as was his trousers, and oddly enough, there was nothing written about the carved cross on his chest in the post-mortem. It was discovered by the local superintendent, Alex Spooner, that this was not the first time that a person in the area was murdered in such a brutal way with a pitchfork. In 1875, at nearby Long Compton, a woman named Anne Tennant had been killed in a strikingly similar manner. Her body had been pinned to the ground with a pitchfork, and a crucifix had been etched onto her chest. Her killer was a man named John Hayward, who told authorities that he believed her to have been a witch who had cursed him and the other villagers. Later, it was discovered that the methods used in these ritual-type killings was a traditional Anglo-Saxon method of disposing of witches. Hayward was sent to live out the rest of his days in an asylum for the criminally insane. In 1885, a young ploughboy reported several sightings of a ghostly black dog, 9 days in succession in the same place. An investigator in the Walton murder case, Robert Fabian, later claimed to have also seen this dog with his own eyes near Meon Hill at dusk. It had run past him and a little boy appeared but had not seen the animal. The large black dog was reportedly found the next day, hanging from a tree in the vicinity of where Walton's body was found. However, this was never officially confirmed. The ploughboy from Ulverston also allegedly saw an apparition of a headless woman, which coincidentally matched up to the timeline of when his own sister passed away. There were even whispers around the village suggesting that the young boy was related to Anne Tennant. 9 years later, the unverified connection was found out to be that Anne was his great-grandmother. The boy's name was Charles Walton. Alex Spooner also found that Meon Hill, the place where Charles Walton's body was found, was shrouded in mystery. Tales of dark magic and witchcraft only grew speculation that Walton's death had something to do with the occult. Authorities were not too keen on following up the witchcraft theory and believed that the pensioner had been slain in a random attack by a stranger or person known to him. The crime scene was examined numerous times, however, the silver watch that had disappeared was not yet recovered. Police interviewed over 500 people, yet couldn't find any clues to suggest who had taken Charles's life and why. Delving deeper into Charles's life, it was brought to light that he had moved to the house during World War I, and in 1927 his wealth was at its peak after the death of his wife. Up until his own death, his savings had rapidly depleted, yet it could not be explained as to why he had lost so much money during this time. Interviews with various other dwellers in Lower Quinton once again brought life to the rumour mill that he had been practising witchcraft. Apparently, an unidentified man was seen aimlessly wandering the hills in the middle of the night, who many suspected to be Walton. He was said to carry out rituals to hex and blight the land. Some people actually blamed Charles for a crop failure in 1944, and apparently, having kept natterjack toads as pets, they all appeared one day in several local areas, leading people to believe a hex had been carried out. More black dog sightings were reported, and curiously, Charles had been killed during the pagan festival of Imbulg, supposedly the best day for a blood sacrifice, the blood used to replenish the earth. A letter was posted to Warwickshire Police written by a Mrs. Jones. The author claimed that she was a witch and the wife of famous occult leader Aleister Crowley. She named her coven as those responsible for carrying out the blood sacrifice on Charles. However, once again, police dispelled this letter as being a hoax, believing witches had nothing to do with the death of Charles Walton. The cloud of suspicion fell upon the last man to have witnessed Charles on the day of his death, which was 40-year-old Alfred Potter, sometimes referred to in the media as Albert Potter, who conveniently left the crime scene just as Warwickshire Police arrived. His statements to authorities were contradictory. Initially, he stated that he had been at a field called Colorless, went home at 12:30 p.m, read the newspaper for 5 minutes, his wife informed him that lunch would be ready shortly, then he went to the aid of one of his workers, Charles Batchelor, known as Happy, to pulp some mangolds at 12:40 p.m. The pair had both read 1 p.m. on the church clock, and Alfred returned home at 5 minutes past 1. In a second interview, he said that he had left the College Arms in the village and walked through Colorless. He reached the field at around 12:20 p.m, and Alfred stated that he last saw who he believed to have been Charles some distance away wearing a sleeved shirt, yet the victim was found wearing a sleeveless shirt and jacket. Alfred claimed that he would have spoken to Charles had he not realised a heifer needed attention, having been stuck in a ditch. He allegedly darted home, read the newspaper for 5 minutes, and returned to the stranded cow at 12:40 p.m. This story was corroborated by Mrs. Potter, yet the heifer was found to have drowned in Doomsday Ditch on the 13th of February. Alfred said that his fingerprints had been left on the murder weapon as he had apparently inspected the scene for himself before authorities were contacted. He said Harry Beasley had asked for him to check and make sure he is gone. However, Beasley denied that he'd said anything of the sort, as to him it was obvious that Charles was no longer alive. Potter's fingerprints were not actually found on the pitchfork, however, as it appeared that any trace of fingerprints had been carefully wiped from it. Describing the timeline of what happened that day didn't quite match, and the money he had paid Walton also was not consistent with the facts. However, despite all of this, authorities could not find a motive as to why Alfred Potter would murder Charles Walton. There was a possibility that there had been a dispute over money, as Alfred had borrowed some from Charles. However, it was merely a rumour that police couldn't find any concrete evidence of. Many people believe Alfred Potter was the man responsible, yet he was neither arrested nor charged. Another theory was that Charles became a victim of a bloodthirsty fugitive. Located near to Lower Quinton was a camp which was full of Italian prisoners of war. Camp rules were rather lenient, so many were permitted to walk freely and unsupervised around the villages, including the farms. It was possible that one of the prisoners had slain Charles, but this theory was soon discarded due to lack of motive and evidence of such an event taking place. An Italian prisoner had been questioned after being found in a ditch with blood on his hands. However, it had been a misunderstanding, as the prisoner had been hunting rabbits, something which he regularly did. George Higgins, a friend of Walton's, had an explosive argument with him a few days prior to his death, yet he was not considered a suspect due to his old age and frailty. It wasn't until 1960 when there was a small breakthrough in the case. A worker in the process of demolishing an outhouse located behind the Waltons' home discovered Charles's missing watch. It was unknown as to how the watch got there and why it was there. Adding more fuel to the fire, a tiny piece of coloured glass was found within the watch, yet another sign of witchcraft, warding off evil spirits. Scotland Yard detective Robert Fabian, who was heavily involved in this case and called Meehan Hill a bleak and lonely place, ominously wrote in his book The Anatomy of Crime, "I advise anybody who is tempted at any time to venture into black magic, witchcraft, shamanism, call it what you will, to remember Charles Walton and to think of his death, which was clearly the ghastly climax of a pagan rite. There is no stronger argument for keeping as far away as possible from the villains with their swords, incense, and mumbo-jumbo. It is prudence on which your future peace of mind and even your life could depend." The official cause of death was stated as murder by person or persons unknown, and he was buried in a churchyard in Lower Quinton. His grave, however, is no longer traceable as the churchyard was re-landscaped. Charles Walton's death has left investigators puzzled for over 7 decades, and the trail has gone cold, despite rumours that locals knew the identity of the perpetrator. Whether Charles was killed by someone known to him or not is unknown, as are the reasons as to why his life ended in such a barbaric way. The facts have almost been lost between the stories of black magic, druid rituals, and witchcraft in an area rich with folklore, myths, and legends. All that remains is speculation and unanswered questions, and the chilling murder of Charles Walton on St. Valentine's Eve in 1945 remains unsolved. Felix Albert Pell, known as Albert Pell, was born on the 12th of June 1849 in Grandcourt, located in the former community of Aigueblanche, presently known as Grand Aigueblanche, in Savoy in the southeast of France. Shortly following his birth, Albert's father, who was a watchmaker and shopkeeper, separated from his mother due to allegations of infidelity. As a result, Albert and his mother moved to Paris, where his mother used her savings to establish her son as a watch and clockmaker in the French capital. Albert showed little interest in the profession and spent more of his time studying chemistry and playing music. He owned his own laboratory where he would mix his own concoctions, many of which included questionable ingredients, and he took to the cobbled streets and boasted that he had knowledge of deadly poisons that would leave no trace of having existed. His deception deepened as he began dressing eccentrically and telling Parisians that he was a doctor of medicine and from an upper-class background. He also declared he was a professor of elocution at the prestigious Lycée Saint-Louis and that he was an organist at La Trinité. He believed women adored him and that he was a man of good fortune, but over time he gained a reputation for being wild and obsessed with telling lies. On the 16th of August 1872, his mother, who had been suffering with immense internal pains, passed away. By this point in his life, many of his mother's friends noticed that Albert had treated her terribly, and when they arrived at her home to bid her a final farewell, Albert turned them away with a, quote, sneer, and requested for them to forget about his mother and move on with their lives. Once the house fell silent, Albert ransacked the property, even pulling up the floorboards to scavenge for money. French police questioned Albert about his mother's untimely death, and he told them that she had accidentally electrocuted herself whilst tampering with a battery belonging to him. Many residents in the surrounding area were suspicious. However, not a single person came forward to police with any evidence or words of caution about Albert Pell, leaving questions regarding his mother's death unanswered. 2 years after his mother's death, Albert's father died, leaving him a large sum of £800, which in 2021 would be approximately £92,800 or $127,800 US. Furthermore, he sold his father's stocks and purchased a residence in the wealthy area of Passy in Paris. Although living his life as a gentleman, his behaviour became erratic and, quote, bombastic, which resulted in Albert being taken to a lunatic asylum for an unknown length of time. Once he departed from the asylum, he became a sleeping partner for Théâtre des Délacissements Comiques, but shortly afterwards he lost all of his remaining money and assets. Despite not having a penny to his name, in 1880, Albert hired Marie Mawan as a servant. However, mere days after becoming his employee, she fell ill. A few days later, another woman, Eugenie Mayer, who, quote, came to live with him as his wife, too succumbed to a sickness. Marie and Eugenie both suffered with symptoms including an endless thirst, vomiting, and stomach discomfort. Marie departed from Albert's residence and checked into a local hospital where she was treated and made a full recovery, whereas Eugenie mysteriously vanished. Albert subsequently shut himself away from the world and refused to leave his home, with his mail being posted through his skylight. After many weeks had passed, he finally moved out of his apartment with his remaining possessions. A porter then visited the property and was aghast when he saw numerous bloodstains on the walls and floor. Reports suggested that he had sold Eugenie's clothes, but nothing came of this allegation. At some point in 1880, Albert Pell opened his own business, a clockmaker's shop, and later in the year married Eugenie Bouffereau. The marriage was not to last, and just 2 months later, his wife died under mysterious circumstances, eerily similar to those of Albert's mother, Marie Mawan, and Eugenie Mayer. When Albert wed, his wife had a £120 dowry, £14,800 in today's currency, or $20,400. When his mother-in-law asked for the dowry to be returned to the family, he reportedly, quote, laughed in her face. Albert wasted no time and wed for a second time that year to a woman with a dowry of £200, approximately £24,700 or $34,000. She was also to inherit a large sum of money on the event of her mother's death. She was Angèle Dufort Moura-Belle, who had been his apprentice at the clockmaker's shop. Albert managed to convince his new bride's mother to live with the pair, and over a short period managed to get both mother and daughter to change the executor of their wills and have Albert inherit their earthly possessions following their deaths. Both women fell ill, however, they recovered. By the time his wife had recovered, he had already spent the dowry in its entirety. His wife left him and returned to her mother's home. Albert hired a new servant named Elise Bomer, who was encouraged and agreed to live with him with a small amount of savings in her possession. He began requesting funds from her persistently, which she grew to become irritated by. On one occasion, a few weeks after the pair moved to Montreuil, the 40-year-old refused to give him any money, and later that day she grew ill with the same symptoms as his previous victims. A neighbour last witnessed Elise on the 12th of July 1884 in a frail state. Elise was never seen alive again. Albert barricaded himself inside his home. However, neighbours reported a strange smell coming from Pell's kitchen, the windows of which had been obscured by drapes. Albert had lit a fire in his oven, which neighbours were intrigued by, as it appeared to have been burning in the day and during the night. A few were of the opinion that Albert had murdered Elise and was burning her remains in his property, although this would never be proven. With suspicion mounting and rumours Albert had cremated Elise, police subsequently arrested him in late 1884. The 36-year-old insisted that Elise had deserted him for a lover called Walder, and the pair went to live in Bucharest, Romania, with Walder later dying allegedly under a pseudonym. Albert, who was described in the French newspapers as frighteningly gaunt, was accused of several different poisonings and put on trial at the Assize Court on the 11th of June 1885, where he denied all of the charges. He seemed unfazed by the crimes he was being accused of, and he insisted that he was innocent. After a period of analysis and following an examination of Eugenie Mayer's body, which had been exhumed, it was stated that the individuals were victims of arsenic poisoning. With no body, experts at the trial discussed numerous possibilities regarding what could have happened to Elise, and a theory which suggested that she was dismembered in the back of the watchmaker's shop in Montreuil and then cremated in the oven of Pell's home being arguably the most accepted. To back the theory up, police found evidence such as ashes, a blood-stained saw, a hatchet and a knife, both of which were tainted with what appeared to be blood. Also recovered on Pell's property were books on the topic of chemicals and his stock of various concoctions he had brewed over the years. On the 13th of June, after less than an hour of deliberations, the jury returned with their verdict. In regards to the poisoning of his wife, Eugenie Bouffreau, they declared him not guilty, to the surprise of many. However, a guilty verdict was returned for the murder of Elise Bomer. Albert Pell was then sentenced to death. It was found that a member of the jury was not rehabilitated and was bankrupt, which resulted in a retrial. In August, Albert was found guilty of poisoning Elise, but he was given the benefit of a mitigating factor, which saw his death sentence being reduced to hard labour for the remainder of his life at New Caledonia Prison in Bulai, New Caledonia, located 750 miles or 1,200 kilometres east of Australia. The French serial killer, known infamously as the Watchmaker of Montreuil, died on the 9th of June 1924 at the age of 74. 63-year-old Charles Cyril Cutler was a happily married father of two who lived in Dunsmuir Road, Stamford Hill, Hackney, London, and was described by those who knew him as a lovable old man. Charles was well known in the community, and the neighbouring children would affectionately refer to him as Old Arthur. By 1956, Charles had gained employment as a night watchman on the Wyke housing estate on Daly Street. His hut was located on the corner of Anderson Road and Digby Road. He was quite responsible when it came to his safety in the hut and always locked the doors whilst on duty, only ever unlocking the doors if he was approached by someone he was familiar with. Despite being safety conscious, Charles was known to nod off on the odd shift. On the 1st of September 1957, Charles was on duty at the hut as usual. At this time, his wife, Catherine, was in hospital, though the reason why remains unclear. Charles's 13-year-old son, Edward, who was more commonly known as Teddy, went to the hut to visit his father to share some sweets with him. However, upon his arrival, he found the door locked. Teddy visited his father often at the hut, so he found it rather unusual that his father wouldn't unlock the door. Teddy knocked, but Charles did not answer. As a result, the boy climbed through one of the open windows. However, upon entering the hut, he found his father dead, blood around his head. Panicked, Ted escaped from the hut, running into two female friends, Janet Brown, aged 9, and Leslie Andrews, aged 5, who witnessed him climb through the window. He screamed at them, desperate for help, so the girls went to neighbours and told them of Old Arthur's gruesome murder. They managed to catch the attention of an apartment building caretaker who went to investigate their claims. The caretaker, George Gardner, was let into the hut by Teddy Cutler after sending the two girls away. Upon entering, George found Charles lying face down on the floor, blood around his head where he had been struck. His feet were tied and his hands were bound behind his back, and stuffed into his mouth was a black silk necktie. Two neckties of a similar fashion were also found within the hut, but it's unclear whether they belonged to Charles. His glasses case was also lying underneath him. George also noted a penknife and a fountain pen near Charles's head, and he noticed that the room was in a state of disarray. The phone receiver was broken and lying on the floor, and the drawers of various filing cabinets had been opened. It appeared that some sort of scuffle had occurred in the hut, and Charles had put up a fight. The post-mortem examination revealed that Cutler had suffered slow and painful suffocation, the cause of death officially being asphyxiation. It was believed that Charles died a few hours prior to having been gagged with the necktie, which had been over-tied with another tie. Over-effective gagging most likely contributed to his demise, according to pathologists. Charles's death shocked the local community, who only ever had good things to say about him. Who would so brutally kill a kind and loving husband and family man, and more importantly, why? Following an examination of the scene, police were of the opinion that robbery was most likely motive in this case, despite the fact that Charles never kept any money in the watchman's hut. No news reports from the time mention anything being stolen from the hut or anything upon Charles's person. If he had not been victim of robbery, what were the assailants' reasons behind attacking Mr. Cutler? Was it a random attack, or was it personal? Charles had reportedly had a conversation the day he died where he mentioned to a woman that he had a weak heart, but also stated that despite his age and heart issues, he didn't want to die. It was initially considered that he may have suffered a heart attack, but this was later ruled out after pathologists examined Charles's body. Very little clues or evidence were found which could help police with their inquiries. Therefore, the possibilities as to what happened to Charles are almost endless. Police sought out two male individuals in regards to the so-called nightmare murder, both between the ages of 25 and 30. They were seen near the watchman's hut by witnesses at around 12:20 a.m. on the day in question. One of the men was described as having short, dark, curly hair and was thick-set, whereas the other male was described as slim, around 6 feet tall, with straight, dark hair. It is unclear whether the two males were ever traced or questioned. During the investigation, a number of witnesses came forward with some interesting information. A young couple walking near to the hut heard Charles shouting along the lines of "Don't touch me, don't hit me" for about 5 or 10 minutes, but despite concerns from the male individual, the 17-year-old female, Linda Andrews, believed that Cutler was having another one of his nightmares, and so they moved on and thought nothing more of it. The girl stated to police that she didn't want to disturb old Arthur whilst he was asleep. Andrews later stated her regret and feelings of guilt having not gone to check on Charles that fateful night. An inquest into Charles's death was conducted, and following its closure, the jury returned with a verdict on the 28th of October 1957. Their verdict was murder by a person or persons unknown. To this day, it remains unclear who killed Charles Cutler and why. He was a much-loved character in Hackney who had no known enemies. He wasn't a man who ever made trouble. The devastation of his death hit the Cutler family hard, especially 13-year-old Teddy, who found his father's body that fateful day in 1957. This case has remained unsolved for almost 65 years, and authorities are no closer to apprehending Charles's killer. The trail has simply gone cold. An Alaskan fishing town of 600 inhabitants was stunned by the horrifying news that a family of 4, along with 4 deckhands, were slain aboard their vessel in 1982. The boat had been set alight, and all of those on board had been shot by a .22 caliber gun. With the motive and murderer still uncertain, this haunting case remains as Alaska's biggest unsolved murder mystery. With the salmon fishing season coming to an end, the settlement of Craig, located in southeastern Alaska, was bustling with fishermen, eager to complete their final catches and return to their loved ones. The 6th of September 1982 began with a thick fog lingering in the morning air. The engines of the Investor, an $850,000 58-foot Delta Marine seiner, roared into motion with a stranger on board. He navigated his way to a secluded area approximately a mile from shore, nonchalantly greeting a passing skipper with a wave, the sailor completely unaware that on the deck 8 people lay deceased. Abandoning the vessel at a cove near Fish Egg Island, the man returned to shore using the investor's skiff, returning the following afternoon with a canister of gasoline. The investor was set ablaze and the perpetrator rushed back to shore and subsequently vanished. Former police chief Ray Shapley recalled the moment he arrived to the crime scene. "When I got there, black smoke was coming out of the wheelhouse, but there was nobody on deck. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up." 2 days earlier, on Sunday the 5th of September, the Coulthurst family, Mark Coulthurst and his pregnant wife Irene, both 28 years of age, along with their children Kimberly, aged 5, and John, aged 4, were accompanied by deckhands Chris Heyman of San Rafael, California, aged 18, Mike Stewart from Bellingham, Washington, who was Mark's cousin, Dean Moon, and Jerome Keown from Blaine, Washington, all of whom were 19 years old. They attended a birthday celebration together at a restaurant located by the waterfront, each taking turns at using a payphone at the laundromat. The investor had arrived to the dock later in the afternoon, however this was not particularly unusual, as Mark Coulthurst, a hard-working and popular skipper who was proud of his investment, would give tours of his boat. Like other fellow skippers, Mark and his family were winding down, excited to return home to Blaine, Washington. Irene and the children were booked on a flight back to their hometown on Monday the 6th, and Kimberly was set to start kindergarten that week. What happened on the night of Sunday the 5th is unknown. However, authorities believe that the family and deckhands returned to the investor that night at around 9:30 p.m. as a storm was coming. Their killer crept aboard and shot each individual multiple times with a .22 caliber. Speaking with other fishermen, it was reported that at around 6 a.m. the following morning, the boat was seen drifting around the dock. A figure was seen standing in the wheelhouse. A deckhand on the deckade remembered waving to this person. With the investor hidden from view in the cove later that day, a man purchased 2.5 gallons of gasoline in Craig, boarded the skiff and sailed back out towards the boat. At 4 p.m, crew members of the trawler Casino witnessed smoke rising from the investor. They pulled away from the dock and headed towards the vessel. The skipper recalled, "The fire was so intense, I wasn't able to get within 50 feet. On the way, they passed the skiff with the mysterious man on board, who eventually reached Craig docks. Whilst passing him on the water, the skipper of the Casino yelled, 'Look for anyone alive.' Witnesses noted that the man spoke with 3 people on the dock and then disappeared. The fire took many hours to extinguish, and the boat was towed to shore to prevent it from sinking. Upon initial searches, with the fire temporarily at bay, the bodies of Mark, Irene, Kimberly, and Mike Stewart were found in the pilot house. They all had multiple gunshot wounds. The flames worsened once more and wrecked most of the interior. The only areas unaffected by the inferno were the boat's hold and engine room, as a sprinkler system had been installed. Once the fire eventually burned out, only bone fragments remained of the other victims. Jerome Keown was able to be identified, but it was impossible to determine whether the remaining fragments were that of Chris Heyman or Dean Moon. John Coulthurst's remains were never recovered. However, authorities believe that the fire was so strong that it completely destroyed the body of the infant. Authorities spent months reviewing evidence and speaking to various witnesses. However, no solid leads came until around a year after the massacre. Fishermen in Craig at the time corroborated with each other in regards to witnessing a man believed to have been the culprit. The suspect was in his 20s, was Caucasian, and had a pock-marked complexion. 2 years after the murders, police arrested 25-year-old John Kenneth Peel, an ex-deckhand of Mark Coulthurst. He was charged with first-degree murder and arson. Peel told authorities he was working on another vessel during that time and had actually been in bed during the murders, and his defence later claimed he was making a phone call in downtown Craig. John Peel was arrested purely based on the fact he looked similar to the composite sketch authorities created while speaking with other fishermen who saw the suspect on the day the Coulthursts and their deckhands were slain. It did come to light, however, that the gasoline that Peel had bought that day was regular gasoline, not the white gasoline used to burn the investor. During a 6-month trial in 1986, prosecutors alleged that he had fallen out with Mark, who then fired him, and this argument was their reasoning for Peel's motive to kill in revenge. The trial was based more so on circumstantial evidence, and the prosecution based most of their case on the fact eyewitnesses believed to have seen John Peel purchasing the gasoline that day. Peel's defence argued that the eyewitness testimonies were inconsistent, as many of them changed their stories or were not completely certain that the man they had seen that day was definitely Peel. His attorney also stated the possibility that Mark had been involved in some sort of illegal drug trade, which is how he made his fortune and how he came to be killed. However, there was no evidence presented to support this. Another idea was that Heyman or Moon could have been involved, as their remains were never identified. The result was that of a hung jury. John Peel was taken for a retrial in 1988 and was found not guilty and exonerated. Maintaining his innocence, he filed a wrongful prosecution suit against the state in order to receive enough money to cover his legal fees, and a settlement was reached, and John Peel received approximately $900,000. Police consider this case closed, however, it is far from being resolved. Rumours continue to swirl in Craig about the truth surrounding the murders, however, it seems the answers are no closer to being found. Former police detective David McNeil, who aided in the investigation, said, "They got the right guy. Just because someone is acquitted doesn't mean they're innocent, just means there's not enough evidence to show guilt beyond reasonable doubt." Despite authorities' belief that they found the guilty party, there is no solid evidence to convict. Was John Peel innocent or guilty? Peel told People magazine that somebody out there knows what happened. Somebody was responsible for this. Somebody out there knows what happened, but I'm not going to waste any more of my life on it. Laurie Hart, the younger sister of Mark Coulthurst, agreed to meet with John Peel at a diner, having spent years of being convinced he was guilty of the crime. After their meeting in 2016, Laurie is firm of the belief that, "I don't know if he's actually the one who pulled the trigger, but I think he knows more than he's saying." Who executed 8 innocent people, and what were the reasons behind it? Was it an act of revenge? A drug deal gone awry? Perhaps a fresh look at the case with modern forensics would open up new possibilities. The mystery continues to manifest within the tiny fishing village, and even though it has been over 36 years since the tragedy, the family and friends of those who lost their lives continue to hope that they will at last find the answers they seek, and justice for the victims of the tragic events that unfolded on that fateful night. On the night of the 12th of July 1984, a couple pitched their tent in a wooded area by Lake Vuolup Apojaure, located in the mountainous Swedish province of Lapland. They were 34-year-old Jani and 39-year-old Marinus Stiegehuis, who were both from Almelo in the Netherlands. Earlier that evening, they had arrived by car at the camping ground between 4:30 p.m. and 6 p.m, quickly choosing a remote yet crowded area and cooked their dinner on a stove before retiring to bed between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. Their trip had been planned for quite some time, and the pair, who were keen photographers and nature lovers, were eager to travel in the land of the midnight sun, through the North Colorless region, and wished to visit Gällivare, which lay 7 miles from the campground, the Northern Cape, and eventually arrive in Finland. The couple were last seen by Jarl Carlson, who saw them refueling their vehicle in Skaulo, 124 miles from the campsite by Lake Apojaure. Around 24 hours later, on the 13th of July at approximately 10 p.m, the Gällivare police received a phone call from a member of a family from Gothenburg who informed them that they had found a collapsed, blood-stained tent with what looked like 2 lifeless bodies resting beneath the fabric. The security officer and on-duty inspector quickly arrived on the scene with a search dog and, at first glance, noticed the abandoned car, collapsed tent, a makeshift sitting and dining area along with a camping stove, discarded food wrappers and beer cans. The Toyota Corolla the couple had arrived to the site in was locked and was untouched, according to police. However, later reports stated that some personal items were missing from the vehicle, which was eventually scrapped in the Netherlands. After examining the scene, they approached the tent. Opening the tent, a filleting knife, which was absent of its tip, suddenly fell out. Within the tent lay the bodies of Marinus and Jani Stiegehuis, who had been brutally stabbed to death, with slashes and a high volume of blood present on both of their bodies. Other members of the police were alerted to the crime scene, and it was found that there were numerous cuts, estimated as being around 100 to the tent itself, many of which penetrated through the canvas and fatally wounded the couple, reportedly up to 30 stab wounds each. Marinus also had a bruise on his face. The missing tip of the fillet knife was recovered and was determined to have belonged to the Stiegehuises. It was determined by Swedish authorities that the perpetrator had used 2 knives to commit the murders, the second of which was thought to have had a much wider blade in comparison to the fillet knife and was brought to the scene by the killer. Police concluded that the attack was random and carried out by an extremely violent and irrational person who was likely around 30 years old and was familiar with the Apojaure area and its surroundings, including the village of Gällivare. Personal items belonging to the victims, such as an Olympus OM10 camera and lens, a gold necklace, traveller's checks, and a Mellotron cassette radio, were missing. However, Jani's purse was found in a ditch a few miles from the tent. The crime was also committed in broad daylight. Even though it was in nighttime hours, it was the time of year where Sweden experiences 24 hours of daylight, hence the nickname of the country being the land of the midnight sun. Unfortunately, any DNA evidence retrieved at the crime scene was lost or destroyed. The previous evening, on the night of the murders, it had been raining frequently, which meant that any evidence, such as footprints, were washed away. Piecing together the evidence they had, which included a diary with a final entry dated on the 12th of July, police determined that the Dutch couple had been killed between midnight and 2 a.m. on the 13th of July. Due to an error in the initial search, police did not gather witness testimonies of other campers and could not verify the people who were present near and around the campsite that night. Approximately 9 miles from the crime scene near a forest, a brown briefcase was found in a bog by a berry picker on the 22nd of July, who notified authorities of their discovery. The briefcase did not belong to the deceased couple, however, after inspecting its contents, police were able to determine that documents, a handbag, and a passport found inside the briefcase belonged to Yanni Stiegehuis, and the sheath for the fillet knife was also recovered. After close examination, no further clues were evident on the items, which left police frustrated. In May 1985, the missing cassette was found in a trench 10 miles north of the scene of the murder. The camera bag was found in the possession of a man in Stockholm who had found the bag in the autumn of 1984. He became curious about the owner of the bag when he found out about the murders, as there was a name etched on a label inside the camera bag which said Stiegehuis. After realising the connection of the bag to an unsolved murder, he disposed of the contents with little value, which included 20 rolls of used film. Swedish police, who were working alongside Dutch police on the case, failed to identify the reasons as to both how and why the bag ended up in Stockholm. The family that had initially found the bodies of Marinus and Yanni reported seeing someone on a bicycle a few miles from the campsite, and on the 14th of July, the day following the double murder, police questioned a West German cyclist who was en route to Gällivare. The 33-year-old man cooperated with authorities and explained that he had cycled to Sweden via Denmark following midsummer and had originally started his journey in the city of Wuppertal in West Germany. He had not intended on staying in Sweden, as he had planned on going to the archipelago of Lofoten in Norway, but he was forced to turn around when no road would take him further across the Norwegian border. It became apparent that the man was a professional boxer who was a member of the national team and held a criminal record. He stated that he had camped within fairly close proximity of the Stiegehuises and, during interrogation, appeared to not only talk derogatorily about human beings in general, but also avoided some questions and gave vague answers. He had no belongings or money on him other than the clothes on his back and his bike, and he stated that he would go fishing in order to survive in the wilderness. Despite his criminal past, narrow-mindedness and apparently violent character, police could not firmly link him to the murders, and further witness statements proving he was not at the campsite determined that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. Another suspect was identified by police and was known only as the bodybuilder, who was a 31-year-old man who was allegedly involved with a group of violent people in the area. He was familiar to Swedish police and was known to abuse drugs and alcohol. He was present in the Apoljärvi area on the night of the murders with 2 other people. According to 2 separate witnesses, the trio were reportedly intoxicated and left lots of discarded items behind in the camping ground and its surroundings. The 2 companions were unable to provide police with an alibi for the bodybuilder, but explained that he had left them for a while that night, only to return covered in blood. He told them with a knife in hand that he had killed a reindeer. Despite the suspicious circumstances, the incident could not be verified and police never pursued the man further. He is not considered a suspect in the case. 8 years later, the bodybuilder was serving a prison sentence and allegedly admitted his guilt to a fellow inmate. Apparently, he became angry with his friends and left the pair alone. As the evening progressed, he found the campsite of the Stiegehuises and, believing them to be his companions, killed them in a rage. Police investigated this claim, however, when questioning the inmate, were not given any answers. In 1996, the bodybuilder attempted to break in to a retirement home which was 5 miles from the 1984 crime scene. The residents barricaded the entry to the dwelling and, in an uncontrollable rage, the man cut off his forearm using an axe and bled to death. Swede Sture Ragnar Berval, also known as Thomas Quick, who was believed to have been a serial killer, having admitted to at least 30 murders whilst incarcerated in a psychiatric institution due to personality disorders, was for a time considered a suspect in the case. He allegedly admitted to the Appleyard tent murders in 1994 and volunteered to assist authorities in carrying out reconstructions of what happened on the night of the killings. Berval was convicted of the crime in 1996, despite lack of evidence and the fact he provided a lot of incorrect information during the reconstructions. He then recanted his confession, and in 2013 the conviction was overturned, acquitting Berval of the crime. Many tips were given to police during the 1990s. However, since Berval was convicted of the murders, authorities did not follow up on any of the tips. There are several theories regarding what could have happened. However, it is believed that the couple were victims of a random attack carried out by a mentally unstable individual. The motive for such an attack unclear. Over 3 decades have passed since Marinus and Jani Stiegehuis were murdered in their tent on a summer night in Sweden. No further clues or answers have come to light, and the case has gone cold. The Agen Barat farm was located a few hundred metres away from the village of Beaumier, Indre, central France. Within its walls lived the Carteron family, which consisted of Kleber Carteron, his wife Alphonsine, the couple's young son André, and Claude Godard, a ward. Like millions of other people around the world, they were adjusting to a new way of life following the conclusion of the Second World War. It was Thursday the 25th of July 1946, and 35-year-old Jeanne Jugen, a neighbour of the Carterons, stepped outside for a moment to take a breath of fresh air. Her surroundings were unusually quiet, and turning her eyes towards the Carteron farm, a feeling of dread washed over her. The family had not been seen since the 21st of July. Despite the fact the Carterons and Jeanne used a single road, she had not seen any of them within those 4 days. Jeanne wandered towards the dwelling, calling for her neighbours. However, she was only met with silence. Around the property, which lay just 100 metres from her own home, she observed that many of the daily farming tasks had not been completed, giving her a further sense of unease. Peeking through the windows, she could see that the furniture was heavily damaged and much of the Carterons' possessions were carelessly scattered around the interior. Through a broken window, she gasped as she saw 2 lifeless bodies. Panicked, Jeanne darted back to her house to raise the alarm with her husband. Police and the mayor of Ambro were notified of the Jugens' worries. The Châteauroux prosecutor's office successfully sought help from the authorities in Limoges to accompany the Ambro police to the Carteron farm. Once they arrived, along with a handful of senior members of the police, it was found that the front door was locked. Without a key, they received aid from a locksmith who broke the lock, providing entry to the farmhouse. It is worth noting that the key was never found, despite an extensive search. Entering the kitchen, the Carteron family and Claude were lying face down on the slab floor, with their wrists and ankles bound behind them. All 4 of them had been shot execution style in the back of their heads, and the Carteron's dog was curled up in his bed, also deceased. The property had been ransacked, however it appeared that nothing had been stolen, authorities assuming the mess to have been a red herring left by the perpetrators, and there was no evidence to suggest any sort of struggle from the victims. The Carterons were described as a modest and very poor family, therefore it seemed unlikely that robbery was the motive for the crime. French media reported that 6 spent bullet cases and 2 unused were recovered from the scene, with investigators believing that the weapon had more than likely malfunctioned during the killings. Bloodhounds couldn't trace the murder weapon, however an expert gunsmith examined the bullets and casings and linked them to a British-built Sten submachine gun, which was commonly used by the Allies and the Axis during World War II. Stens produce very little noise when firing bullets, which matches with statements from the Jugens, who did not hear anything suspicious in the days their neighbours were absent. There was a man in the area called Captain Jacques who owned a Sten gun, and he was allegedly quite a colourful and controversial character. He led a group of resistance fighters from l'Armée Secrète, a French military organisation that operated during World War II, and it was also suggested that a group involved in Germany's werewolf resistance could have been involved. Authorities never retrieved Captain Jacques' gun, therefore a comparison could not be made against the murder weapon. It is also unknown if a ballistic analysis was carried out. Police questioned many people in the area, although folk from Berry, around 26 kilometres or 16 miles away near Chateauroux, were not particularly eager to speak to the authorities for reasons unknown. There have been several theories regarding the events leading up to the murders, which were believed to have taken place on the day they were last seen, the 21st of July 1946. A man at the nearby Passau farm who had been friendly with Kleber Carteron told a tale from the previous winter, where Carteron voiced concerns that he had a feeling he was being stalked. Carteron recalled at least 2 occasions where he believed someone was following him up the track he travelled on to return to the farm, but there was no evidence of who the individual was or even whether there was proof to confirm his fears. There is also the possibility that the family, or at least a member of the family, was involved in activities during the war, for example, espionage, but no evidence was present to back up this theory. Whether or not they had any enemies is up for question, but with every interview conducted with friends and neighbours, they seemed content with life and didn't appear agitated or anxious. A rumour which circulated in the local area suggested that Kleber had been wandering in the woods and had accidentally stumbled into the centre of a French resistance operation, where fighters were seizing a loot which had been airdropped into the forest. Resistance fighters did possess the same type of gun as the murder weapon, but once again, the reason as to why one of the fighters would kill Kleber as well as Alphonsine, Andre and Claude is a puzzling mystery. In the days following the murders, a bag which had belonged to Kleber was found abandoned in the nearby woodland, along with a notebook. It is unknown what content lay within the pages of the book, however it was reportedly a school book. Over a week after the items were discovered, a lumberjack found a man-made shelter in the forest, constructed with various logs, sticks, moss and leaves. Access to the shelter, the place where personal items were found, and the farm itself were all accessible by cutting across several fields. Even after the war, wanderers journeying through fields was not an uncommon sight, therefore many would not have deemed the activity particularly suspicious. Many locals blamed authorities for a lackluster investigation, but police were still trying to find stability after the turmoil of war. The case was officially closed in April 1947 and unfortunately went cold. 3/4 of a century have passed, and no further clues have come to light as to who killed the victims in cold blood and their motive for carrying out such a despicable and merciless act. The murders of Claude Godard, Kleber Carteron, Alphonsine Carteron, Andre Carteron, and the family's beloved dog remains unsolved. Brynhild Paulsdatter Storseat, later known as Belle Gunness, was born on the 22nd of November 1859 in the Norwegian village of Selbu. She was the daughter of a stonemason, and during her early life, the family suffered enormously from financial problems. As a young woman, Belle became enchanted by the American dream, and driven by hopes of becoming wealthy, she packed her bags and travelled to the United States between 1881 and 1886. Money was always Belle Gunness's motivation. She did not care what it took, and she went to incredible lengths in order to get what she wanted. Originally, Belle settled in Chicago, Illinois, and she went on to marry Mads Sorensen, another Norwegian immigrant, with whom she had several children: Myrtle, Lucy, Caroline, and Axel, plus an adopted daughter, Jenny Olsen. 2 of her children, Caroline and Axel, passed away from acute colitis, both infants' deaths providing Gunness with insurance money. What slipped past the coroner, however, was that the symptoms shown by the children were similar to that of a person suffering from strychnine poisoning. One night, the couple's confectionery store and home was mysteriously burned to the ground. They went on to claim the insurance money for both properties. Following this incident, in 1901, Mads suddenly died from apparent heart failure on the day both of his life insurance policies overlapped. Sorensen's family were extremely suspicious about Belle and the convenience this caused her, and wished for authorities to begin an inquiry, but no charges were ever brought. The doctor who examined Mads' body at first determined the cause of death as being strychnine poisoning. However, this was later overruled by another medical professional and changed to heart failure. Once again, Belle escaped with her freedom and today's equivalent of $217,000. In 1901, the widowed Belle, along with her 3 children, purchased a farmhouse on 42 acres of land in LaPorte, Indiana, using the money from her late husband's life insurance payout. It was reported a part of the farm also burned down, and once again, Belle collected her beloved money from the insurance. Belle met Peter Gunness, a widower with 2 daughters. They married fairly quickly in April 1902, and once again, misfortune struck. Mere days after their wedding, Peter Gunness's infant daughter died at 7 months old. Peter knew with his gut instinct that something was awry, and sent his other daughter, Svanhild, away to live with her uncle. Peter Gunness would become his wife's next victim. During the night of the 18th of December 1902, young Jenny Olsen fled to nearby neighbours, urging them to come quickly. Peter was sprawled, lifeless on the kitchen floor, Belle sobbing over him. A doctor discovered a bloody wound on the back of Mr. Gunness's skull. After being questioned by authorities, Belle explained that a meat grinder had fallen from a shelf and hit her husband on the back of his head. Of course, investigators were highly sceptical of Bell's explanation and ordered an inquest following a coroner's report indicating that Peter was indeed poisoned by strychnine. No hard evidence could be recovered, and ultimately, Gunnis was still a free woman. 6 months after Peter's death, Belle Gunnis gave birth to a son, Philip. Jenny was actually overheard by classmates confiding in friends, stating, "My mama killed my papa. She hit him with a meat cleaver and he died. Don't tell a soul." Still desperate to fill her pockets with coins, despite raking in her second husband's life insurance payout, approximately $81,000 in today's money, Belle Gunnis turned to the Lonely Hearts columns in the Norwegian language newspapers of the Midwest. She had high hopes of luring wealthy men onto her farm, and she was successful in doing so many times. She was of an unusual stature for the time, a 6-foot frame and 250 pounds in weight. Although she could do all the necessary chores on the farm, in the fields, hog's pen, and dairy barn, she wanted some help, not only to keep the farm ticking over, but to feed her hunger for dollars. In the autumn of 1906, young Jenny Olsen, who was 16 years old, mysteriously vanished. Belle had formed the opinion that Jenny had been a liability since the death of Peter Gunnis, so her disappearance did rouse suspicions from locals. She explained to those who were concerned that Jenny had taken up residence at a finishing school in Los Angeles, California. However, Jenny Olsen was never heard from again. Residents nearby did not find it particularly surprising how many suitors Belle attracted. She was considered a beauty, tall and blonde, with a wide white smile. A string of men took it upon themselves to visit what would be known as the Murder Farm, from where they would never leave. A few of these men include John Myuu, Henry Gerholt, Olaf Sven-Herred, Ole B. Budsberg, Olaf Lindblom, and Andrew Helgelin. The latter's brother, Esley Helgelin, became suspicious when he heard nothing from his brother Andrew. He wrote a letter to Gunnis, inquiring about his whereabouts. However, Belle told him that she had never seen him before. Despite this reply, Esley set out to travel to LaPorte. However, he would be too late. In July 1907, Belle had hired a new farmhand named Ray Lampier. He was 11 years her junior and fell in love with her, finding himself jealous of her various other suitors. Due to factors surrounding her suitors, Ray and Belle became locked in a constant battle, where Belle accused Ray of harassment, and he insinuated that she had been responsible for claiming the lives of her husbands and daughter. Bankers too found themselves scratching their heads at how often Belle Gunnis would cash large sums of money on behalf of the handyman she hired. Joe Maxon was hired in early 1908. On April 27th, he helped Belle unload her groceries and a full can of kerosene, which she had bought in the town. They shared a meal together before Joe retired to bed for the night. At approximately 4 a.m, he woke to the suffocating smell of smoke. It did not take long for Maxon to realise that the house had caught fire, and he instantly escaped from the property. He checked the windows of the children's bedrooms, only to find them empty. By morning, the tale only became more horrifying. Inside the blackened remains of the farmhouse, authorities recovered 4 human bodies, 3 of which were children, presumed to have been those of Lucy, Myrtle, and Philip. Alongside them was a woman's corpse. However, it was headless. At first, it was believed to have been the skeletal remains of Belle Gunnis, yet upon closer inspection, it did not match, as this skeleton was much smaller. Nearby, a dental bridge belonging to Belle was found, which the coroner found as sufficient evidence to confirm that the headless corpse was Belle Gunnis. During the searching of the farmstead and surrounding land, Aisley Helyeline arrived to find his brother. He spoke with the sheriff and insisted that the farm be thoroughly checked. Unconvinced by what he was witnessing, Aisley spoke with Joe Maxon, asking if there were any places Bell dug holes for things like cinders. He was led to the hog's pen, where a gruesome discovery was made. Around 11 or 12 bodies were recovered in the search effort at the hog's pen, and, heartbreakingly, Aisley found the remains of his brother, Andrew, who had been dismembered and put into flour sacks. One of the other bodies belonged to Bell's foster daughter, Jenny, who had not been seen since 1906. The fields were also searched, and many other remains were recovered, yet many were left unidentified. Attention quickly turned to Ray Lampier. Following the coroner's report, adamant that it was Bell's body found in the burnt-out farmstead, he was charged and put on trial. Ray was found guilty and convicted with arson, not murder, but later told authorities that he had aided Bell in burying the victims. She had killed about 42 people. She would feed them a meal, poison their coffee, and hit them with the meat chopper, alternating between burying the victims in shallow graves and feeding their remains to the hogs. Many years later, whilst in prison, Ray made a deathbed confession. Days before the Inferno, which took place on the 28th of April 1908, he had travelled to Chicago to collect a new housekeeper hired by Belle Gunness. Little did he know Belle's true intentions. Belle had concocted an evil plot. She murdered the housekeeper and removed her head, which was actually never recovered by police, using the remains as her body double in the fire she had planned to light, in hopes that the authorities would believe it to be her. She drugged her children and left them in the house to perish in the fire. Ray said it was her idea all along to fake her own death, withdrawing money from her bank accounts in her escape, fleeing with what she held closest to her heart: endless riches. Belle Gunness had gotten away with murder. Her death was never confirmed, and recent DNA tests were inconclusive on the headless corpse. Several sightings were reported in the Chicago area, but authorities were unable to track her down. The story does not end here, however. In 1931, a woman named Elizabeth Carlson, also known as Esther, died in Los Angeles whilst awaiting trial for fatally poisoning a man. There was no doubt that Esther looked remarkably similar to Belle Gunness and was of the same age, but perhaps the most incredible evidence is that she had in her possession a photograph of 3 children which strikingly resembled the children of Belle Gunness. A tale full of twists and turns, the famous Norwegian-born serial killer Belle Gunness earned herself more than notoriety. The Black Widow, the Lonely Hearts Killer, Lady Bluebeard, and the devilish Hell's Belle. Despite so much information in this case, the fate of Belle remains unknown. Did she lose her life in the fire? If she indeed faked her own death, where did she go? Was Ray's confession the truth? Were Belle and Esther the same person? What ultimately became of Belle Gunness? The nightmare on Murder Farm, come to an end, yet over a century on, continues to intrigue and terrify. The Hamar Daban incident is a case which has received little coverage from the media, not only in Russia and Kazakhstan, but also on an international scale. It has many eerie similarities to arguably the most famous mystery of them all, the Dyatlov Pass incident, which occurred in the Ural Mountains of Russia in 1959, where 9 experienced hikers perished in unexplained circumstances. Hamar Daban is a mountain range located in Buryatia, southern Siberia. It was August of 1993, and 41-year-old Lyudmila Korovina arrived at the train station in Irkutsk and greeted with a small group of hikers she was to lead into the mountains on a Category 4 climb spanning approximately 50 miles or 80 kilometers. They were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko, 16-year-old Victoria Zalasova, known as Vika, Alexander Krysin, known to his friends as Sasha, who was aged 23, 19-year-old Denis Shvachkin, Valentina Utachenko, known as Valia, aged 17, and Timur Bapanov, aged 15. All of whom had arrived from Petropavlovsk, Kazakh, and they intended on journeying towards their destination, Slyudianka, with the highest peak en route being 2,396 metres. The group set off on the 2nd of August and battled horrendous conditions, including torrential rain and snow caused by a Mongolian cyclone. Fortunately, all 7 of the hikers were experienced in the field and had no issues with travelling in such adverse weather. 3 days later, they had almost reached the peak of Mount Tritrans, where a wooden shelter stood. The wind, snow, rain and mist provided next to no visibility, and with a pine forest 2.5 miles or 4 kilometres down the slope, it would have seemed the wise decision to descend and take shelter. However, for unknown reasons, the group did not seek protection. At 11 a.m. on the 5th of August, whilst planning to head for the trees after a night of snowfall, the hikers were startled when suddenly one of their comrades, Sasha Krysin, the strongest person in the group, began to foam at the mouth with blood trickling from his ears. His health quickly deteriorated and he passed away soon after. Unlike the Dyatlov Pass mystery, one of the hikers, Valia Utachenko, recalled the horrifying details of Sasha's death and what occurred next. The group had been collecting dried golden root for most of the day and had been gathering their camping gear. Once Sasha passed away, the group descended into chaos and panic. Denis then began acting erratically, hiding behind stones and fleeing not far from the camp. Vika and Timur were presumed to have also ran from the group, who had been packing up their tent. The trio reportedly rolled on the ground and took off their clothes and also scratched at their throats. Tatiana repeatedly hit her head against the surrounding stones, and Lyudmila Korovina also recorded in reports as Lyudmila Ivanovna succumbed to a heart attack and died after having told the group to descend the slope as she stayed by Sasha's side. By this point, it was Lyudmila and Sasha who had lost their lives, and Valia attempted to take the reins and lead the group downhill towards the forest. However, the other hikers too quickly died, foaming at the mouth and bleeding from the ears and nose. Moments before his death, Denis urged Valia to crawl down the slope towards the trees to save herself. Valentina Utachenko was the sole survivor of the incident and provided authorities with an eyewitness account of what happened that day. After watching her fellow hikers perish almost simultaneously in bizarre circumstances, she darted down the slope towards the tree line, haunted by what she had seen. She took her sleeping bag and slept in the forest overnight, ascending to where the 6 bodies lay the next morning, making sure to close the eyes of the dead. Noticing a trail of the power lines above, she descended towards the Snetsnaya River, almost unconscious with the symptoms of a heavy cold. Valentina managed to find a string of abandoned towers where she sheltered along the stream. She was spotted by Ukrainian canoeists on the 9th of August, where she was ultimately rescued and taken to Slyudianka. For many days, she could not speak. Investigators only managed to get to the scene approximately 1 month later due to the harsh elements, and once the bodies, which had little clothing and were absent of shoes and socks, were recovered, autopsies were carried out. The hikers' lungs were bruised and there were signs of protein deficiency, thought to have been caused due to undereating. The official causes of death were confirmed as hypothermia, which was further solidified by the evidence of paradoxical undressing and exhaustion from a spontaneous force. However, many questions remained unanswered. What caused the bleeding from the ears was not determined, and how was it possible that all 6 of the deceased hikers shared the protein deficiency? Valia remembered that the group ate well, therefore this aspect is a mystery. A major theory in the deaths of the Dyatlov group in 1959 included the infrasound theory, which causes bizarre and unpredictable behaviour, effects on the inner ear, disorientation, nausea and resonances within the inner organs, and many speculate whether this actually occurred in this incident. Why did they not complete their journey to the mountain's peak? Did they just lose track of time? Was Lyudmila's trail map inaccurate? They were no more than half an hour's hike away from the peak, although the severe rain no doubt played a part in their decision to temporarily halt their climb. Also, how did Valentina survive the incident? Lyudmila, Tatiana, Vika, Sasha, Denis and Timur were all buried in zinc coffins. In Petropavlovsk, almost the entire 200,000-strong city attended the funerals to say farewell. A few days afterwards, a journalist accused Lyudmila Korovina of the hikers' deaths, although no solid evidence supports the theory, and relatives of the deceased do not believe she was involved in the tragedy. Valentina has struggled to come to terms with what she saw and refuses to speak about the incident. Although it is regarded by some as solved, there are mysterious aspects of the case which has left many scratching their heads. For example, how did such a healthy group of young people perish at low altitude in the summer? Senior tourism lifeguard Valery Tatarnikov, who searched for Korovina's group, stated, "For me, the death of the Korovintsy is a big mystery." Talking of the mountain, he said it is not a desert, not polar ice. If you are an experienced tourist like Korovina was, if you are in the forest in the summer, then it is impossible to die of the cold. 20 minutes to build a fire and you're saved. Valentina Utachenko, who fought against the elements, said in a statement about the incident in a chilling recollection, August 5th, 10 a.m. Chrisen came and said that they were wet and freezing. It was snowing. No landmarks were visible. We collected our backpacks and began to go down the slope. We walked about 10 metres. Chrisen began to fall. They began to pick him up. He fell again. Korovina remained beside him. She gave the rest orders to descend, but almost immediately she stopped the group and asked someone to come to her. Tatiana took out an awning, and the others took cover under it. I went up to Korovina. Sasha's eyes were huge, indifferent look. Korovina felt for a pulse and said that his heart was not beating. She asked me to drag Vika down. I went up to her and she bit me. I dragged her to the rest of the group. Tatiana began banging her head against the stones. Denis hid behind the stones and climbed into the sleeping bag. She crawled up to Korovina, but she did not breathe. I tried to raise Timur. When I realised that no one was moving, I began to go down to the trees. I got dressed and lay down in my sleeping bag, covered with an awning. In the morning, I went up, saw Tatiana on the stones, Denis, Timur, Vika. Above, Sasha and Korovina. None of them rose again. This case is described in the media as unsolved, despite perhaps an obvious conclusion. It is baffling that a case which appears incredibly similar to the Dyatlov Pass incident has not been talked about. However, the more light given to the case, possibly more answers can be found. By the base of the Maritime Alps lies Monte Carlo, located in the Principality of Monaco in the south of France along the French Riviera. It is home to the rich and famous and is known for its casino, opera, stunning sea views by the marina, and the prestigious Formula One Monaco Grand Prix, where the world's fastest drivers race around the narrow street circuit. Many also associate Monaco with royalty, more specifically American actress Grace Kelly, who married Prince Rainier III of Monaco and became a Monegasque princess in April of 1956. Monaco has one of the lowest crime rates in the world and has approximately one murder every decade. One of the grisliest crimes in the Principality took place in 1907. Having departed Monte Carlo, a husband and wife stayed in a hotel in Marseille, 137 miles away, with plans to travel to the city of London. The couple abandoned a trunk at the Marseille railway station and began their journey to freedom. A clerk at the station, named Pons, noticed the trunk and was taken aback by a putrid smell. Straight away, he believed it to be the scent of blood. His suspicions were confirmed when he witnessed blood seeping out the bottom of the trunk. Sources differ on how the situation was initially handled. However, it was said that, quick to think on his feet, Pons traced the couple and questioned them about why there was blood leaking from the case, and he requested that the pair accompany him to the local police station to open the trunk in order to examine its contents. The unknown man allegedly negotiated with Pons, who was successfully bribed to keep silent. The man and woman insisted that the case contained the remains of freshly slaughtered chickens. However, the French authorities failed to believe their story and questioned them further. The trunk was subsequently opened, and within it lay the dismembered body of a woman who had been brutally murdered. Vere St-Leger-Gold was born in Clonmel, County Tipperary, Ireland, on the 2nd of October 1853 to a wealthy aristocratic family and descended from lines of baronets and earls. He grew up in County Waterford, frequently visiting Dublin in his early years, and developed into a charming, charismatic, and extremely athletic individual who was talented at sailing, horse riding, boxing, hunting, and playing tennis. During the summer of 1879, 25-year-old Vere became the inaugural Irish Open champion in Fitzwilliam Square, Dublin, and he progressed to the third Wimbledon Championships, where he impressed his fellow competitors, making it to the men's final, just losing out on the trophy to the only clergyman to win Wimbledon, Reverend John Hartley, who won in straight sets. Rumours circulated that Gold was suffering a hangover during the match. His career appeared to have peaked as he failed to maintain his form in other tennis events following the final. By 1883, Vere had abandoned his tennis career. Having suffered a string of failures, he turned to whiskey and opium in order to escape his inner turmoil. In 1891, Vere St-Leger-Gold married a French dressmaker, Marie Giraldin. The couple had a lavish lifestyle and resided in a home in London. However, it wasn't long until their excessive spending caught up with them. The Golds departed from England and crossed the sea to Canada, where they settled in Montreal and opened a dressmaking business. Once again, their bad spending habits and tendency to gamble regularly buried them deep in debt, and in 1904, the couple moved back to England, choosing to live in Liverpool. Hiding their true financial state, the Golds insisted on others naming them Sir Vere and Lady Gold, masquerading as a couple with almost endless wealth. Vere told many that his older brother was a baronet, which was true, and claimed that he had died in a horse riding accident. Therefore, the title of baronet passed to him. However, years later, his brother was reported as being alive and well, living in Australia, having dropped his title by choice due to the fact he worked on railways and did not wish to cause any unnecessary rifts with his colleagues. The couple became enchanted by the idea of winning a fortune, and they set their sights on Monaco, where they planned to win thousands, if not millions, in the dazzling Casino de Monte Carlo. Marie had even told her husband that she had cracked the casino system and had the perfect plan to win. The Goulds brought Marie's 29-year-old niece Isabel with them, and initially found much success, especially at the roulette table. However, as time went on, they began losing more and more. With not a single coin to their name, Vere and Marie acquainted themselves with regular visitors of the casino, wishing for them to give the pair money in order to continue gambling. The Goulds became companions to a wealthy, middle-aged Danish widow called Emma Levin, who agreed to loan the Irishman 1,000 francs. The Dane, who was a respectable member of the community, supplied loans to many players, and Marie used this knowledge to her advantage. Emma had been married to Leopold Levin, a successful merchant from Stockholm, Sweden. Their marriage began well, however, the couple fell into an unhappy, childless marriage. After Leopold's death, Emma began living chaotically, spending lots of money, smoking, flirting, drinking until the early hours of the morning, making promiscuous acquaintances and displaying her expensive jewellery. Marie concocted a plot to tarnish Emma's reputation, where she managed to cause problems between Emma and a Madame Castellazzi. Following their feud being published in newspapers, Levin planned on retreating from life in Monaco. Emma received an unsigned note beneath her door which said that Vere's title was not legitimate and the Goulds were fraudsters. Before departing Monaco, she told the Goulds that she wanted the money loaned to them to be returned to her, but Vere and Marie had no intention of repaying her. On the 4th of August 1907, Emma Levin arrived at the Goulds' luxurious rented apartment, believing that she would be receiving her money. However, in a grim twist of fate, she would never leave the apartment with anything. Not even her own life. Emma's companion, Madame Castellazzi, was waiting for her at her hotel, but became concerned when she did not turn up to meet her as planned that evening. Castellazzi decided to contact the authorities about Emma's disappearance just after midnight. Monegasque police travelled to the hotel where the Goulds were staying and within their suite initially discovered a saw, a hammer and Emma's parasol. Bloodstains were evident all over the apartment. The Goulds themselves had stolen 125,000 francs worth of Emma's jewellery, told Isabel they were going to a doctor's appointment for Vere, and fled the hotel with the body of Emma concealed in a trunk, and had taken a train to Marseille. Then the trunk was discovered by the porter at the railway station with blood seeping through the fabric. Police took Marie and Vere into custody as authorities investigated the trunk which contained Emma Levin's remains. She was naked, headless, dismembered and disemboweled. Her legs were discovered within a small suitcase. Her head was recovered in Marie Gould's hat box, and Levin's intestines were found hanging from an iron stake near Monte Carlo by the Côte d'Azur. The case went to trial in December 1907, and the prosecution theorised that Marie Gold was the mastermind behind the murder, despite the Golds saying one of Emma's lovers was responsible and they had concealed the crime in an attempt to avoid being implicated. The prosecution believed that Marie, whose previous 2 husbands had died in suspicious and mysterious circumstances, persuaded her husband that killing Emma Levin, disposing of her body, and stealing her valuables would solve their financial problems. It was thought by the pair that if Emma was invited over to their apartment, she would dress for the occasion in her finest clothes and jewellery. Whilst the trial was ongoing, Veer attacked a prison visitor and his lawyer, which resulted in him losing his defence, and the prosecutor went on to portray him in court as a madman. The public were horrified when it was revealed that the day after the murder, the Golds had eaten meals together at their rented suite, and beneath the table lay a bag with the Scandinavian woman's remains inside. Justice was served for Emma Levin. Veer St-Leger Gold and his wife Marie were found guilty and convicted of murder, despite the Irishman's insistence that Emma had died at his own hand and had acted alone. He stated that Emma requested around 100 francs to house what she described as an attractive young gentleman, but an intoxicated Gold refused. She allegedly attacked him and he became enraged, grabbing a dagger and murdering her. It seemed odd that she would have asked for money, as she had paid a bill in full the evening prior to the incident. Gold also was known to get depressed under the influence of alcohol, not falling into an uncontrollable rage. Marie's statement contradicted her husband's, and she also said that she was not dressed for visitors and left her husband and Emma alone. Yet there was evidence proving that Emma had arrived at the hotel suite at 5 p.m. by invitation, and a witness recalled hearing Emma's voice. Shortly after the murder, Marie appeared on the balcony. Marie had told police she had screamed when seeing Emma's body post-mortem, but the witness said no such scream was heard. Emma had been bludgeoned and slashed to death, and found in the apartment was a butcher's knife, a saw, a pestle, and an Indian dagger. Veer was so drunk when he killed Emma he couldn't cut through her bones, even with the saw. Therefore, he waited to dissect the body the next morning. Concerned about putrefaction, he disposed of her organs on a nearby beach. The couple packed up their possessions, took the victim's jewellery, and fled the scene. Veer was sentenced to life imprisonment and was incarcerated on the Ile du Diable, Devil's Island, a prison in French Guyana notoriously known as Hell on Earth, and Marie was given the death penalty. It was incredibly rare for a woman to be given a harsher punishment than a male at the time, and Marie sensationally stated that she wished to be executed in Place du Casino. Her sentence was later downgraded to life imprisonment, as Monaco did not have an executioner or a guillotine. Veer Gold took his own life on the 8th of September 1909, after serving less than a year of his sentence, and Marie Gold died in Montpellier jail in 1914 from typhoid fever. It is an extraordinary yet disturbing tale which shook the Principality to its core. A bizarre story of a Wimbledon finalist who became a murderer, the early life hardships followed by a hunt for fortune, a Bonnie and Clyde companionship in the glitz and glamour of Monaco. The plot wouldn't be out of place in a modern film, but it remains a jaw-dropping true story.